And so I have to explain to people sometimes, because when you do stuff like this, you meet all different kinds of people that might be interested in for different reasons, and sometimes I meet people that are what I might call like blackety blickety blickety black, and they impose certain ideas toward me, like, okay, that means that white people are never ever allowed anywhere near anything that we're doing, and I'm like, no, I'm not threatened by that. The same way, my daughter was born in Jewish hospital. They didn't tell me I couldn't be there because I was black. If I wanted to go to the Notre Dame University, clearly run by the Catholic Church or by people that are Catholic, they don't tell me I can't attend Notre Dame. So I said, we got white people in the black business school. Why wouldn't you want to learn from intelligent black people? I think that we should be leading the world. We are the smartest people in the room 9 times out of 10. We are the only people actually that can say that we survived the slave dungeons, the Middle Passage, 250 years of the most brutal slavery known to man, 100 years of Jim Crow, another 40, 50 years of mass incarceration, the war on drugs, and we're also surviving whatever they're doing to us right now. We won't know about that till for another 50 or 60 years. That's when all the FBI files will be released, and we're gonna find out what they're doing. Like, I'm still trying to figure out what happened to hip hop music, how we went from Tribe Called Quest and KRS-One to Kill Die Nigga Die. like who did that? Who was responsible for this, right? Because this was we were not on that committee. This was not something that we decided to do. But I think that you have to be thoughtful about these, what I perceive to be very deliberate efforts to degrade our culture and short circuit us from becoming who we're truly meant to be. Now, first off, I want to say thank you to JJ and her vanilla milkshake. Awesome guy wearing the Black Excellence shirt. I saw that shirt, I said, okay, he's a cool dude. And thank you so much for having me. I'm very honored to be at your event. I have so much respect for what you're doing, and I love the fact that you work together as a couple. That's what my wife and I do. And also, I want to mention that it's interesting. I was watching Asia's brilliant conversation about quantum wealth theory. First of all, I like the title. I said, wow, that's a great title. I wonder what this is about. Because quantum physics and quantum mechanics, if you study that stuff, it's just mind-boggling. Albert Einstein, he used to call it spooky math. I think that's what he called quantum physics, because it didn't make any sense. Quantum entanglement and the double slit experiment that she talked about. All that, so I'm a little bit of a nerd. So I was like, okay, let me see what she's got. And then she starts breaking down the brain and behaviors and everything. And I said, I wish my wife was here, because my wife happens to be a therapist and an expert on the subconscious mind. And she is a smart black woman. I'm very proud of her for that. She reads about 22 books a year. And one book she read 4 times was a book about the subconscious mind. So I listened to her and I talked to her about things, and what these conversations fed into me was this keen understanding that the biggest barrier that we have to building wealth, one of the biggest barriers, it isn't really just access to resources. That's important. That must be discussed. It isn't access to knowledge and information. You literally have an entire university on your cell phone. All right, so it's access to information. You can't say, well, I couldn't get the knowledge, or they kept it from me. No, maybe we could say that 50 years ago. You can't say it now. If you got an iPhone, you can learn anything you want to learn. A lot of it is really culture. A lot of it is culture and habits and the subconscious mind and how we're programmed as children and into adulthood and all these other things. And I said, my gosh, this is really what's going on. America is a beautiful, amazing, extraordinary country in certain areas. There are things that we do better than anybody on earth. And there, in fact, we are very, very good at industrialization, and that's helped us win wars, right? And by the way, shout out to every veteran in here. Veterans make sacrifices that you mentioned that nobody talks about. Nobody shows respect to that. And I'm going to go on a little tangent. I'm going to circle back, but I got to go on this tangent here because my grandfather served in World War II. And once he was hit in the head with a cannon on a Navy ship, and they thought he was dead. And so they put him in the morgue and zipped his body up. And he literally wakes up and starts pushing, saying, "Let me out." And he gets let out. And he goes on and marries my grandmother, stays married to her for 70 years and took care of her until the day she died. And then my father went to Vietnam, and he can't talk about it to this day. He talks about being pushed out of the airplane when he didn't want to jump out. They pushed him out of the plane. He talks about sleeping in the ditch and hearing the mortar fire and the bombs going off that night. And what was interesting is that on one hand, the unhealthy coping mechanisms occurred, things like heroin addiction, which affected so many of our men and women that went over to Vietnam. But also what was interesting was there was this really tough, dogged determinism that he developed as well, where he said, when I was in that ditch, I decided I'm going to do whatever I got to do to get home. I'm going to survive this no matter what it takes. So he comes home and and I said, "Well, how did you get off of heroin?" I said, "I heard heroin's a hell of a drug." And he said, and literally, he said, "I just stopped doing it. I just realized that was not the life I wanted. I didn't want to be a junkie." And I watched him throughout his entire life had that same attitude when it came to accomplishing the goal, right? Figuring out what the mission was. Okay, my family needs me to find a way to make money. I'm going to figure that out. Right. And that, and to some extent, and I think we discount that, right? We discount just our personal power when we're committed to doing something. We discount the importance of understanding at some point you got to put your excuses to the side and figure out what the assignment is. And this creates a real interesting contradiction or challenge I have, because I have part of my audience. I attract a lot of military folks, a lot of veterans follow me. And I remember I asked a soldier, I said, I respect soldiers, I respect veterans immensely, but why do so many veterans follow me? And what he said was, because you give an assignment, you tell us what the mission is, and that's what we understand, and I said, okay, that's it. Yeah. You have a problem, you solve it. Right. But then I've got people that I have to challenge a little bit, who unfortunately were hit by this other culture of almost like a really heavy victim mentality. Not to the point that we haven't gone through things. We know what we've gone through, and we can lay that out on a list, and we should acknowledge all of that. But it's like, that's not supposed to be a crutch, right? We can't let that be a crutch. And so that becomes, that's my story. And that's why, I'll never disrespect a soldier. I think that soldiers are not appreciated. When my father told me about how he came home from Vietnam and people were calling him baby killer and all this stuff, I got mad. I said, I want to go back in time and kick those people in the face. And now that he's got blood cancer and he's sick and he is dying from Agent Orange and things he experienced in the military, we're talking about these things, and these things that is literally what is on my heart right now as I speak to you. So thank you for your service, if you have served, and I wish our country appreciated you as much as they should. I just have to say that. Now circling back to what we were talking about earlier, here's the deal. When you're talking about wealth and economics, you cannot understate the importance of culture. Culture is more important than how many degrees you got. It's more important than how much wealth you have access to per se. Those things matter, but that's not, you don't have to go take a bunch of classes in order to understand building wealth. And let me give you an example. My wife and I went to China, and we were in China for about 3 weeks, and we traveled to different regions of China. And I'm going to tell you one thing that was really interesting. I don't want to stereotype here, but man, they know how to sell a product. Anybody ever been in a space where maybe it was Chinatown or China itself, and just seeing how assertive they can be? Like they will hunt you down and chase you down and follow up and upsell you, downsell you, negotiate and barter, whatever they got to do to make that sale. And all throughout the country, when I went to different regions, I would see the similar products, which made me think about the distribution systems. I saw similar sales techniques. I saw similar business models. And I bet you that a very small percentage of all these thousands of entrepreneurs I ran into, a very small percentage of them went to college and studied business. Right? And so this idea that you have to go and get all this knowledge and information to build wealth, run businesses, or whatever the case may be, I think that's overemphasized a little bit. I think that's important, it's beneficial, but it's not necessary. Culture is everything. So if we talk about culture, And let's talk about that a little bit. I was speaking last night with a great man that everybody should know about by the name of Professor James Small. And Professor Small is an expert on Black history and culture. He talks a lot about Africa and all the things we should know about Africa. And he tells those stories that you'll never learn in school. Because I don't believe that we're ever going to really learn who we truly are from a public school system. I don't think that the public school system is designed to empower anybody, even people who are not Black. In fact, in Chicago, we have 55 public schools where not one single child can read or do math at grade level. In 55 schools. Think about how many, think about it. So if there's 2,000 kids in every school, it's over 100,000 kids that cannot, not one child. Right? So this is an issue, and it's not just an issue that affects Black people. There are lots of documented stories and information about why the public school system was designed, what it was supposed to teach you to do. It was designed to manufacture workers. It's one of the reasons that the Rockefellers poured so much money into the public school system, because they said, we don't want people thinking independently. We don't want a bunch of people that want to start businesses. We want people that are going to become cogs in a wheel, that are going to understand their part in this mass production process. So school kind of rewards you for sitting down and shutting up more than it rewards you for being creative and intelligent and taking risks and all these other things that you have to do in order to build wealth. Well, Professor Small was talking about Juneteenth, and we're running up on the Juneteenth holiday, and also my birthday's in a couple of days. It's going to be the 27th anniversary of my 25th birthday. So that's and it's funny. I was born actually on Father's Day, and unfortunately my father was not there to receive me as a gift. I think I'm a pretty nice guy. He should have been there. It was a nice party. But anyway, so one thing he said about Juneteenth that was interesting was he said that we live under this myth that Juneteenth was this day where the soldiers came down and told the slaves in Galveston that they'd been freed and that they could all go and everybody's good, just going out, head on out the door, life is better now. He said, actually, this is according to Professor Small. I just learned this last night, so I still have to go verify everything, but he's a smart guy. He knows a lot of stuff. He said, actually, that wasn't true. He said that in Juneteenth, when they came down and talked to the slaves, they said, you're not free. But you have a different situation. You are still going to work for the same master. You are required to still stay on the plantation and work for the master. The difference is that he has to compensate you. So you won't be slaves anymore. You'll be employees. Or better yet, you might say they went from being unpaid slaves to being paid slaves. And the amount you will be paid will be determined by the master. So your boss, your master, is going to get to decide how much he wants to pay you. If he wants to pay you a penny a day, then that's what your pay is going to be. And then they created things like vagrant laws, where if you weren't working for your master, if you did not have a job and you were Black, you were going to be incarcerated. And when you get incarcerated, they're going to lease you back to the plantation owners so you can work for them. What does that sound like? Anybody know about a system does that sound familiar to y'all at all? Is there any system where we incarcerate people and then sell them to corporations for small amounts of money? I don't know. I can't remember. It starts with a P. I can't. Not OPP. And then he said there was a third group of slaves who said, to hell with that. He said that this is not documented in history. He said there was a third group of slaves that said, well, you're just going to do what you got to do. I'm not going back to that situation at all. We out of here. So if you got to shoot us, if you got to catch us, try to kill us, whatever, catch me if you can, but we out of here. And these were the individuals that went and set up a lot of the very prosperous Black towns all across the United States. Like the Black Wall Street. Remember, Tulsa Black Wall Street was just one of hundreds of towns that were set up and one of hundreds that were burned down and destroyed. So the story, it was a systematic kind of issue. And I heard what Professor Small said, and I said, that is so fascinating how that links directly to the world that we live in today. I said, because if you think about it, we kind of have at least three broad categories of people in our community. We have those of us that went to college, went deep in debt, got our student loans, and then went to become slaves in the corporate plantation. We get stuck because we're so deep in debt, like a sharecropper, that you can't ever quit the job. And we're never given any other sort of transferable skills that will allow you to build wealth or create enough of an asset base that you could walk away from that job. That's a lot of us. That's just educated people, right? With the MBAs, BAs, BSs, JDs, PhDs, MDs, whatever other letters behind our name that make us feel like we're better than other people, right? Then you got like the street dudes, right? Some of us got people like that in our family. I got a bunch of them that didn't do all of that, but they out hustling, doing whatever. Well, eventually we know how that ends, right? Because, the music glorifies the drug dealer, but they don't show you what happens when they get locked up and get 50-year prison sentences. And then they become part of the labor lease program, which is, again, just it follows from what they did back at Juneteenth, right? And then you had that third category. You had the third category of people that said, I'm going to be free by any means necessary. And these are the people that I relate to the most. These are the people that I love talking to. These are the people that have the courage and the vision to understand the assignment, who understand what freedom actually looks like, who understand what it really means to be quote unquote successful, who are determined to get there, who are preparing their children for freedom and success. And those are those people that are fighting to get away from the corporate plantation. It doesn't mean, again, I told my daughter, I said, it's okay to work for somebody. I said, but there's a difference between working for somebody because you want to versus working for somebody because you have to. Right. And I said, my job as your father is to make sure you always know the difference and that you always have a choice. I want you to have options. I want you to be happy. Happiness is directly linked to options. They find that, for example, when they did a study on rats and they put rats in a cage and they would hit them with electric shocks. And they had one group of rats that had no options. They had no ability to stop the shocks. They would just go through pain just randomly, and they didn't know where it was coming from or how to change it. And then they had another group of rats that learned that created learned behavior, where they gave them an option where you feel the shock, and then if you hit a button, you can make the pain stop. You can make the pain go away. You can stop the shocks. And they found that when they measured serotonin in the brains of these rats, meaning how depressed they were, they found that the rats that were in the cage that were stuck were more depressed than the rats who had options. So if you want to know why so many of our people struggle with anxiety and depression at epic levels, and we die young because of it, as Miss Asia brought up earlier today in her brilliant way, it's a lot of times because we don't have options. We feel stuck. It sucks to be stuck. So when I talk to my 12-year-old and we're talking about all the things she wants to do, she's a singer, dancer, actress. She's just got this love, and she gets up and gives Emmy Award speeches during the Emmys that nobody asked her to create, but she'll come down in her award dress and will literally give us an acceptance speech, and we're like, ain't nobody gave you nothing, girl. What you doing? But that's what she does. That's in her soul. That's who she is. She makes up dance routines and everything else. Every single day she does this. And so I said, okay, you want to be a dancer and actress and all these other things. I think that's great. Let's go study some models where you can create that life and still have options. Let's study Tyler Perry. How did Tyler Perry build his own economic empire and eventually buy BET? And I said, because Tyler Perry, he doesn't have to audition to be the star of any movie that he ever makes. No. He doesn't have to audition. He gets to pick who the stars are. If Medea's going to be the star, then Medea's going to be the star. I said, let's study that business model. Let's talk about how the economics will play a part in you having what I think is very important for you, which is options, which is connected to something that I know is important to you, which is happiness. So when we talk about what she wants to do when she grows up, I don't even talk about things like professions, or you want to be a dentist or a lawyer or a doctor. I say, no, I just want you to be happy. I know we can agree on that. We may not agree on whether or not you should be an attorney or a physician, but we can agree that you want to be happy. So let's talk about how the economics connects to your freedom, which connects to your happiness, which also comes with things like knowledge of self. Some people don't even know what makes them happy. They watch TV and they think that material stuff makes them happy. But that don't make you happy. That gives you a temporary high, a big injection of dopamine that makes you feel like you're happy for a while. I mean, when I got my first job, when I finished college, I was literally the black sheep of my family. I was a complete embarrassment because I was in school till I was 31 years old. And if you know about anything about black families, you know that guy who's still in school at 28, 29 years old, and you're going to get made fun of. So I'll go to family reunions, and they wouldn't have anything to say to me all the time. They just kind of say, so you still in school, huh? So I got my first job when I was 31 years old. And as JJ mentioned, she was accurate. I was the only black person on the planet, male or female, to get a PhD in finance that year. It was really, really hard to do. Most difficult thing I ever did in my life, right? And I love it though, because it was difficult, and there was some trauma, there was some abuse. Me and my wife, we bond around the trauma we experienced going through our PhD program. It's the most petty, crazy, ridiculous space ever. But there's the bright side of that these tough experiences make you a tough person, right? So ultimately, through my therapy journey, which I think JJ was so on point about therapy. Therapy does wonders for you. I love my therapist. I was supposed to talk to her today, but I'm here, so I can't talk to her. But I've learned how you can actually take these tough experiences and sort of dispose of some of the negative pieces and really use the positives to make you strong. Because if you think about it, every superhero in any Marvel movie, he has a terrible origin story. He or she. There's always like something horrible they had to go through to gain their superpower. And so when I look at my father, who has a horrible origin story, being pushed out of the airplane in Vietnam, the heroin addiction, getting shot at, he's had to kill people in his life several times. I also see the superhero. I see the man who can't be stopped. When my father decides something's going to happen, it would usually happen. When it came time to provide and protect his family, I didn't see some sniveling man at the dinner table complaining about how the white man won't let him take care of his kids. I saw none of that. I saw a man who showed up in the way he needed to show up for the people that needed him to show up in an appropriate way. I saw that, and I modeled that, and I love that. Right? So I went through my little version of it. I didn't go through anything like what he went through, but I did go through my own version of sort of this academic mistreatment and everything else. So I got out, and I got my first job, and I was making a lot of money relative to what I was making before. I went from making about $12,000 a year as a grad student to making $115,000 a year as a faculty member. So the amount of money I made in a year became the amount of money I made in a month. So when I got that first paycheck, you couldn't tell me nothing. I thought I won the lottery. I wanted to do cartwheels down the hallway. You talk about money literally making you happy. It did. That day, money was my happiness. And I felt that way for about 6 months until the dopamine kind of wore off. And then at that point, you get what I would almost call almost like an addiction, where you're used to the money now. Now you need the money, but getting the check, you just check to make sure it's the right amount, and you put it in your account. You don't think about it anymore. And then you got the rest of your life to deal with. So the thing about material things making people happy is interesting to me, because I think we're falsely led to believe that that's what matters. But what we don't understand is that eventually all that sort of jubilation levels off. And then you find yourself dealing with the realities of life. And you start wondering things like, why do children of billionaires commit suicide? Or why, when Deion Sanders was the best player in the NFL, was making more money than anybody else, had all the cars, was going to all the parties, owned a couple of mansions, had access to all the ladies, and yet he was so suicidal that he was going to drive himself off a bridge. How's that happen? Well, it's because happiness is much deeper than just the amount of resources you have in your bank account. See, a lot of times, many of us, because we grew up without access to the things we want. I mean, I can tell all these stories about the projects. My mother was 17 when she gave birth to me. I asked my mother, I said, who was in the hospital with you when I was born? And she said, me and the nurse. That was it. I said, nobody else was there? And I knew my father was out running the streets doing whatever. He eventually went to prison for drugs. I didn't know him that well. I don't even know him well enough to dislike him. I don't even dislike him. The man, I just never knew him. But nobody else was there. So I visualized this scared 16-year-old girl being pregnant. She gave birth to me when she was 17. And I visualized, first of all, I said, well, thank you for letting me live, because I'm sure it would have been easier to just terminate, right? That's, no judgment, but that's what society says. If you're poor, then your child shouldn't be born. Obviously, I have to disagree with that as one of the kids that got a chance to be born. And also, I remember that we did live in the projects. So there's really no poverty story a person could tell me that I couldn't relate to on some level. I remember seeing roaches in the house, and it wasn't a big deal to have roaches. And like roaches, you just flick them off your sandwich and keep on eating. You're not gonna throw away a good sandwich just cause the roach took a little bite. And again, some of y'all may think that's gross. That means y'all ain't never been through nothing. No, I'm playing. You ain't never really been hungry if you don't know what I'm talking about. But seriously, so what happens is that when we grow up in those conditions and we grow up struggling and without the things we want, we just tend to sort of fixate our mind on this idea, this false idea that if I get the right job with the right house and the right car and the right amount of money, that life is just going to be good. And that's just not true. You know, what I compare it to is imagine how you feel when you really have to go to the bathroom. Right? Imagine if I'm an okay speaker, I do my thing, but imagine if I was giving the best speech ever. Like, let's say I was a great speaker like Malcolm X or something. I'm giving the most riveting speech on earth and giving you the knowledge that's going to change your life. But at the same time, you really, really gotta pee. Like you're just going to explode if you don't get to a bathroom. Are you really going to be able to pay attention in that speech? I mean, remember, it's the best speech ever. I'm telling you how to make $1 billion and be a black and powerful. You don't, but you got to pee, right? So at that moment, nothing else matters. You got to get to a bathroom, right? So you just say, gosh, I want to see this speech, but I got to record it for me. And then you hop into the bathroom and then finally get to the bathroom. You finally get in there. And you're like, oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, God. Ooh, right? You're happy to finally let it out, right? Okay, so let me ask you. So after you're done and you go wash your hands and everything, hopefully everybody washes their hands. If you don't, you're nasty. What do you do after that? Do you just hang out in the bathroom in case you got to pee again? You like maybe spend the day in the bathroom for a while, just because peeing was so enjoyable before. Why not just do it all day? Right? No, what do? You walk out of the bathroom and then you get back to doing things that are more important. Right? And it's not that going to the bathroom wasn't important. It was important based on where you were in your life. You needed a bathroom, so bathrooms were really important. Now you don't need a bathroom anymore, so now other things are more important than that. And so life is kind of the same way. They have something they call Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If you don't know about it, you should look it up. And they talk about that. They talk about how your level, where you are vibrationally, where you are in terms of what level of life you're on, that determines what really matters to you. Right. So, for example, when I talk to my daughters, our daughters, I get to be the bonus dad of a son. He's 6'8". So if I told you he was my biological child, you would not believe me. But I love being his bonus dad. He's very smart. And two beautiful daughters. Their mother's gorgeous and their father is a great guy. And we partner together to really make sure these kids are protected and loved. And so with these pretty girls, the best thing I can tell them is not just things about happiness and how money fits into that. But I also say, one of the goals that me, your mother, and your father are going to have for you is to make sure that your financial needs are met well enough. Again, not just because we're giving you things, but because you also understand how to make money, how to preserve money. We want your financial needs to be met well enough so you don't end up in a situation where you got to date a creepy, terrible man just because you can't pay the rent. And in fact, when we were talking earlier about narcissistic abuse, the sister mentioned financial abuse as one method of control that people have over others. And I've seen this a lot. In 2006, I wrote a book called Financial Lovemaking, and I interviewed lots of people, and I was really fascinated by how many people make relationship choices based on economic need. So what I say to them is I want to help you operate at a vibrational frequency high enough where you're not picking a man that's just going to fill a financial void. It's okay to be attracted to men who are successful and wealthy and all that. I believe that some of that's biologically wired. Just like men like women that look a certain way or whatever it is that men like, women have things that they tend to be attracted to. So I think that's okay. Maybe the wealth is a symbol of something innate about that man that's appealing to you. And that's perfectly fine. But I don't want you to feel that you have to go and pick a partner just because daddy didn't help you. Daddy didn't teach you how to pay the bills. Mama, nobody's there for you. So many of our people get abused in relationships because we don't have anybody to turn to. Some of us, many of us in this life, myself included, have gone through abuse not just relationship abuse, but just societal abuse, because we didn't have anything to lean on. We had no inheritance. We had nobody we could turn to for money. And it might show up as some kid who goes out slinging dope in the street because he needs to make an extra $200 or $300 because he just had a baby and he wants to get what the baby needs. So effectively, when you really think about how important money is in terms of just that ability to have a safe, successful, and content existence, I don't understand why we don't train our children on money from the day that they are born. I see so many of our boys, our children, being trained to be great football players, and 99.9% of them ain't never gonna make a nickel playing football. But their parents will spend $1,000 sending that child to football camp. I'm like, that is not an investment. That is fine. I like football. I'm a big football fan. But can't we sort of really think about what should be the priority here? So effectively, when you talk about the use of money as a source of power or abuse or whatever the case may be, and whether money's good or bad, and I loved how Asia put the different beliefs we have about money. Money's the root of all evil. Debt is bad. And that's when I realized she was brilliant. And I said, so she brought up Dave Ramsey, because I brought that up before. Debt ain't always bad. Debt is not always good. Debt is just powerful. Money isn't always bad. Money isn't always good. Money's just powerful. It's like a gun. Is a gun bad or good? Well, it depends on what you need the gun for. If you're protecting somebody, if you're protecting your family, then it's a very good thing. If you're using it to commit a robbery, then it's a bad thing. Fire. Is fire good or bad? Well, fire can cook your food and keep you warm, or it can burn you and your family alive. So fire can be all these things. So money is very powerful. And here's the thing. Here's the problem. Here's what we gotta hack into this and understand this issue is that financial abuse that the sister was talking about in terms of relationships, it doesn't just happen in romantic relationships. It also happens in the relationship that black people have had with this country. See, when we talk about things like this is where I scare or confuse people, because I'll talk about integration and I'll sit here and I'll say, gosh, I don't mind the fact that my neighbors are white, and I don't mind the fact that I can go to shop in any store I want to. I've never had any issue with white people, unless you're trying to bully me or control me. When my daughter married a guy from Denmark, he's a really nice guy. I said, well, does he treat you well? Do you love him? Yeah, okay, fine. So I never had that issue with anybody who wasn't black. But what I do think about is I ask ourselves, I say, what did integration actually really do for us that I can really point to in terms of saying, okay, we are clearly better off after integration, right? Okay, let me see. Do we have more wealth than we had before integration? No. Okay. Because we own more land. We owned 100 times more land in 100 years ago than we do, or 20 times more land, or 50 times. It's some number. I got to look it up. But we own a lot more land before integration than we do now. Do we have more businesses now than we did before integration? No, we don't. We traded our businesses in for student loans and corporate jobs. That's what we did. In fact, we used to own a sports league. We had something called the Negro Leagues. We had the Golden Glory Sweepstakes, which is basically a black NASCAR. We had a lot of stuff. Your ancestors weren't just sitting around waiting for people to save them. They were actually building things and creating things out of necessity. Okay. Are families stronger now than they were before integration? Do we have stronger families, or have we kind of fallen off the rail a little bit? No. 76% of all black kids don't even have a daddy in the house. And we don't even think daddies even are important anymore. We think fathers are just this stupid little accessory that you tack on for convenience. When we would never assume that it's okay for 76% of our children to not have a mother in the house. But why do we think it's so normal for 76% of our kids to not have a father in the house? Maybe we need to process that a little bit. So you can go down the list. Educationally, were we better educated before integration or after? I don't know. Well, we got 55 public schools in Chicago that receive probably billions of dollars in funding that don't have one single child that can read or write or do math at grade level. Nope. So when I think about integration, here's what I see. Here's what I visualize. And JJ, let me know when my time is low, because I don't want to over talk. About 10 more minutes? Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to do 10 more minutes. What I visualize with integration is a marriage, and it's an abusive marriage. And it was a scenario where you formed a partnership where perhaps we were misled into believing that we would be equitable partners in this relationship. We thought we were going to sort of split the power, split the wealth, split the possibility. And that wasn't really the plan. That wasn't the plan. The plan was not to integrate you so you could be equal partners. The plan was to integrate you so that you could become subordinates. The plan was to commodify you. To some extent, black people we're like the KFC chicken that was invited to somebody's house for dinner. So the chicken arrives at the house thinking he's about to eat good, and he don't understand that, no, you are the dinner. We're going to put you in the middle of the plate. And you're like, ooh, we're going to put you in the middle of the table. Ooh, I'm going to be in the middle of the table. I'm getting all the attention, right? And you don't understand. They're going to carve a piece of your butt off and cook you because you are the commodity. So to some extent, what happened with integration is not, again, this is important to understand. Integration was not a bad concept. Just like marriage. Is marriage bad or good? Well, it depends on who you're married to. It depends on the nature of that relationship. So integration in itself was not a bad or a good concept. But in America, where you're dealing with this concept where unfortunately many whites were led to believe that they were superior to black people. And then also simultaneously, it takes two to tango now, you have a lot of black people, even to this day, who sort of have an inherent inferiority belief. We believe that we're supposed to serve somebody else, right? So it's a perfect combination, like the pimp and the hoe, right? Pimps can't pimp everybody. A pimp would not be able to recruit my daughters because they have high self-esteem. They have strong fathers that support them. They have access to resources. So they wouldn't be good targets for a pimp. They're both beautiful girls. But if you have that little girl out there who doesn't like herself very much, who doesn't have food to eat, who doesn't have anybody that has her back, who maybe doesn't have a lot of knowledge and education, well, then she's going to be a ready target. And pimps can smell this. Predators can smell this. So to some extent in America, remember, capitalism is another one of those things that's very powerful. I don't see it as good or bad. But in America, unfortunately, we are kind of committed to the idea of predatory capitalism. We have a lot of predatory capitalism. I'm not anti-capitalist now. I think capitalism can do wonderful things. But there's some problem with a society that believes that it's okay that workers' wages have been going down while CEO pay has been just skyrocketing through the roof. There's something wrong with a society where the top 1, 2, 3% of the country is allowed to own half the wealth, right? Like there's something wrong with a society where your government is $31 trillion in debt. And it's largely because there are people who believe wealthy people shouldn't have to pay more in taxes. I looked at that. I saw exactly when the U.S. debt started skyrocketing. Around 2000, President Bush pushed forward tax cuts. And he did that because at the time things looked good and there was a government surplus. And right after that happened, 9/11 occurred, which led to the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, which cost several $1 trillion. The big financial crisis of 2007 threw us further in debt because remember, the first thing Obama had to do when he got into office was write a big check for about $700 to $800 billion to bail out the banks. Not to bail out the American people, but we bailed out the banks, we bailed out Wall Street, right? And then a few years later, you have the pandemic. Now the debt to GDP ratio, which is almost like a debt to income ratio. So think about a debt to income ratio if you're trying to buy a house. So the debt to GDP ratio went from maybe about 50% in the 1960s to being 165% today. So effectively, if you think about it like this. The U.S. government has $31 trillion in debt. Annual tax revenue is about $4.5 to $5 trillion. That's like a person making $45,000 a year being $300,000 in debt. So if you had a friend that was $300,000 in debt, but they were making $45,000 a year, would that person be financially secure? Would you say that that person's in a good financial situation? No, you would not. So that's what your government looks like. So effectively, to some extent, America is a country that has this interesting history where not only do we have the racism, but it sort of bleeds into the capitalism, and the predatory capitalism just kind of says we're going to prey on anybody who's weak, not just because you're black. We don't hate you just because you're black. We might hate you because you're poor or because you're not one of the wealthy and powerful in this country. So what is the solution? What's the best way to kind of look at this? What does this mean? Well, I do have this book. Feel free to take a look at it. It's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Now, I wrote this book mainly because it is my firm belief that in order for us to improve our economic condition, we must address the economic culture that exists in our families. We have to stop raising our kids to make them believe that the highest height they can ascend to is to get a nice job with a nice office and then go run off and live in a white neighborhood. That can't do. Now, that's okay if that's what people do. I'm not judging that. What I'm saying, though, is that you have a lot of people, a lot of children that are so smart that they could become the billionaires that fund and create thousands of jobs. They could become the captains of industry, but instead, the little kid is 16 years old and he's good with computers, and somebody, what do they say? Oh, you're going to get you a good job. Hey, that's what they used to say to me. And so here's the thing you got to understand is that if you look at Elon Musk, one of the richest men on the planet, Elon Musk is pretty much just an engineer who also learned how to be an entrepreneur, who took some risks and took his engineering skill and scaled that up into something where he's been able to create over 500,000 jobs, mostly for his community. If you look at the history of Jeff Bezos, another man who's worth over $100 billion who created Amazon, if you look at his history, I've studied these guys because I like to reverse engineer. If you're doing something that's working, I'm going to study that. Well, Jeff Bezos was just a techie kid, like a lot of our kids in our community, who then decided to take a chance to become an entrepreneur. He walked away from a very good, high-paying job. People told him he was stupid for doing this. And he went and he sat in a training class, a free class on how to become a librarian, how to run a bookstore. So he's sitting next to these librarians taking notes on how to run a bookstore. I kid you not. And that is literally the origin of Amazon. So my point is to say this, and this is what we'll end with, is I think we can do so much better. Yes. I believe deeply in the idea that we are just sitting on the secret sauce, that we got the juice. We are everything that we need. We are the $1 trillion commodity that we've been looking for. I believe the gold is buried right in your backyard, and you ain't got to go down the street, around the block. You ain't got to sell your kids into corporate slavery. You ain't got to go to places where you're not wanted to find opportunity. I believe that you have the ability to manifest realities that are so extraordinary that even you don't understand how amazing they're going to be. But all we need is the confidence and the discipline and the commitment to developing a culture that allows us to fully manifest and create those realities. Take those kids that might want to be great basketball and football players and create an army of black entrepreneurs. Buy stock for your children from the time they're born. And then if you do that, and they will have so much money by the time they're 25 or 30. If you consistently buy them stock from the time they're born, by the time they're 30, they'll have so much money they'll never have to work for anybody. If you don't believe me, go to my website, boycewatkins.com. I have something there called a $5 a day investing plan. I had to create this because I had so many people that were giving me pushback because they've been led to the false belief that black people can't build any wealth, that black people don't have enough money to invest. So I said, okay, well, can black people afford chicken? They said, yeah. I said, absolutely. If I put a Popeye's chicken in the poorest neighborhood in America, in one day there'd be a line out the door, around the corner, down the block, full of people that shouldn't be eating chicken. You know what I'm talking about. So let's pick $5 a day, which you can't even buy a Popeye's chicken value meal for $5. So if a person invests $5 a day consistently in any S&P 500 index fund, Victor Oscar Oscar, VOO, is one that you can pick if you want one, if you want to start that for your child, or SPY, that's another one. If you do $5 a day in any S&P 500 fund as a gift to that newborn baby, by the time the child is 10, they have approximately $21,000. By the time the child is 20, they have approximately $102,000. By the time the child is 30, they have approximately $250,000. By the time they're 40, they have approximately $750,000. At that point, you're not poor anymore. In fact, after the first decade, you're not poor anymore. There's nobody that's liquid that has 20, 30, 40, $50,000 in the bank that could call themselves poor. What does that do? That changes the game. That means they don't have to spend their lives in slavery. That means they don't have to spend their lives doing work they don't want to do. They don't have to spend their lives in places that they're not wanted. They can actually go be free and manifest and live the life they're supposed to live. So let's do that for our kids, and let's make our people great, because that's what we deserve. And I believe it to the core of my heart. Thank you all very much for listening. I appreciate it. So it says here that first, the original intent of the Clarendon County, South Carolina lawsuit in 1953 was for parity in the allocation of education funding. Under a separate but equal public policy, blacks wanted to stop the local board of education from giving white schools 4 times as much money as they allocated to black schools. So it seems like he's saying that the original intent of integrating schools was not to get black kids sitting next to white kids. It was to get the same resources that white kids were getting in their schools. So he says that second, the U.S. Supreme Court's Brown versus Board of Education ruling that segregated schools were inherently inferior and unequal. The ruling that segregated schools were inherently inferior and unequal was wrong. They are unequal when they are unequally supported. Instead of integrating and busing black students into white schools, the Supreme Court should have ordered the Board of Education to bus more money. So he's saying instead of busing the kids out of their own neighborhoods into these white neighborhoods where they have rocks thrown at them and get beat up every day, he's saying we don't need to be next to white people. We just want access to money. We want access to our taxpayer dollars. So he says instead of integrating and busing black students into white schools, the Supreme Court should have bused more money, better instructional materials, better trained staff, and newer equipment into black schools. Third, research studies conducted in Norfolk, Virginia, and other school districts revealed that black children are not performing significantly better in integrated schools than they were in all black schools. So your kids are not doing better in integrated schools than kids were doing before integration occurred. Moreover, some schools showed either no progress or in some instances academic achievement gaps that were widening rather than closing. Fourth, integration made black people guests in America. Integration has been used to justify closing black schools, firing black teachers and administrators, busing black children, assigning massive numbers of black children to special education classes, and depriving black children of the advantage of being a majority population. Finally, in 1990, that's a big deal. Actually, let's pause with that. So he says integration has made black people guests in America. It took away power that you had because your power comes from being together, not by being diluted. He says that integration has been used to justify closing black schools. Has anybody noticed any of that in your city? I know in Chicago, I've seen a lot of black schools get closed. Let's see here. Justify closing black schools, firing black teachers. Again, what I see with integration is it's kind of like we can take better care of your kids than you can. So come over here and let us drive the bus. We're going to put them on this bus with the white kids, and we're going to drive the bus. So that what that does is that basically kind of says, okay, black people are a commodity, including your children. We're going to have them in our systems and et cetera, so we can get that government money or whatever the case may be. But we don't want you to have any control or power in this space. So you start to feel less powerful. You start to feel unempowered because you're in the space where you're basically being kicked around and told what to do. You have other people basically running the whole show. They get rid of the black teacher that's going to go advocate for the black kids. They get rid of the black principal. They get rid of the black contractors and suppliers. And so what does that do to the community? Well, that means that one, think about this. I mean, schools and kids and all that, that's an industry. That the educational system is an industry. So they pretty much said, we want you to be fuel for the industry. We want to make money from you, but we don't want you making any of that money. We don't want you to have any of that control, any of that power. And we get to indoctrinate your children into our way of thinking, our way of life. The best thing we can do for a black child is to make that black child just like a white child. And that is unfortunately such a painful, sad reality. And that's what you're seeing right now. So that's why you see your communities, many of your communities just dying and dead because they pretty much sucked out all the resources. One of the most valuable resources on this planet is human beings, human capital.
They call it human capital. You knew that. I mean, during slavery, you were a valuable commodity. They could get a mortgage on a slave. You could to use a slave for collateral. All these things, right? So effectively, by integrating the schools and all this other stuff, and integrating the other parts of the economy, they were able to commodify you and make money from you without necessarily having to share anything with you. And so, what does that do with your black professionals? That leaves them broke, struggling, begging, powerless. They're black kids that graduate from college every year. Millions of black kids graduate from college. They have no place in their own neighborhoods that they can go get a job. They can't. The only choice that many black college graduates have when they graduate is to go work for a white person. Am I lying or am I telling the truth? Tell me this. A lot of y'all graduated from college. How many of y'all were able to go back to your own community and find a damn job? Nobody. You were forced to go to their community and work for them. So this is the wealth gap that we talk about every day. You have to understand these things to understand where the money is going. So let me keep reading here. So on page 98 in the book Powernomics, Dr. Anderson's book, in case you just came in, you can go to powernomics.com and get a copy. He says education reform number 2 that he would implement is control public and independent schools. Since 1977, the U.S. Supreme Court has issued a number of rulings that blacks can now use to regain control of public and private schools within communities that serve their children. These schools must be restructured. The mission, the curricula, budgets, and teachers to serve the immediate economic needs of those who control them. Without that control, blacks cannot direct or use schools for their purposes. Okay. All right. How does a community get control of its schools? Many majority black urban areas provide instructive case studies in the types of problems blacks will encounter as they seek more control over their schools, especially public schools. Detroit is an example. Detroit was a leader in locally controlled schools in the 1960s. The movement that started there spread across the nation. Now, Detroit is a leading change in the opposite direction, white control of black schools and their students. Detroit is a majority black community with a black student body, a black mayor, black dominated city council, and an elected black school board. Local control should have meant black local control. However, as is often the case, it did not. Now, what's interesting is that Dr. Anderson wrote this about 30 years ago. Look at Detroit right now. Look at Detroit right now. Detroit is the biggest urban plantation I have ever seen in my life. And Detroit is just one of many cities that's in that same predicament. I mean, I'm sorry, if you're from Detroit, I love you, but y'all living on a plantation. This don't make no damn sense that people who are not black have so much control over the resources. What is going on? What is happening here? So in January 1999, Michigan's white governor, John Engler, proposed that the Detroit public schools with a 98% black student enrollment be taken out of the hands of the elected local school board and transferred to one appointed by the mayor. The governor also proposed that the mayor appoint a representative to the Detroit School Board who would have the power to override and veto any actions. This political maneuver essentially transferred control of the Board of Education from the electorate to the governor and the mayor of the city. As expected, once this transfer of power took place, the governor appointed a white representative to oversee the predominantly black Board of Education. Whether the schools are predominantly white or black, located in an urban city or not, they are always under the control of whites. So while parents in non-black communities are getting more control over their schools, black communities are losing it. Whites have control of black schools, whether they take over public institutions or establish underfunded charter schools, a voucher system, or implement similar conservative concepts. While charter schools can be developed to advance Powernomics principles, at present, most charter schools are underfunded and lack the support and ancillary services that they need to be successful. They compete with and undermine public schools. So, um, let me throw something in there with this. With Dr. Anderson, he's talking about charter schools, and he's talking about school as a place that you go to outside of your house. I just want to reiterate that school is a place that can actually be inside your house. Just like with my business, my wife and I run our businesses inside our house. We don't get up and leave and go to a place of employment. She still works for the university, but she's hardly ever on campus, especially since the pandemic. I think education can be done the same way. And here's an even deeper part of that idea. Not only do I think that we can educate our own kids, this is why I created this whole book club. I kid you not. I said, if I'm reaching 1 million black people a week, and all this other stuff. We can educate our own kids. I can give millions of black kids access to a professor if they want one, if their parents value that. Okay. So you don't have to go to college to get all that. College can be right here. But the other piece of that is I think it goes deeper than that. More important than giving your child a good education is giving them the right culture that leads them to value education. What I have found is that I could sit there with our kids and force them to learn things and shove information down their throats and constantly, say learn this and learn that and learn that. And some of that's called for. But really, what's even more valuable is if I can light a fire in them that makes them want to go and acquire more knowledge and information in specific areas. And that comes from their value system. So what's interesting, I'll give you an example. Today, my 12-year-old sent me a link to a TikTok content creator who does really great Black history stuff. I can't remember her name. And I was super happy that my 12-year-old daughter was sending this channel to me because these are the things that she watches on her own. She wants to learn things on her own because we instilled in her something more important than education. We gave her a value system. It's almost like persuasion. When they talk about persuasion, I had a friend who unfortunately he had a sibling that committed suicide. I don't want to sound sad or depressing, but he did. And he said that what I realized a year later was that I talked to my brother about his problems and I was giving him solutions to his problems. And he kept saying, okay, okay. But he said, I realized later that he never actually bought in to anything that I was saying. And so what happened was he kind of talked him into it, sort of, or kind of explained it and told him what to do. But he didn't get him to actually internalize what he needed to do. Right. So what I think with our children is that the goal, in my opinion, nobody's better at doing this than the parent or the primary influencer of the child, is to get them to internalize what they want to do. So as important as like what you actually teach the kid, this is just me thinking here out loud about this. Um, I don't really think so much about what I'm teaching the kid. I haven't sat and read Powernomics to any of our children, actually. I've never sat down and said, we're all going to read this together because I said so. You know what I do? I do stuff around them and I talk to them about things in a way where they understand that to be a productive, relevant Black person in this world, you've got to understand Powernomics principles. So then what happens is eventually when they walk up and they're like, hey, let me hear more about what you're talking about, or let me read this, or I saw this on the internet, or they're wearing pro-Black t-shirts or whatever. So they're going out and consciously seeking knowledge that is consistent with the culture that we've established in the household. The culture we've established is pro-education. The culture we've established is pro-Black. The culture we've established is built on economic strength and prosperity. So at that point, they're driving the car at this point. And I know with pretty good confidence, at least I believe so. Sometimes we're not 100% accurate because kids are crazy. But I believe that as they make decisions in their lives, remember 99% of their decisions are going to be made without me or their mother around. They're going to make decisions that are pro-education, pro-Black, pro-economic security. Do you follow what I'm saying? I hope that makes sense. Focus on shifting the culture. You exemplify that in everything that you do. When you're having conversations with other adults in front of the children, have those conversations in a way where where they're listening to mom or they're looking at dad and they're thinking, oh, okay, so this is what you're supposed to do as a grown-up. This is what Black people do. And I kid you not, our kids, they don't even realize how rare it is to grow up in a house with two college professors running the household. They just think that that's normal. So literally, we'll sit around at the dinner table and have conversations with the 12-year-old that would be held in a graduate school symposium. And she will be participating in these conversations because she thinks that that's normal. Okay, so do that. Build the culture, create the culture, and then I think the education and stuff will follow because that culture and the values will shape the type of education they pursue, the types of things that they want to learn, the things they want to be good at. I don't think our kid's going to grow up wanting to become good at, twerking or killing people because that's not in the culture, okay, of the house. All right, so let's see here. So Dr. Ants on page 99 in Powernomics, he says, whether the schools are predominantly white or Black, located in an inner city or not, they're always under the control of whites. And then I'll skip forward. He says, whether it's vouchers or charter schools, Black parents will try these new education strategies, seeking options for their children and beguiled by the promise of a few dollars, which are insufficient to provide a complete education. Within the next few years, it is not difficult to project that social conservatives who argue for tax cuts and options that divert funds away from public school will successfully destroy or at least severely cripple the public school system, which they pretty much have. These growing trends contribute to the loss of control Blacks have over their own educational systems. How can Blacks exercise more control over institutions within their own residential neighborhoods as they rebuild them into communities? It will not be through civil rights, equal opportunity, or social integration. All have failed Blacks. Control must begin by using Supreme Court decisions to gain control of the money that supports schools. The old adage that he who pays the piper names the tune still applies. All states assign substantial powers to local school boards. The bulk of school funding comes from local communities and not from the federal government, from federal or state governments. Since Black communities pay taxes, they must have the greatest say in how their schools operate. Like white communities, they should control their schools. Otherwise, there is reason to question whether Blacks should collectively withhold payments of those taxes that support a school system that they cannot control locally. Today, white government agencies and corporations are intensifying their economic control over Black schools and using them to benefit members of the majority society. Across America, corporations are taking over Black schools under the guise of supporting the voucher system, charter schools, and privatizing public services. The real prize, however, is the more than $100 billion that is spent annually in urban school districts for building construction, school supplies, textbooks, food services, testing programs, and internet infrastructure services. So remember, your kids are a cash cow. They're putting $100 billion into these urban schools, even the ones that are failing, and they're all lining up to become contractors and to make money at these schools. Let's see. They are sought after prizes not necessarily because they have the largest budgets, but rather because their money is an easy target. They do not face significant internal competition from Black people, nor do they encounter cumbersome or restrictive procurement standards. Corporations use many tactics to pry open the Black community for their own economic benefit, and the techniques are much the same regardless of the particular area they target. A frequent technique is to hire a credible Black person as the interface. The interface gets a nice salary, and the company gets a direct pipeline into the source of profit they seek, which is, in this case, the schools. Because Blacks have such a weak sense of community, it is sometimes hard to deconstruct those quote-unquote opportunities to find the catch. If Blacks are going to control schools, they must recapture funding. It is the state's responsibility to fund schools, but control is a local decision. By following the money, Blacks can take conservative programs and use them to their own advantage. They can set up special independent schools, whether they are charter schools, religious schools, or a private academy. So let's see here. So he says Blacks could require that new monetary controls be established that would track the funds allocated for each student, et cetera, et cetera. All right, so I'm going to jump forward to his education reform number 3. This is on page 101 of the book Powernomics. You can go to powernomics.com and get a copy. Cooperative and group learning versus individualism. Public and private schools, based on the Powernomics plan, must teach children to work and learn cooperatively as members of a team. White society credits Anglo-Saxon rugged individualism with development of this nation. Accordingly, they place great importance on educational programs that teach children to compete against each other. Individualism in schools is a form of educational Darwinism, or survival of the fittest and brightest. It is a form of selfishness that encourages a child to be self-centered, to outdo and profit at the expense of another child. This is the same ideology that drives this nation's political and economic systems from which Black people have systematically been excluded. If Black children are going to successfully compete, they will have to experience countervailing educational practices that play to the strengths of the Black people as a community. So this goes to what one of the things that we started focusing a lot on in the Black Business School, which is relationships. George C. Frazier is one of the partners that comes into the school all the time. I like George because George teaches people, particularly our people, how to network with each other, how to build relationships with each other, how to work together with each other. My wife, I love bringing my wife in because she is a relationship therapist. She helps us overcome the problems that become barriers to the formation of relationships, which is the fact that the majority of us are traumatized and easily triggered, which can cause the breakdown of relationships. It starts in your family when your daddy wasn't around when you were growing up, or maybe your siblings stole money from you, or you grew up in a neighborhood where people were getting killed. All these things affect your ability to form relationships, which inhibit your ability to work together. But let me just tell you, the world of economics is always a team sport. If you look at big corporations like Apple, Microsoft, Google, Netflix, whatever, those are economic teams, those economic groups. They are working together as a group. There is no one guy named Netflix who runs this $250 million or $250 billion company. There's no one guy named Apple who controls this $2 trillion entity called Apple. It's thousands and thousands of people who are all on the same page, who learn how to overcome their differences and find some way to work together. They have a uniform standard code of conduct, code of behavior. They wear the same clothes. They're in the same gang. They follow the same principles, etc. So they can all achieve the big goal of making Apple one of the most dominant corporations in the world. Kids have to be taught this at an early age. This is another reason why hip hop culture is not healthy for our children. Not all of it, but some of it. The toxic hip hop culture. Let's say that, because toxic hip hop culture, all you've got are a bunch of egomaniacs bragging about how great they are and how they're shining and they're better than other people and everything else. And it separates that individual from the group, and it gets us into this weird kind of hero worship where we're all waiting for Superman to carry us off into the solar system, when really no black man is going to save black people. No black woman is going to save black people. Stop waiting for a messiah. What's going to save black people are going to be black people working together. It's going to be institutional thinking. It's going to be collective thinking, collectivism. So this is these concepts actually come more from the left. They come from socialism, communism, Marxism. But then capitalism teaches you how to make the money. So I don't think black children should be trained to be Marxists. I don't think they should be trained to be capitalists. I don't think they should be trained to be socialists. I think they should be trained to understand all the different ideologies so you can find a way to build collective strength economically that will allow you to accomplish your goals. If you're working alone, if you're working by yourself, you probably won't accomplish hardly anything. And then at some point, you're going to run into a group of people that are going to do better than you, because you can't be everything to everybody all the time. But if you learn how to form healthy relationships with other smart people and work together as a collective, which comes down to basic things like being a good person and not being an egomaniac, that goes a long way. I just know so many people some famous people who are just such pricks that nobody wants to be around them. The good people don't even want to work with them. And somebody raised them to believe that, especially as a black man, that if you are the man, you got to be the alpha. You got, I got to dominate everybody. That's stupid. Learn how to work together. Learn how to be cooperative, and stop thinking that cooperative behavior is a feminine concept. There's nothing feminine about a man who understands the importance of the collective and the importance of the group. And all these principles are critical to understand, because people who think that way tend to be more successful. They have more money. They're safer. They're better off. Their families are stronger. They just have more success in general. So let me keep going here. All right. So on page 101, Dr. Anderson says at the bottom of page 101, he says that one of the biggest weaknesses in the race is based on the Willie Lynch theory of divide and conquer. Teamwork is left largely to sports. We need less individualism and more togetherness and group cooperation. Instilling the values and advantages of group cohesiveness in most cultures fall upon the shoulders of basic institutions: the family, the school, and the church. But since so many black families are broken and dysfunctional, why is he literally saying exactly what we were literally just talking about this. He says, since so many black families are broken and dysfunctional, our schools and churches have to pick up the slack. And the schools ain't doing the job either. So one of the reasons why I think you should be very careful about what we say about the black church is because the black church, when it's at its best, that is one of the few institutions you have left. You don't own your schools. You don't even own your families. A lot of you don't even have families. A lot of us didn't have families. My father was gone before I was even born. So a lot of, but I had a family. I mean, we came together, and what we did that actually worked well with my father that adopted me, that was the source of our strength. That established a culture that made us better prepared for success, right? But if you think about scenarios where our families fall apart, it's just really hard, and it is very traumatic to try to succeed in that kind of environment. So So he says here, let's see here, to reverse some of the inappropriate behavior patterns of our race, it is important that the Black child's early school years be devoted primarily to instilling a strong communal spirit and developing its effective cooperative skills, teaching your child how to play well with others. Don't raise little pricks. The nation was founded on the affirmation of individual liberties and rights, while it was holding nearly 5 million Black slaves hostage as a group. Beyond the rhetoric and myths that admonished Blacks to behave as individuals, they were always treated as a group in practice. Pursuing the individualism myth left Blacks bereft of group self interest and group based support structures. Teaching children to live as individuals is a philosophical design that works best for white children. They can afford to be individuals because they are the majority, and everything in the society is designed to support and accommodate the white majority. It is minority groups that are hurt by the concept of individualism in a society in which wealth and power follow the numbers. Understanding of vulnerabilities associated with individualism has not escaped many minority subcategories of the majority society. Jews are a good example. As a religious minority, they stay together as a group. While they encourage Black Americans to seek social integration, they themselves do not seek religious integration. They understand that in a society with constitutionally approved religious pluralism, maintaining a separate religion works to their advantage. So instead of social integration, Jewish solidarity should be an instructive model for Blacks. One of the major reasons that Jews have succeeded economically and politically in America is that Jews move as a group. Jewish families and their religious institutions instill a sense of community and groupism in young Jewish children early in life. Listen, please listen to this. Years ago, a successful Jewish businessman told me that Jewish schools teach cooperative economics. The young students are reportedly taught that, quote, whatever they want to buy in life, somewhere there is a Jewish person who makes or sells it. They teach this to their kids. They teach this to their kids. This is crazy. They teach this to their kids. They say, look, anything you want to buy, there's a Jewish person that sells it. Go find a Jewish person. And I remember thinking about this when before I got married, and somebody said, would you marry a white girl? I said no. And they said, why? I said, I don't hate anybody, but if I'm looking for a good woman, there's a Black woman somewhere that will fit the description. No matter what you're looking for, there's a Black woman out there somewhere for you, right? So that desire, that innate value system that leads you to look within your group to find the solution to your problem, this is something that Jews teach their children as a cultural value. Culture, 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 culture. This is culture. This is not, you could be from this community. You could be Jewish and not spend 1 second on a college campus. But your likelihood of success is high because you've been educated on a certain set of cultural values that will guide your behavior. You could be illiterate in Jewish, but if you know what it means to be Jewish and you spend time around Jewish people, you're going to make decisions in a certain way that will be more likely to lead to your economic success. Let's read a little more, then we'll be done for tonight. When successfully taught, this lesson of mutual support and cooperative economics guides Jewish people throughout their adult lives and keeps them united and economically strong at a fundamental level. In groups, children can educate each other and learn to get along with each other. Research indicates that learning in group activities can provide double benefits. Students in groups functioning as learning communities can master academic subjects collectively, but students in the groups also learn roles. They learn how to be leaders and followers. They learn how to share and how to care, depend on and accept each other's contributions to a team effort. Group learning guides students to identify group problems, amass their collective resources, and look within themselves for answers. The responsibility rests with educators to develop curricula that make effective use of group teaching and learning methods. Essentially, group teaching and learning can help to concentrate the direction and quality of learning, to foster new patterns of behavior, and to eradicate cross-purpose activities. Whew, I think that's good. I'm going to stop right here. That's enough for us to digest, I think, for this week. I hope that this resonated with you. I hope that we internalized some of this. I know I did. I know it reinforced certain things with me. I'm just telling you, I can just tell you as a guy who's done some stuff and got some education, made some money, whatever, all these other things, made a lot of mistakes, learned from those mistakes as much as possible. I can really tell you that every day that goes by in my life, the more I learn about the importance of being able to work with and relate to the people around you, and how those healthy interactions and relationships can allow you to do things that you just cannot do on your own, um, versus the other outcomes when you get so self-absorbed and caught up in what you're doing and how great you are and that you're the best and everything, and how that can cause you to kind of be stuck on an island. So I think that generally speaking, what I'm picking up from what Dr. Anderson wrote in the section that we read today is we've got to really work on whatever healing is necessary for us to be able to come together and find ways to create mutually beneficial scenarios that allow us to all succeed and win. Okay. So, speaking of that, just a reminder, don't forget the All Black National Convention is coming up October 28th through the 30th. I hope you'll consider joining us. We're going to be in Charlotte, North Carolina at the downtown Sheraton Hotel. All the information to join the convention, if you go to boycewatkins.com, it's all right there. We have spaces. If you want to get a pass, of course, you can do that. If you want to get a children's ticket, we have a children's curricula. You have to sign up for your kids early so that we can know that they're coming. We also have discounts for senior citizens, things like that. And if you want to be, if you're a vendor or you want to sponsor, you have a black-owned business, we have spaces for vendors and sponsors. Just scroll down boycewatkins.com. You'll see stuff there. Also, last but not least, the hotels, they discounted the rate significantly for us. So don't pay the regular rate. The Sheraton's not the cheapest; it's about $300, but I think we got them to drop the rate to $139. So if you'd like to join us, I hope you'll consider it. It's so you can go to boycewatkins.com. It's October 28th through the 30th. Okay, everybody. Well, it was real. It was good to see you, and happy Powernomics to everybody. And I love you, and I will see you all soon. And what age is appropriate for children? At some point I'm gonna do a straight Q&A on the convention, but in our kids program, we like for the kids to be 7 and up. I think 7 is the lowest age. If they're babies, they're not prepared to take little 1-year-olds and things like that. But I think 7 and up is the age that they pick. Okay, so have a good night, everybody, and love you, and I will see you all really soon, and take care. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Okay, let's see. Jabral, uh, anybody who's in here soliciting people to inbox them, you're gonna get blocked. So I want you to know that. So let me block this fake account, Jabriel. Yeah, there's like a fake Boyce Watkins that comes in every now and then and stuff like that. So I gotta get rid of the spam. So y'all have a good night, everybody. I'll see you later. Okay, take care.
Hey everybody, how are you? Good to see you. Sorry I'm late. I just had a weird interaction with the white lady downstairs that forced me to have to leave the computer at the last minute. So I'll tell you guys about it in a second. It was she was a nice lady, but it was kind of weird. And she said that me and my wife were making a lot of noise.
Hey,
Hey,
Dr. Watkins.
hey, what's going on, Brent? How are you?
Hey, good. You guys aren't on air now, are you?
Yeah, we are on the air, but I can take you off until you're ready.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Hold on. I just want to make sure he's get him.
Okay, okay. All right. So welcome everybody. Welcome to the book club. It's so good to see everybody. And today we have a special guest, Dr. Claude Anderson. He's going to come in, and I figure it's better that he talks about his book than to just have me recite things or give you my interpretation of his words. So get comfortable. I'm gonna make my cup of coffee real quick. So y'all go and grab you guys a drink, and I'll be right back.
Now it's on. That looks good. Okay.
Hello, family keeps me together. Oh, Lordy, Lordy.
Hey, Dr. Anderson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can always hear you.
All right, awesome, awesome. Give me 1 second. Let me tell you, you won't believe it.
I can even hear you when I'm sleeping.
You can hear me when you're sleeping, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that means that you got a powerful voice.
Oh no, not as powerful as yours. So hello everybody. Let's see. Are you all able to chat? Let me know if you all are able to say something in the chat. I'm opening the chat up now. Give me a second here. There we go. There we go. How's everybody doing today? Yeah, so let me tell you, right? The reason I was a little late was because right before I was about to turn my laptop on, the doorbell rang. Me and my wife were in the Bahamas this week, and and it was the lady, a white lady from downstairs. She said you are making so much noise, and we could hear all the noises, and it kept us up all night. And I said, it's just me and my wife. We're a couple of nerds. We don't make noise. And I just told her, I said, like, I said, I'm glad I didn't bring the kids, because then you would have really had something to complain about. So anyway, everybody, I hope you will greet Dr. Anderson today. It's real honor to have you, and so great to see you again. And if you don't mind, shout out a few of the cities that are here. I see Alfonso is out of Birmingham, and Karen Dorsey out of Gastonia, and Pamela Copley. Let's see here, Kim Hitchcock. Let's see here, Diana Parker from Tampa. I see Silver Spring, Maryland. Shonda's from Los Angeles. Polly's out of Minnesota. Durham, North Carolina. You spent a lot of years in North Carolina. Is that right, Dr. Anderson?
Yes, in Winston-Salem, not Winston-Salem, about 30 miles east of High Point.
Okay. How many years did you spend? Is that where you kind of grew up, or was that when?
Yeah, until about 13 or 14. Then we got religion and moved to Detroit, Michigan, and where my father was at that time, and stayed there for about 3 years. Then went into the Marine Corps. Marine Corps says, we need some good men. I said, I only see one in this room, so I guess that must be talking about me.
Well, thank you for your service. And there's a lot of veterans that come into class and that join the Black Business School. And I want to say thank you to all of y'all for your service. I met a guy today at lunch, and he told me that his mother was at Syracuse University during World War II. And that right after Pearl Harbor happened, she said that before Pearl Harbor, they had a class of 45 men and 5 women. She said after Pearl Harbor happened, all the men left. There was 5 men and 5 women after that, because all the men signed up to go and fight the Japanese. And I thought that's interesting, because you wouldn't really see that happen today. It seems like people, I guess we lost trust, of the government, and people aren't really ready to fight for the country as much as they used to.
Yeah, that's true. As a matter of fact, I may have said this on previous occasions, but we had a POW camp only about 2 miles from my house during World War II, where the prisoners were stored, and off the shore we had captured a submarine off the shore of North Carolina, and we had about 200 and something, about 260,000, 260, not thousand, 260 sailors, German sailors there, and those German sailors were stored there on Liberty and about 12th Street, and the funniest thing about it, every time we go by there, we go downtown to the white downtown. They would be out there playing basketball or baseball, wearing little white uniforms, and we walk by and they said, try to spit on us, and when they couldn't spit on us, they would hang on the fence like this and call us all kind of names, like Schwarzenegger. You know what a Schwarzenegger is? Since you had a governor named Schwarzenegger, you know what Schwarzenegger is?
Yeah, I mean, I assume it's similar to the regular name. I assume it's a German nigga.
No. Schwarzenegger was a black nigger. That was a very popular name in Germany, was Schwarzenegger, just like Schwarzenegger in this country, the movie star. And so they would call us names like that and then turn around and pat their butts to us and drop their pants and show us their butts and pat them and give us the fingers and stuff like that. And we just used to laugh and try to figure out some way to get them back. And they would come down to the movies on weekends also. And because whites treated the German Germans prisoners better than they treated the black folk in the South. So the Germans would come downtown to the movies, and we sat upstairs because they made us walk upstairs in the white theaters, and all the whites would sit downstairs with the German soldiers, which we just absolutely loved, because you know what we would do? Because we just knock all of our sodas off the railing there, and pops and everything else. Everything would fall down on the whites and the German soldiers, and we just laughed because we said that's the only way we can get them back. And furthermore, is that a lot of them would go home to the white folks' home over the weekend, even though they were prisoners of war. They could still go to the white homes and spend a weekend at a white home. And at the same time, some of our boys was off in Germany getting killed trying to get back home to America. And they would sit up front in the restaurants and everything else. And so I said, I'm just so glad that when this war ends, and maybe black folk will understand the difference between being white in any country in Europe. All Europeans were whites. And that's what it came from the word Caucasian. They were Caucasoids. It came from up near the Black Sea and the Caucasus. And just like the Jews were originally Khazarians. They were just white Khazarians. And after they took over the religion, the black religion, which was a Jewish religion from black folk, they renamed it and renamed themselves, started calling themselves Jews, and separate themselves based on religion. And but they were still white, just the same, just like the Germans were. And Japanese and these Chinese were still mistreating us just as badly. So everybody was mistreating us during the World War II. So you can't pick any group from any place on the earth based on their religion, their culture, their history, their language, anything that makes them distinctly different from what all whites are. All whites or anybody who could pass for white was based on the first legislative bill passed by the United States Congress in 1890, which says that anybody, this is a white country, anybody who can pass for white, look white, act white, and get by, they would be classified as whites. And all the rest of them, you all gonna be these squash niggers, and you got a lot of debt to pay because we're gonna hold you accountable just for being black.
Well, you know, Dr. Anderson, I wanted to ask you about something. I was last week. I'd like to get your thoughts on it in terms of just from just your natural perspective. Did you happen to follow any of the conversations happening about Deion Sanders and Deion Sanders being at a HBCU, and then he left the HBCU to go to the University of Colorado? Did you catch any of that?
No, I don't. I to be honest with you, I don't know who you're telling me about this. When I gave up wrestling, karate, and judo, I didn't like any other sport. If it's not a butt kicking sport, I don't like basketball, tennis, golf ball, baseball, any bowling balls, any kind of thing that's playing with your balls. I don't have very much interest in.
Okay, so no playing with your balls. Well,
no, I don't play with the balls stuff. So anybody I catch making $100 million playing with the balls, I say, hey, I'm out of that.
Let me just brief you on it real quick, and I'd like to get your thoughts on it because it was a heavy debate. And basically, so here's what was going on. So Deion Sanders was an all-star in the NFL. He was really one of the best players ever, and he went to an HBCU. So that surprised everybody. Jackson State offered him a job to be the head coach for the football team. And nobody else had offered him a head coaching job, but Jackson State did. So Deion went there, and he just electrified the city. They were making a lot more money. They were filling up stadiums. For 2 years, his team was one of, if not the best team in the conference. and he was doing extremely well. So everyone was excited about how this was bringing attention to HBCUs. A lot of the best players had started to attend HBCUs, where a lot of them used to go to the white schools, and the white schools would make money from them. Now you had Jackson State recruiting some of the best out there. Well, then the University of Colorado came along, and they offered Deion $5 million a year. And Deion left Jackson State and to take the job at Colorado. So a lot of people, some people felt it was the best move to make because it was more money, more visibility for Deion, things like that. But then there are some people who felt that it was disappointing because they'd hoped that he would stick it out with HBCUs and help develop HBCUs as an attracting point for the top Black athletes, coaches, et cetera. I'd like to get your thoughts on that because I was kind of mixed too. On one hand, there was a lot of money there for this job, but on the other hand, I saw him really building a very powerful legacy that was going to be to the economic benefit of not just him, but also to the university, to the city of Jackson, and to HBCUs as a whole. Did you have any thoughts on that?
Well, in the context and under the context of powernomics, what one should ask oneself is, how did Black folk benefit from that? How did they benefit from leaving a Black school, going to a white school, or getting more money, or getting more visibility? What did that, at the bottom line, if I were to pour everything through a net and dry it out, what do you get? What's left over? What have Black folk got to show for that whole charade of going from being on a Black team to switching to a white teams? So when you graduate, you can get more money and you can get a little more visibility. I don't understand, because I can't see, integration is a degraded situation for Black folk. Why would you get your jollies or your kicks off of being off a white school besides just money? See, if you're fighting for your lives, if you knew your race right now, which they should know, your race holds a world's record, WORLD world record for the longest enslaved people on earth. Why would you get your kicks off of going with a white school just to get more money and more publicity? Why aren't you concentrating on the fact that after 465 years, you own and control absolutely nothing? You own, and you're up now to be eliminated and exterminated from this earth. What did you get out of it? Why would you side with somebody who's in opposition to you? You know they're using you, and you didn't see the Jews running out of the box up there, broadcast box, saying we're gonna put our Jewish athletes in there so they can get more money. They didn't want that kind of money. They wanted to be able to own and control the teams. Where are all the Black teams that Black folk got from all that? Where's all the money they got from it? If they did that starting in the 1940s, and now here we are almost getting close to 100 years, what have they got to show after 40 years of being a show for white folk? Tell me that. I want to understand. I'm at a loss. I don't know. What did you get for being showing? When you don't have any community, you don't have any businesses, you don't have any wealth, you don't have any power, you don't have any unity, you don't have any culture. Your culture's been raped and robbed and stolen, given to everybody. Now you're an artifact for culture for all these groups coming to America. I mean, I'm looking for something. Don't give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Give me just one. Give me one thing that Blacks got out of that. And you can start with, as an example, Jackie Robinson. I never understood the importance of all Blacks. We got Jackie Robinson. We got now that the Depression is over and it's 1930s, and Black folk are not going to go in and rebuild their little neighborhoods, and they don't have any businesses. They had 20 times more businesses in 1920 per 100,000 Blacks than they got today. They had 20 times more. And I said, what are you going to show for it now? Well, they said, well, in 1938 and 39, what we'll do is that we don't want to own businesses anymore like we were trying to do in 1920s. We came out of slavery. Let's just invite white folks to come in and help us. And since Jews are now pouring into the country, from overseas right before World War I, and we'll cut a deal with them, let them come into our community, and we'll help give them businesses. We'll give them authorization and put up businesses in every Black neighborhood in America. And we'll buy from them and patronize them. And we don't need any businesses. And all they got to do is once in a while, is whenever something happens to us in a race matter, just side with us as a white person and try to bring some comfort to whites and to us for having been exploited, misused, and murdered. We'll take that. We'll trade off and give them a chance to take some sports figures and line them with that'll make some sense. And so 10 years later, here comes the Brooklyn Dodgers saying, Jackie Robinson, we're gonna make you the first Black to go with a white team. You go to a white team and we'll integrate you. Even though everybody is gonna call you a Negro and Black and skunk, kinky head, all kind of names, black cats on the field when you're trying to play. And now they said, well, that was Black, that was a great move. We now got a Black boy on a white team. And so what we must do now is, since that we are now integrated, we got one Black boy playing on all these white teams. Let's integrate and let's destroy all of our teams. We had 2 damn Black major baseball teams, 2. Each one of those teams had about 30 or 40 some Blacks on it. We had our own baseball fields. We had our own coaches. We had our own managers. We had our own equipment. We had our own buses. We drew crowds every time we had a game where Blacks were playing against Blacks. And that was the biggest thing in the country. So now they said, well, y'all got to get rid of those Black baseball teams and come and sit in the stands and give us your money so we'll let you look at Jackie Robinson. So I'm trying to figure out, and now and at that time, Blacks made about 65 or 70% of all the baseball players became Black. About 72% of all the boxers became Black. About 64% of all the football players became Blacks. And Blacks haven't got a damn thing out of all that stuff. All they do out there is being a showboat, just like they used to be doing slavery, tap dancing and doing the woo. We'll tap dance. This, my name is Skin, his name is Bones, so we are Skin and Bones. I said, oh, mercy. So I answered your question about going all the way around John's Bond. Now, and you tell me if I answered it, or if I missed it, I'll try again.
Well, you answered it very clearly, and the reason I wanted to ask you about it is because there were some people who saw it in the way, maybe the way I would have seen it when I was a kid before I actually was introduced to Powernomics concepts, is they saw it as he's making more money, he gets to play at a higher level. But you asked that really important question in the beginning where you said, what does the Black community get from that move? That's a win for him for sure, but it's a loss for the whole community at large. And also what's interesting too is, in addition to talking about the money, there are a lot of people who started to spread what really was just slanderous lies about the school, where they were saying that the reason he left was because Jackson State took his money. They stole money from him. And that was proven to be false. Everybody that went to investigate that found out that even Dion never said that. Dion used that as an example. He said, well, what if you were at a school and they do this, and this? And everybody thought he was talking about Jackson, but he wasn't. But my point on that is to say that it reminds me of when somebody goes to a Black-owned business and something goes wrong, and they say, see, that's why you can't do business with these Negroes, because look at what they did, and instead of going to another Black business, people say, well, this is why I'm going to basically abandon all the Black businesses, because so my thought is that if he had an issue with that one HBCU, but he still wanted to be in that space, maybe there's another Black-owned university he could be a part of, or something like that. And I think that was the part of the conversation. I saw a lot of people, though, who agreed with you. And I wanted to hear from you on that. So I'd like to get more of your thoughts in terms of if you live in a world where
Boyce, let me respond to that before you go to another one, because that example you just made, that because a black was unhappy with a black restaurant. He said, I'm not going to go to any more black restaurants. I'm going to go to white restaurants now. Now you think about that, and think about in this country where black folk only, at that time, was about 10% of the population. 10% of the population, other was 90% white. Where did those 90% of the population of this country, where did they go every time they were pissed off and they were unhappy with a white person? Did they rush over to the black restaurants and the black stores, the black businesses, saying, I'm never going to another white restaurant because the white people there, even though they're white and I'm white, I didn't like their product. And I was unhappy going there. So I'm gonna spend all my time and all my money with black folk from this point forward. Have you ever heard that or seen anything like that? Then why would black folk come up with that as a stupid ass excuse about why they don't go to black and buy black? Because they were unhappy with blacks about something. So yeah, I'm going to white from now on. You ain't never seen a white person rushed over to buy anything from a black person. As a matter of fact, every time a black person gets paid on a Saturday, the first thing he does is try to enter the danger zone, like that movie, The Danger Zone. What they do right there is that, you know what the danger zone is? The danger zone is that little space right between when a black person gets a paycheck and he gets out the front door and heads for a white store. You get caught between that and you get your ass run straight over because they can't wait to go spend the money. They don't put one penny into the black community. Basically on an annual basis, they put two cents into the black community. And then white folk, now whites are mad every day. They're mad someplace in this country about what some white person didn't do. But I've never seen a line or I've never seen them marching down down the main street saying, we're marching to a black store now because white folk did something to us. They cheated us, they mistreated us. One white guy killed another white man. We ain't going to his store anymore. That never happens. And I'm still waiting for somebody to explain that to me. Why is it that you're always going to hold black folk accountable for something where whites don't hold their people accountable? I hope I made my point.
Yeah. You made your point really well, and I think it's and so last question I want to ask you on that then is, it always seems like the white man's ice is a little bit colder when it comes to the money. I was thinking about, for example, when O.W. Gurley started Black Wall Street. He walked away from a lot of good jobs. He had good job opportunities, but he instead chose to go out west and buy some land and build some black businesses. But now it seems that a lot of times whenever black folks start to build something, we start making those sacrifices to get things to a certain level. A white man comes along, offers a bunch of money. Next thing you know, he owns it, he controls it, or he'll cherry pick the best talent, like he did with the Negro Leagues. He'll and leave the rest behind. Everybody else who's benefiting from those businesses, from the Negro Leagues, forget them, but I want Jackie Robinson, or I want the best players, and that's it. How do you explain to somebody, if somebody just says, well, look, of course Deion took that job. He was only making less than $500,000 a year at Jackson State. He makes $5 million a year by working for the University of Colorado. How do you even make that argument to say, passing up the money is okay? Because a lot of us are trained to believe whoever offers you the most money, even if it's Satan himself, you go for the money. What is your thought on that?
Okay, my thought is a very simple one. Why? Why would you go for the money that you know is rewarding whites? Why would you reward whites when whites right now get 98 cents out of every dollar? $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8. They're going to a black person's hand. Why would you turn around and give 98 cents out of every one of those dollars, put it into whites' hands, and you try to keep 2 cents? Dr. Watkins, it is humanly impossible for anybody who's got more than a third grade education to be puzzled over that. Why would you want to reward them for what they've done for you for 465 years? Why would you want to go back into their store and give your money to them when you know he doesn't give a damn about you. When you should say, if I can make my money, hold my money, it doesn't make any difference about what white folks did years ago. What makes sense is what we'll be able to do for ourselves in the future. Now, so when you get a dollar, you should be able to say, well, every night, because white folks own and control, and then white folk, when I say white folks, that also includes Japanese, Asians, Africans, Arabs, and anybody else other than black folk. Those are white folk by the Constitution. The United States Constitution basically is saying anybody who can look white, pass for white, are entitled to special benefits. And on top of that, you're going to get special benefits for just passing for whites. But here's what else we're going to do for you, and against the blacks now. If you belong to a religion that is not particularly identified with black folk, we'll give you a point for that. Which means now you got a point over black folk because you're white. Now we'll give you another point for identifying a religion. Since we know that 90% of all the blacks in America are going to be Baptists. We know they're going to be Baptists. So we know that anything you might have a little white redneck group that might have like in one of the Southern Baptist whites, but that's a small number. All of them going to join another religion. So they belong to a Catholic, Lutheran, Protestant, Mormon, Jewish, anything, they get a point. So now they got 2 points over the black folks. Then they say, now, you are from what country? So you're what? You're an immigrant? Oh, Lord, now you get 3 points if you're an immigrant, because you can see those Negroes, what we call blacks or Schwarzeneggers, they can't get a point because they are not immigrants. They are not immigrants, so they lose there too. Now, we do have a few blacks coming into the country from the Caribbean and other places around the world, but we're not going to give them we're going to give them a half a point. If they can come to us and show us they came from the Caribbean or from someplace in Europe, we'll say, well, you're black, but you're not black as the blacks in this country. So therefore, all you got to do is show up downtown one day wearing a Swahili gown or diaper on your head or speaking some language other than non-standard Negro dialect, we'll give you another point. So now you got 3 points over blacks. They said, so now we give you a point for being white. We give you a point for having a different religion. We give you another point for speaking a different language. We'll give you another point for having culture. Now you're from where? Mexico? Oh, hell, you can come in this country. You can start businesses and you can have your own restaurants. And as a matter of fact, we're gonna come to your restaurants. And since you speak a different language, oh Lord, we'll give you another point. Now you got 4 points over these jitterbugs. Now you got 4 points into the advantage over black folk. And there's no way they can four will run over one at least 4 times, another left over. Now, what else can I give you a point for? You're what? Say it again. A minority. Oh Lord, you said you were a minority. Damn. You just get another point now. That means you're something in that crowd where it can be near black folk, but not yet be one. So multicultural diversity. Oh Lord, we're gonna give you now. So now you got 5 points over black folk. Now these points are political and economic, because and that's how blacks get it. So the bottom line is that anybody coming to this country who is classified as an immigrant, he gets automatically 5 to 6 points over black folk, or what I call native black Americans. Native black Americans were all those blacks who've been here ever since slavery, that were born in this country as slavery. 99% of all the black people in America has been here ever since slavery. Black folk are the oldest people in this country. They're the most unique people in this country. They are special people in this country. They're the only people, and that's, I'm putting up one finger, they're the only people in this country that have fought for this country and whose mother country has never been against the United States. Every immigrant every immigrant who brings his butt into this country as a mother country who's fought America, and black folk went out there and fought them to get them off of America, off of the white population. No other group. You can't find no group, Irish, German, French, anybody you want, Russian, Polish, anything. Everybody, every ethnic group in this country has fought against this country except black folk. And black folk are the only one, the oldest in this group, and yet they're still on the bottom where they were when they came in this country because of some of the things I'm reciting to you right now. Because they don't play the game to win what they should be trying to win, which is group togetherness, and have a code of conduct that says nothing comes, no money, no nothing comes before our people and their well-being. And that means until we move as a group, they enslave us as a group. You're never gonna do better as an individual unless you do it together with the rest of your people. All the money that Jackie Robinson made, didn't give a damn, whites didn't give a damn about that. What do they care because Jackie Robinson got a big ass salary and played, and then that's Jackie Robinson. What did that happen? As soon as he was gone, he was right still in racism, Jim Crow segregation. When Jesse Owens outran everybody in Germany in the 1930s for the Olympic, guess what? Jesse Owens got all kind of praise from white folk. But guess what? And got money. But what happened? In the 1930s, they were lynching almost 2 black men per day in the United States in the 1930s. Same thing into the 1940s. And I can go on and on and on. In every sport, in entertainment, we had all these beautiful singers, black folks singing jazz. Guess what? White folks didn't give a damn. They took the music from them. All the music in this country came out of the experience of black people. Black people have a genius and talent for creating music, just like they had a genius and talent for being good in sports. But guess what? All of it went to whites. All of it went to whites. And now whites own it and control it and have vertically integrated it. Whites vertically integrated. They own everything from the stadium all the way up to the public relations and to the movie industry. Blacks own absolutely nothing. And I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of being sick and tired of telling black folk the same thing. You gotta learn to suffer for a little bit for yourselves. That's why during World War II, we blew up Nagasaki and Hiroshima with atomic bombs. And the Japanese went to war with us because they didn't have enough natural resources. And that's what they were after. They wanted to get some more natural resources, and they were expanding into the Pacific areas to get some resources. Everything from wood to rubber and everything. And guess what? By the end, they had nothing after they were bombed by 2 atomic bombs. And that was in 1945. And in 10 years, they started a thing called a Kairusu, which says we will buy only from our people and nobody else. We'll buy everything we need from our own people, Dr. Watkins, nobody else. If you try to sell something into this country, we'll buy it only if it comes out of a hand of a Japanese person. And so, and we kept insisting, and I was over at the Kobe for representing the president of the United States, and I was government presidents, and I was the only black over there with them. And they was the first thing they say is that we asked them, why don't you buy some American products? Japanese says, our laws say we can only buy from you all if it comes out of a hand of a Japanese person. You know what those suckers did? They then came over to the United States and started buying up all of our orange groves in California. And so that when we asked them about buying oranges, they own the orange plantations and orchards all over California at that point. That's where they were getting them from. We started talking about, why don't you buy some American beef? And they said, well, so what they did, they went and bought up a lot of our ranches all throughout the West and put their name on it, and had blacks, had some whites still fronting, but it was Japanese owned. And now they got the Chinese buying up all of our pork, And so we'll be totally dependent on Asians for food because they're buying up all of our industries. And what we got coming next, as I've told you before, is, and everything was coming, at this point, only thing left has got to come. You're gonna have water shortages, then you're gonna have food shortages, and then you have a civil war. And the civil war will go between the strong and the weak. The weakest people in this country will be Black folk. Those are Asians, Arabs, everybody else is identified as being white. Asians are nothing but whites, not Asian, but Asians, but Hispanics are not but whites speaking Spanish. And now they getting they wiped out all your jobs. They taken all your programs that came in from under the Great Society for Black folk, like Upward Bounds, and all those programs that came during the 1950s, during the Civil War, Civil Rights Movement. All those programs have gone to Asians. They got all the jobs. 42% of all the damn jobs on Obama went to Hispanics. And now you got all these people out here now coming into the country. They're gonna bring in all kind of diseases. And the people that have no hospitals, only got 2 hospitals in the entire United States for 47 million Black folk. And they got one in Howard University, a little small one, and they got one in Harlem. You don't even have hospitals. You don't have any doctor's office. All your doctors have been wiped out by foreigners, by the first law passed in 1890 to hire and credential people coming in as immigrants. Black folk don't own a damn thing. Everything they had, they lost. And all those playing with basketball, soon they're gonna be replaced. Just like all those who were singing and dancing during the night, during segregation, they are now disappeared. You can't find all those singers. You know who they were, the Spanish, all these different groups, Blue Willie John, and all those different groups, Gladys Knight and the Pips. You're gone. You're set up to be exterminated. I'm sorry for having preaching to you, and this is not even Sunday.
Well, no, let Dr. Anderson know that you appreciate the preaching. I appreciate it and I appreciate it. And I'll tell you, it's, I thought it was important to get your perspective on these things because first we started off talking about what was going on with HBCUs and Deion Sanders. And then you started talking about something else that I was thinking about in terms of competitiveness and readiness of Black children when they come out of school. And so I'm trying to decide which direction I want to go into because both of those issues I'd like to address. I know we're going to talk about your book and stuff like that, but I really want to keep going down that rabbit hole with you. One of the things that I think was missing in the whole conversation about Deion Sanders, and the whole Black community is really talking about it. Everybody had an opinion, and everybody's opinion deserves to be respected. I believe that. But one of the things that I think that we are missing, if we are claiming to really be trying to accumulate Black power, and everybody give me a yes in the chat if you want Black people to be more powerful. Give me a yes if Black power is a goal for you personally, or you believe this should be a goal for the community. Everybody give me a yes so we can make sure we're on the same page. Because if you want to stay weak, then you just keep doing what you're doing. But if you want to be powerful, you got to start thinking like a powerful person. And I believe that part of the reason that we are not powerful is because we don't even know how to play the game of power. That's why we read this book, Powernomics. And by the way, Dr. Anderson's website is powernomics.com. So everybody should read this book. And so the thing about power is that there is a line of thinking that comes with being powerful. There is a type of logic. There is a way you play the game if you want power. So what I want people to hear, and I'm going to say this for you, Dr. Anderson, then I'd like to get your perspective on this, is that when you're playing the game of power, a lot of that connects to ownership and control. And ownership and control means, if you get in there late to the party, it's hard for you to control something that's already owned by somebody else. So for example, if I meet a 12-year-old child and say, I'm going to be the babysitter for that child, but I'm going to work my way up to one day become the parent of that child, that's not possible. I'll never be the parent of that child because I met the child when the child was 12. So a lot of times I think about that when I think about our businesses, the way we graduate from college and they say, well, your goal is to go and be a babysitter for a white man's business. Your job is to go out and get a job working for white folks, let them pay you a good salary, and then you work your way up to having power in that institution. Well, you're not really going to do that because that's already claimed. That's already somebody else's baby. Do you follow what I mean? Does that make sense? Everybody,
Yeah,
give me a
yes.
yes if you follow my analogy, right? In order for you to really be a parent, you gotta make a baby and raise that baby, like yourself. Then you're really the parent. But if you spend all your time babysitting other people's kids, then you never have the time to be a parent. And so what I point to is you have a lot of Black folks that will talk about, they'll say things like, there's not enough Black coaches in the NFL. There's not enough Black owners in the NFL. Well, why would they have any incentive to bring in all these Black owners? That's their league. They own that league. They raise that baby up. That's their institution. That's not yours. The Hallis family bought the Chicago Bears for about, I think, $50 100 years ago. Not that long ago, just 100 years ago, the Hallis family bought the Chicago Bears, this little raggedy franchise that nobody knew about, nobody cared about, for $50. Now the Chicago Bears are worth $5 billion. So you coming in 100 years late to the party, talking about, I want to be an owner of the Chicago Bears. Well, if I'm the Hallis family, I'm going to say, hell no. We raised this baby with generational powernomics thinking. You can't come in here and become an owner because you weren't here when the baby was born. So my question for Black people would be this, and I'd like to get your thoughts on this, Dr. Anderson. Where are you making your own babies, and where are you making the sacrifices to raise institutions up that are going to be yours, that you own and control? Where's the Black Sports League where we're investing now so that in 100 years, these teams will be worth billions of dollars? Or are we just chasing behind the white man, trying to get connected to whatever he's already been building, but that already belongs to somebody else? Can you give me some thoughts on that, Dr. Anderson?
Yes, I'll be most happy to give it to you. You made your remarks were very cogent and very clear and concise and highly intelligent. But let me say, it's an easy answer though, because you see that first of all, Black folk did not have to play the game the way they're playing it, because the people now, the numbers and the money and the wealth always follows the numbers. In politics, the wealth and the power always follows the numbers. The Jews are rich, not because of what one Jew has, it's because what all the Jews have together. That's what you have to keep in the back of your mind. That getting one Black something, like you might mention about Deion Sanders getting something, it didn't help Black folks one iota. If Oprah lost every penny she had right now, who would really, on the Black side of the ledger, give a real damn? I mean, honestly, who would give a damn? They wouldn't give a damn. She lost every penny, and the news hit the day that she's now only worth about $600. Who cares? Because there was never any connection between Oprah and the Black community and then lifting the Black community. Now, so if you want to ask you a question about what would they do, it's very easy. Is that all you had to do from the get-go is understand, and I know you do already, so I know your question is more theoretical than anything else. I know that. So I'm not insulting you, hopefully. And but you see, the question is that all Blacks had to do is resist social integration. Because you see, Black folk already had their own baseball teams. Nobody could beat the Black baseball teams. They couldn't beat them. We had one pitcher there, what's his name? I can't think of his name, but he was so good, they could never hit his ball. You remember what I'm talking about? You might not know him now.
You talking about Satchel Paige?
Satchel Paige. And we had all the best catchers and ball hitters. They didn't want to play us. Same thing in football. They couldn't beat us in football. We used to play the white teams in the South in North Carolina every year. We would beat the hell out of them. And our Black guys, I'm talking about guys, not football team players. This is the neighborhood. The neighborhood in Winston-Salem would turn out, and we would go over to Reynolds High School on a great big playground. We played in the white community, and everybody was on their side. They might have 50 whites over there on their side. We'll have 40 or 50 on ours. and it was all called tear button run. And so, and our guys, we just loved that. We couldn't wait because we could beat them running. We played rougher and harder. And so, and we didn't have a need for all the damn uniforms and the gear for protection. They loved that. And they talk about how many times I took that sucker all the way down in the woods when I hit him. He went 4 feet in the air. But they couldn't beat us in basketball because we dominated all the basketball. And matter of fact, what they did, they stripped our basketball players down and took the best of those and left the rest of them to go find something other way of making a living. And guess what? There was a guy, I can't think of his name now, name skips me. He started what's called the Harlem Globetrotters because he was saying, I got enough leftover black basketball players here that are so damn good. These white boys can't beat them. Damn
Are
it.
you talking about Abe Saperstein?
Abe Saperstein.
Was he Jewish? That sounds like a Jewish name.
Yeah, he was
Okay.
Jewish. And he said that he said, I'll take the leftover, not the no. Now, Dr. Watson, I'm not talking about picking the best black basketball player. He says, I can take the leftover to do nothing, and I'll still whip every damn basketball player around the world. I'll travel around the world with these suckers, and I'll beat any damn team you come up with. And they did it. They would go from town to town, all through Europe and Far East, and say, we will still whip your asses. And so on my point being, whether it's a baseball, basketball, tennis, and even boxers, we dominated the boxing. And so, and that's why Abe Saperstein, that's his name.
Yeah, I thought I grabbed some images so everybody could see it.
Right.
Did anybody else grow up on the Harlem Globetrotters? Look at that. And you are right. I mean, that shows just how much talent we had. It don't make no sense that we're not the ones making the most money off basketball because, like you said, our leftover players are better than the primary players for
right.
other groups.
That's right. And all we had to do was play according to your own team. And all they had to do was, for they wanted social integration, here's what I said to them in those days. I said, I would love to follow Martin Luther King in the social integration if you do it my way. I don't want you to integrate one black in the 12 members of a team, one black on a white football team, one black on a basketball team. No. I want you to integrate the whole team. I want to have black teams, basketball teams playing against white basketball teams. I want to have black football teams playing against white football teams. And then we'll find out who's good and who's bad. But don't come sticking one little black man and say, now, all you rest of the players, you black players, you go home and pick and play pinochle or blackjack, something on the back porch. No, don't throw one black against 15 or 20 damn whites and say, oh, yeah, y'all can't do but a little bit because our team are doubling up on you. They're going to try to hurt your man when he comes through the line. I said, no, integrate the whole damn team. That's what integration should be done. Integration is a way of segregating blacks. You segregate them. Anytime you want to beat somebody, like in the Marine Corps, when I was in the Korean War and the Gulf War, I was in both of those damn wars. And when you want to divide, when you want to conquer somebody, you divide them, Dr. Watkins. You divide them up. And that's what the integration did. Integration divided black folk. And say, well, we have a little bit of housing out here in the suburbs. We'll let 2 or 3 blacks move out here in the suburbs, but then we're gonna put a quota on it that anytime more than 4 or 5 blacks move into your neighborhood, whites said that is called destructive for us. You're dividing us as white folk and weakening us. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna move, we're gonna uproot ourselves. When 3 or 4 blacks move into a white neighborhood, whites gonna put up every house they got in that neighborhood and put them up for sale. And so even if they have to sell and move the furniture out of the house at night while you're in there looking at TV, looking at the Lone Ranger on TV. And what they do, they move it out. If you're gonna bring in, move into our neighborhood and put some black kids, 5 or 10 blacks into a white school, we're gonna pull our kids out of that school and move to another neighborhood or community 10 or 20 or 30 miles away, where that's all whites. When whites move away from blacks, they don't move to black neighborhoods. They move into all white neighborhoods where they again are the majority. White folk under no circumstance want to be a minority. They say, because we have mistreated you all so badly for so long, we know well what happens to a damn minority. But here's the trick to it. Here's the trick, and you remember this, if you don't remember anything else for this day's meeting, is that what black folk fail to understand, is that they start talking about we're following the Constitution. We want our constitutional rights. We want to do this. We want to have a right to do this. The Constitution did not give black folk any rights. And but the only person gave them some rights was Alexander Hamilton and George Mason. And here's what they say when Jefferson wrote the Constitution. They said, Jefferson, you write the Constitution because you have beautiful handwriting. You know how to use those flowery words like you did in the Bill of Rights and in the Constitution. And Hamilton and Mason said, but on the other hand, if you're going to play this game called democracy, where the majority will win and rule, and the minority will lose and suffer, there's one thing you must get clear, and don't ever forget it, that you cannot have any kind of a government where you have a majority rule and a minority loses, and you got the same people always being the minority and being the loser. You hear what I said? You cannot have a situation where you're gonna bring in all these millions of black folk and make them a minority and make them a constant loser where they always lose. He said, if you do that, you just undermine your democracy. And now that those minorities got the power, and say all the minority has to do then is say, now that you excluded me, you did not, because you shouldn't have done that. But it is the majority's responsibility to take care of a minority in a majority win society. Underline that, I'm gonna say it again. In a democracy such as ours, it is not black folks' responsibility to keep marching and demonstrating and following John Lewis and Martin Luther King and up and down the street, hollering, we shall overcome. It is the majority's responsibility to take care of the minority. And if they don't take care of the minority, then the minority has no responsibility, no obligation to abide by a damn thing that the majority says. That was in the Socialist Papers #5. You got me now? That Socialist Society paper went along with the Constitution, which says that you're going to have a democracy, that it's the majority's responsibility to take care of the minority. And if they fail to take care of the minority are not obliged to do anything that the majority decides to do. You cannot pass a law and say, just stop at this stop sign because the majority says stop. And I said, but if I can't ever move, then I'm stuck here for life. They said, we don't care about that. And if that's the case, I'm not paying attention to any damn thing you say. I'm gonna drive right on through this sign and go take care of my business. That's what the minority is supposed to do based on the United States Constitution. And I've never heard one black nor one white articulate that in all my years in this society fighting for black folk, because I love black folk, and everybody's told me all around the world, Dr. Elson, you're the only black besides Watson that sticks up for black folk and fight for black folk on every issue. And that I do. I love these black folk. Even though half of them might not be worth a damn, they still mine. And I'm gonna fight for them until I die. What it says though, it's the white folks' responsibility for voting. You tell white folk, you vote against us this kind of time, and we don't get any reparations, we don't have to do a damn thing you want to do. If Biden gets reelected again, blacks will have to listen to Biden. They didn't have to listen to Trump. They'll say we'll build our own community, as you've been preaching about powernomics. We'll build our own community, build our own stores, and use our wealth and power with our own people. And we use our money to take care of the second floor, which is the politicians. We'll buy every damn dumbass politician we can get our hands on and make him accountable to us. And I'm telling you, that's a secret that nobody knows. I'm giving it to you because I love you. You're one of the best friends I got in this world.
Well, vice versa, Dr. Anderson. Let me tell you, we love you too. And I hope everybody will tell Dr. Anderson how much you love him, because what he is doing for us is not just significant and important, but it's also it also is powerful, because I know that I know that as every year goes by and when none of us are as young as we used to be, I always say that even in your 80s, you're sharper than most 40-year-olds that I know. We really appreciate you making that effort to come out and talk to us. And so I want to ask you one last thing then, since we were going to read from Powernomics, but I really think this has been a better conversation. So I hope that's okay. And of course, you're invited to come back to the book club every week. And I want to remind everybody, you can get Dr. Anderson's book, Powernomics, by going to powernomics.com. That's his website. So make sure you go, and if you don't have a copy yet, make sure you get it. We'll pick up reading the book next week. If you want to log into the book club and see access to the free life class I created for you guys, feel free to go to blackkeystogreatness.com. That's blackkeystogreatness.com. And Dr. Anderson, you're invited, of course, next week. I want to ask you this question. You mentioned something about our kids in education and training, right? So earlier you were talking about Abe Saperstein, who he wasn't raised to expect to be a basketball player. It seemed like Abe Saperstein, who created the Globetrotters, he was raised to be a businessman. Somebody taught him how to gather resources and create a business model around it and make more money, make more wealth for his family. Now the Harlem Globetrotters is probably a $1 billion brand by now, I imagine, because everybody knows what it is. I think about our kids in terms of the public schools and their ability to compete. Whether you talk about the mindset of creating businesses by seeing the opportunities around them, and also all the way down to just having a skill or a trade that they can make money from, it seems like that's really lacking, even amongst a lot of our young people to go to college and stuff like that. What should parents think about when you're talking about giving your children the skills they need to survive and to do well, in a society where, where everybody else is just chasing jobs and hoping for the best and working for white companies? How do you train the kids to be a little bit different?
Well, first of all, let me tell you, Black kids might not be the best educated kids, but they're not dumb. They're not stupid. They're very bright and creative people. And Black folk right now got a good chance, and probably the last chance they're going to ever have on this earth, to do something very quickly. I told them for about the last 50 years, the first thing they should have done in politics was a withdrawal from both the Republican Party and from the Democratic Party. Neither party has any interest in Black folk. Neither one gonna do a damn thing for you. But then I got some public figures say, well, Dr. Anderson, well, we'll never win because the Republicans or the Democrats will always win. I don't care. Right now, the power would come to Black folks, as I just told you, based on the crowd. All you got to do is pull all these Blacks. You got 47 million Black folk in this country. You pull that whole 47 million into a Black party and then tell the nation, we are going to vote as a solid black block, solid block. And we're not voting for anything outside that block. We're going to vote strictly in Black folks' interests. And win, lose, or draw, we're going to vote for Black people only. We're not going to run any candidates. Don't run any candidates for office. You're going to say we're going to publicize the fact that we'll vote as a block, but we'll vote for whoever promises the most and delivers the most in terms of benefits, tangible, measurable benefits and resources to Black folk. Don't tell us anything about what you're going to do for minorities and diversity and multicultural and all that other crap. Just you tell us what you're going to do for us. And if you ain't going to do a damn thing for us, we'll all be sitting at home. Y'all keep playing your games. In the meantime, we're going to start playing our games same way you are. We're going to start rebuilding our communities and building our own businesses. We can build our own businesses. These parents should be saying, what kind of businesses can my kids go into? There are all kinds of businesses they can go into. Black kids need, Black people need the same exact thing that white folks need. See, if I ask you right now, what kind of what kind of shirt is that you got on right there? What is that? Is that a t-shirt or what?
This is the CEO brand. Actually, my friend Damon Dash created this brand, so it's actually a Black-owned brand.
Okay, so what you would say is that what we're gonna do is we're gonna make our own t-shirts. We need t-shirts like white folk do, and right now, all Black folk right now buying all these t-shirts like those, and for the rest of them, they are buying them from South Africa. They're buying them in big blocks and bringing them over here and just simply lettering them and staining them and selling them and making profits off of them. We will produce our own shirts, our own socks, our own underwear. We produce our own clothing. We can produce any business we want. As a matter of fact, I asked my wife to send you something. I'm gonna do this for you. This is like a Bible I put out for Black folk in terms of businesses. Can you see that? I don't know if you can read it. Can you read it? Can you?
I can see it a little bit, but it's kind of up on the screen. I see industrial hemp business opportunities.
Okay. Can you see any of them on there?
No, I cannot.
Okay. Well, this is what I wrote for Black folk. Here, I got over almost 2,000 businesses I could put Black folk in tomorrow. That would be, and they would have no white competition, because all you got to do is buy your own products from your own people. And see, now we're break this up into different categories very quickly. I'm not gonna hold you up. Industrial and textile. I would teach. I would have Black folk. You know what I am raising? Raising hemp. The hemp plant. Not for smoking. Tell Negroes to quit smoking because they're smoking their money away. This is, I'm showing you how to make businesses and industries and vertically integrate them. I want to see vertically integrated industries based on hemp. Hemp is a stalk, the herd from what not the flowering part you smoke, just the stalk, the stem, and grind it up. And I'll show you how to do that. You grind those stuff up, and guess what you can do then? You can make twine, like the old twine, you know, old ice string and stuff. Twine, clothes. I'm trying to. My eyes are going, baby. And all canvas and all kind of stuff, carpet and stuff. I got just under that alone, using that as an example.
Dr. Anderson, is there any way we could get that list? Maybe I can email it out to everybody.
I sent it to you already.
Oh, did you?
Send it to your office. Then you do the same thing over here. Paper. Right now we got a paper shortage. We got a paper shortage in the country. We don't need no damn paper shortage. If Black folk right now would quit chasing balls and singing and dancing and showing and twisting their butts on the stage, you can start paper, start printing paper, making paper, cardboard, all this kind of stuff. They showed I got about 7 businesses under that. This is the same. All you're using is a grind up process stalk that hemp grows for marijuana. And I got it from here for that. I got it for everything from fixing cars and everything, steering wheels, everything. I got over 260,000 industries that you can make tomorrow and vertically integrate them and put every Black in your damn community in a job. Every one of them, and making stuff that nobody else can make and will be making. And I'll show you how to process the stalks and also use them for making wood, logs, for fiber, and for insulation in houses, everything. I won't touch any of these things about sending a kid to school to get a law degree or to get this or that's a waste of damn time. Go in wherever there's a gap in the market. It's just like walking down the sidewalk. You see a sidewalk, you see a line there, a break in there. Fill every damn gap with a Black business. You fill all the gaps. In every business, there's some gaps. If people are making TV sets, you make the little clamps that go in there. That's it. You got it. You got it, buddy. That's what I want you to do.
Mrs. Anderson set me straight. I was texting her to see if I can get that graphic for everybody. And what I'll do also is Chanel is in here, and Chanel, remind me to make sure I put that inside the book club materials. If you log in at blackkeystogreatness.com, you can get access to that. I'm gonna put this in there so everybody can grab a copy of it. Go ahead, Dr. Anderson.
Okay, and see, and all the way around, you look at that. You can and in the bathroom, you can make personal hygiene things like soap, shampoo, bath gels, cosmetics, food. You can do all kind of things for food, seeds, and you can make apparel, wearing apparel out of it. Black folk used all the clothing they used to wear was made out of hemp fabric. The shoes they wore, those sandals, Those are made out of hemp. And all the paper, like the United States Constitution was written on hemp paper and toilet paper, everything is there. You got it. My buddy, I want you to have it. You now said, I know what Anderson is talking about. And forget about it. We build our own communities, build our own businesses, put our people in those businesses, and hire your own people. And if you look on page 136 or 137 in the Powernomics book, what you're going to talk about, you see a list of things that you can just also do to be a competitive people. You don't have to kiss white people's ass to look for a job. Don't ask white folk for jobs. That's not their responsibility. It's our responsibility to hire jobs for our own people. It's our job to enrich our people. But to enrich them, we got to hire them and keep them in our own communities and pay them out of our own communities and respect them and love them and be with them. And we'll be a team in this country. Don't worry about running with a ball on somebody else's playground. Run with your own team. Okay? I think that's about time for me to get off. I love you, buddy. Take care.
You too, man. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm feeling pumped up after that conversation. That was good.
Okay.
Everybody, tell Dr. Anderson how much you love him, how much you appreciate him. Because I'm gonna tell you, I don't know you, Dr. Anderson. May I ask, what is your age right now?
Huh?
What is your approximate age right now?
I'm heading towards the 90 mark now.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you to be almost 90 and have that level of energy and to be able to inject that enthusiasm. Only you and Farrakhan have that, and so I honor you for that. And I appreciate you, and I know everybody else does. And so next week you're invited to come back anytime you want to. And thank you for this wealth of knowledge, and we appreciate it very much.
Well, do us a favor to protect the Powernomics Corporation. Do anything you can to tell them to buy those books now for the new year coming up, for Black History Month, and tell them they gotta help push Powernomics and the company by buying those book packs, buy the $100 book packs and get all 5 of the books. It'll explain anything they want to know about race in America. Is in those books. Whites don't know it. Whites don't know any Black history. They don't understand Black history. They don't even know white history. But you tell them that you get those 5 books, you can do it all and make my people some outstanding people and make them put a lie to what Malcolm said once. And when I loved Malcolm and say we disagree with him. But Malcolm said, if you ever want to keep a secret, put it in a book because a Black person will never find it. That's a tale. And I'm gonna say Boyce Watkins made sure that every Black he ever dealt with had in it a Black library called a library pack in their home and in their school, and make these schools started putting these Black books on the shelves in the libraries and in the classroom. And I love them. Take care now.
You too, Dr. Anderson. And I'll follow up with that statement and let everybody know Dr. Anderson doesn't need more fans. Fans are okay. But really, I would like for you all to not just be fans of Dr. Anderson, but my goal is not to be a fan. My goal is to be a soldier. He needs more soldiers, a few good men, a few good women. That means understanding your power to accelerate this message. If you agree with this message, then take it upon yourself. We're not here to teach any students. We are here to teach the teachers. If you are a parent, you are a teacher. If you have any influence in anybody that you influence around you, you're a teacher. So carry that with you, that energy with you. So if for those of you that are blessed financially, that have some extra money, I encourage you, if you already own the books, buy some more. Buy a bunch and just give them away. Give them away to people that that come in and misguided young people. So that's what I want us to embody and embrace, is the fact that we can play a role in this. You don't have to just sit back and clap and hope for the best. The Powernomics Corporation will do well if we make sure it does well. So let's make sure it does well. And anything you can do, Boyce, just say, look, we got to have these books in every home and in every Black school. Otherwise there's no way we're going to survive. There are no other books written like these books to explain all this stuff to them. You can buy any book you want that whites write about Benjamin Franklin and George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. That ain't gonna do a damn thing for Black folk.
But this will tell them what the problems are, the solutions are, and tell them, every one of those students, that please go out there and buy these books and order them off the powernomics.com line for $100. They get all 5 books, and they answer all the questions they need to know to be scholars in Black history. Ask them to do it and tell them that's very important for me, because otherwise I'm not on anybody's payroll. I don't take money from any of these people out here. Only little money I get is once in a while when I'm walking down the street and I see something shining, I'll pick it up. So,
Well, you know what? Don't you worry about that, Dr. Anderson. The community has your back. So the same way the Jewish community supports their leaders and Arab community support their people and et cetera, we support our own. We don't need nobody's help. And I can tell you 100%, I'll say it publicly, the Black Business School has your back to all the way from, to all of our graves and beyond. So God bless you, Dr. Anderson. Thank you very much, buddy. It's always great to see you.
But thanks to you, and tell your students, I'm still trying to get enough skills left in my hands to be able to get the right a lead into your in your academy and in the curriculum. And I have not forgotten that. Just that I have so many ailments, I can't do the things I used to be able to do. So please forgive me for that.
Well, you could also try that. They got voice to text, where maybe you could just dictate it. If you just record something, I can get a transcript for you. So have Mrs. Anderson ask me about it. I'll be happy to set that up for you.
Well, I'm gonna be looking to see you anyway down here at my house too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can't wait to see you. Well,
Okay.
All right. Well, everybody, it was great to see y'all, and everybody say thank you to Dr. Anderson, please. And thank you all for hanging out with us. If you want to see the other material in the book club, just go to blackkeystogreatness.com, and we will see you all next week. And have a good night, everybody.
Well,
Right.
thank you all, and push the books. Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Bye-bye now.
See you soon. Jackson, if you put the questions in the chat, I may or may not see them. I'll try, but I can't look at 2 screens at once. So, but if you put I would look at one spot, and that's going to be in the Q&A section within this Zoom webinar, and also to anybody listening outside of the Zoom, you should just know if you want to send me a question to answer, I will answer it in the inside the Zoom, which you can join at boycewatkins.com. Let's see. Now, someone said, will the conference be live? I don't know if Dr. Frazier is doing the Power Networking Conference via live stream, but I do think that the conference is very important because networking is really important in terms of learning how to connect with other people and trust other people, and just realizing that you have people in your community that are doing amazing things. You have people in your community. I met a guy today who told me his name was Paris, and he told me that he developed a whole platform where they were buying real estate using artificial intelligence, and he was making tens of millions of dollars, doing tens of millions of dollars in transactions on this artificial intelligence real estate platform and shortening the amount of time it takes to do real estate deals. And he seemed like a really smart brother, like almost like a computer geek in a kind of way. But I say geek in a good way because I was geekish too, and I was really impressed. So you'd be amazed at how many people in your community are just doing the most amazing things. Now, how many of you? I don't know how many of you are going to the All Black National Convention. Give me a yes if you're going to the All Black National Convention or if you're thinking about it. The All Black National Convention is going to happen October 28th through the 30th in Charlotte, North Carolina. And in fact, what I'll do is I'll actually share my screen. Maybe that's a good place to kind of start a conversation today, because the convention that's our flagship event within the Black Business School. That is what we that is the event. It's not actually just a Black Business School event though. It's sponsored by a lot of different people from the community. There's a lot of interesting things happening there. And I can't share my screen, but if you remember last year, it was a lot of fun. We had Victory Boyd and her family performed at the convention, and it was extraordinary, and just an amazing event. And so this year we have a long list of experts and panelists from all walks of life, business strategy experts. We have lots of people from the spaces of politics, entertainment, relationships, the real estate millionaires and billionaires. The former CEO of the Air Jordan brand, Larry Miller, is going to join us this year. Larry Miller is the guy who is responsible for taking Michael Jordan's company
from 300 million a year to 3 billion a year, or two. I think it's about 3 billion. And so they became so big that they actually were able to compete with Nike. So it's kind of a big deal. This is going to be in Charlotte, North Carolina, October 28th. If you'd like to learn more, just go to boycewatkins.com. We're also going to have speed dating for those of you that are looking to meet somebody nice, somebody that's B1 and intelligent. If you're tired of dating idiots, this is a good place to meet somebody nice. Also, we're going to have all kinds of events focus on business and things like business and investing in crypto. We're going to have things related to health, politics, relationships, all kinds of stuff. Just a lot of really good stuff, a lot of really good people. And if you haven't been to the convention before, you're going to love it. If you have kids, we have a children's track where the children will be learning their own curriculum during the convention. So even your kids are going to be smarter. Bring your dog. Your dog will be smarter by the time the convention's over too. We don't have a dog education program though, but still, I mean, the idea is that the energy is really, really good, and I think you're really going to love it. Now let's see here. Questions. Let's see, suggestions how one should begin investing for retirement at age 55. Well, if you are 55, then that's a very late time to start investing for retirement. Retirement should be something you start investing for when you're like 20, less than 25 years old. A lot of people wait until they get to their 30s and 40s, and it is absolutely insane to wait to past the age of 35 or 40 because you don't have enough time. It's like if somebody says, drive to California, and let's say you've got a month to get there. Well, that's easy. But let's say you wait and you've only got a day and a half. Well, now you got to drive 200 miles an hour or 150 miles an hour. You still might not make it on time, right? It's going to be a very uncomfortable drive. So the idea with retirement is you want to start early. Now, if you want to retire at 55 and you're young, then that's easy to do. Just go. They have financial calculators that your investment advisor would have access to. They can tell you how much you can invest. Or another benchmark might be the $5 a day investing plan. If you go to boycewatkins.com, you can find it there. The $5 a day investing plan is a free ebook that you guys can have. You can buy it on Amazon if you want a hard copy, but if you just want the free e-copy, just go to boycewatkins.com. It's right there. And the $5 a day investing plan shows you mathematically that if you invest $5 a day, within 10 years, if you just randomly put it in different stocks, you don't even have to pick your stocks. You don't have to know anything about the stock market except how to download the Acorns app and put $5 a day in, which is something I can show you how to do in about 3 minutes. And literally after 10 years, you have approximately $29,000. After 20 years, you have about $102,000. After 30 years, you have about $250,000. So if you do $10 a day, then that becomes $500,000. If you're doing $15 a day, that becomes $750,000. If you do $20 a day, that becomes $1,000,000. So $20 a day, a lot of people, that's $600 a month. There are people who spend more than $600 a month on their car note. There are people that give away 3 times that amount for rent to a landlord, which is they flush that much down the toilet. So ultimately, just understand that there is a ton of resources that you have at your disposal. And the key idea is having some percentage of those resources going toward long-term economic benefit. Will Dr. Anderson be joining us next week, Jeanette? Well, he wasn't feeling well this week. I'm hoping he feels better next week. And that's all I can say on that. So Dr. Anderson is going to try to join us. I know he wanted to try tonight. He couldn't make it, but today I wanted to just do a Q&A and answer a lot of your questions for today. Let's see here. William says, it was good seeing you in Detroit, Dr. Watkins. Yeah, it's good seeing you too, William. Yeah, I was in Detroit for Herb Strather, who's a multimillionaire real estate guy who's done over $1 billion in real estate deals. He had an event in Detroit last week, the Black Wealth Builders Summit. It was really awesome. And I'm going to tell you, when you get into the rooms and get around people that are doing things like this, and anybody could have walked in that room, it wasn't free, but anybody could walk in that room, and just being in spaces like that shows you how much money there is out there. There was a guy on the stage who started off with pretty much nothing, and I think it sounded like he was running hundreds of millions of dollars worth of real estate. And so real estate is the key to wealth. If you want to build wealth, if you put it this way, you can't really get wealthy in America if you don't either own real estate or own stocks and or own some sort of a business. You have to have something that's going to grow and make money while you sleep. Do you support the Black Achievement Fund, Mr. Tucker? I don't know about the Black Achievement Fund. I've never heard of it. There's a group in Louisville, Kentucky called Black Achievers. And last year, my wife and I gave them $20,000 to fund their banquet. I'm going to give them more money in the future. But also we support we try to channel our money to a limited number of projects so we can really have an impact. So the other place that we gave money to was King Randall, who's a 23-year-old kid, actually built a school. A lot of people are talking about building schools and it should take a decade to do and $10 billion. King Randall is 23 years old. He just turned 23, and he literally built an entire school called the Life Prep Academy for Boys down in Albany, Georgia. And he also had the X for Boys, which is another organization he was running. And he's such a great young guy. And I went down and supported a couple of his events. We wrote him a check. I'm gonna write him another check because I support what he's doing. And I just really hope that we don't find excuses not to support young people that are really trying to do the right thing. And he's just getting it done. He's building where he stands. He's not doing any grand gestures of trying to just talk about it for 8 years. Everybody does that. There's so many people on the internet that just do a lot of talking and ain't really getting anything done. But we like them because they sound good when they're on YouTube. But there's a difference between those people and the people that are actually building things that you can sink your teeth into. So King Randall is very impressive. Yes, Shamika, he's extremely impressive. He's been on my platform. I supported him because I saw Roland Martin kind of beating up on him because he was getting some support from people on both sides of the aisle. He was getting support from Democrats and from Republicans. And I guess Roland was beating up on him because he wasn't supporting some Democratic initiative down in Georgia. And I just said, this is the silliest thing in the world, to have I felt embarrassed. I said, gosh, a 50-something-year-old black man should not be beating up on a 23-year-old trying to do the right thing just because you're not in the same political party. I just thought that was the weirdest thing in the world. And it made me very, very sad. And that was why I reached out and said, I called this kid up and I said, come on my platform and I'm going to write you a check just to show you that I don't care what your politics is. I don't care what your politics are. I don't care what party you vote for. I'm not here to be some sort of gangster for the Democratic Party or some thug for the Republican Party. I'm here to just support black initiatives that are going to help our kids get what they need. Help them get what they need. See, a lot of us get stuff caught up in this political stuff. And really, at the end of the day, I'm going to ask y'all a basic question. I want everybody to answer this question. Give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no. I asked this on the panel today at the Power Networking Conference, which I'm down at in Houston right now. I was moderating a panel. I asked him a basic question. I said, there's a brother named Tony Jackson. And I asked Tony this question on the panel. I said, Tony, do you believe, and he gave a great answer, by the way. He agreed with me. He understood where I was coming from. I said, do you believe that with all the racism in America and all the challenges in America, do you believe that a hardworking, educated, disciplined black man can become wealthy and successful in America? Yes or no? Do you believe, give me a yes or no. Do y'all believe that? Do you believe that a black man or black woman, I mean, again, with all the politics and everything, do you believe that if they make the right choices, if they pick up a book instead of a blunt, if they're hustling instead of sitting on the couch all day, if they are working their butts off every day and making good choices every day, if they're saving and investing instead of spending and blowing their money, do you believe that black person in a racist, horrible country like America can become wealthy and successful and happy and prosperous? Yes or no? Everybody answer. I see a lot of yeses. And to me, that's all you need to know. To me, that's it. That's the answer. I'm not saying that the politics are irrelevant. I'm not saying that the Democrats or the Republicans are our buddies. They're showing you that they're not. They're showing you they ain't gonna give you nothing. They're showing you they don't have your back. Why are you waiting for them to have your back? They've let you know very clearly they don't like you. So now what are you gonna do? Keep begging them to like you? Keep waiting for them to like you? Or are you gonna learn to love yourself enough to do the things you need to do to be successful? We have every single thing we need to allow any person in our community that wants to be rich and successful to get there. Your ancestors had a different experience. You had black men and black women that did the right thing, that worked extremely hard, that saved and invested their money, that read every book, that were not given opportunities just because they were black, or weren't given opportunities because they were slaves, or weren't given opportunities because of the law. But ain't no law out here that I know of that says that you can't get up and pick up a book and read that book and get the knowledge in that book. I don't know a law anywhere in America. You tell me about a law. If there's a law, then we'll go protest that law. I've never seen a law anywhere that says that when you get that extra money, you can put it in your savings account or your investment account
and not go spend it down at Walmart, Target, or the liquor store, or wherever you spend your money. So my point is to say, what are you waiting for? There's no law saying that a black man is not allowed to take care of his children and love his children. So that most of the challenges that you are witnessing are psychological challenges. Most of the challenges you're witnessing are the result of bad, and I dare say alien or racist culture. And you've internalized that. So let's stop the crap. Let's stop it. I mean, I don't want to sit around all day and complain about what Joe Biden did and what Donald Trump's gonna do and all this other stuff when you ain't even doing what you got to do. You're not even doing what you got to do. So I just think that it's silly. The whole conversation at this point. If you answer that basic fundamental question, can a black man or black woman who works hard, educates himself, saves and invests their money, can that person become wealthy in America? If the answer to that question is yes, and that's all you need, you're not going to get white people's permission to be prosperous. You're not going to get their approval. They're not going to clap for you. They're like the way they would clap for you if you were gay, or clap for you if you're a feminist. They're not going to do that. They're not going to ever clap. You have to clap for you. So that's simple. It's very, very simple. Stop making it complicated, people. Stop making it complicated. Now, some of you mentioned that one of you mentioned that the convention, the link to the convention, you can't find it on the website. I didn't look at the website, but what I'll do is I'll add it. I have to double check the entire site, but what I'm going to do is go ahead and just put it up here at the top. And the All Black National Convention, or if you go to allblacknationalconvention.com, you can find it there too, but it should also be on my website too. And I believe it's there, but I don't have the time to look for it. So what I'm actually going to do is just make it easy. It's right there at the very top now. So if you'd like to go ahead and get your passes for the convention, or if you'd like to be a vendor at the convention, lots of vendors show up every year to sell their goods. Lots of people are there to buy black. There's plenty of opportunities to do that. So just go to boycewatkins.com or allblacknationalconvention.com. You should be able to find it up there. Okay, so let me look here and find more of your questions here. So give me a second. And by the way, if you're listening outside the Zoom, if you want me to see your questions, just join the book club. It's totally free. If you go to blackkeystogreatness.com, that's blackkeystogreatness.com, you can actually come inside the Zoom, and that's where I'll see your question. Right now, I'm only answering questions to people that are inside the Zoom, inside the chat, but I am letting people outside kind of listen in if you want to listen in and enjoy the conversation. All right, so let me see. What's the next question here? Karen says, can I obtain my real estate license through the Black Business School? What we actually have is we have a program in the Black Business School. If you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, the support team, that's support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they can guide you to a real estate program that was taught by a group of real estate agents. And they were showing people how to become real estate agents, how to get your license, all that, all the steps to get there. We don't have the official ability to grant you your license, but we do have people there that were training people to get prepared to get their license. So the answer is yes and no, I guess. I guess that's a good way to answer that question. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. Next question is Alicia. I like that name. Alicia Walker says, is Robinhood just as good as Acorns for the $5 a day, or Wealthfront for the same through IRA? Yep. Any app works. All the app has to be able to do is allow you to make consistent deposits on a weekly basis. That's it. Just remember the pathway to wealth, the road to wealth is straightforward. It's simple. There's no whites only sign on that road unless you put one up, you put one there. And literally, it's that straightforward. It's something that's so simple. And I dare say it this way, but I don't want to offend anybody when I say it this way. But, even a monkey can do it. And I say monkey, not because I'm trying to be racial, but because they actually did an experiment with monkeys where they taught monkeys how to invest. And they found that the monkeys were able to be taught to invest by throwing darts at a wall. And they also found that when the monkeys invested, they were able to make as much money as the experts on Wall Street.
And the reason is because of something called the efficient markets hypothesis, which is an old theory that was supported by a lot of people, including Burton Malkiel in his book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street in 1971, where literally because of the efficient markets hypothesis, you don't necessarily need to know anything about stocks in order to buy stocks and do so successfully. All you have to do is make sure you avoid taking bad advice from your friends. But literally, if you just randomly went into the stock market every week and just bought different stocks every time, you literally would have you'd have far more wealth than someone who sat on the sidelines. The biggest mistake people make when it comes to investing is to be too scared to invest because you miss everything. You miss all the upturns right now. If you're watching the stock market, you see a lot of money being made right this moment. And a lot of people aren't getting any of that money right now. Like literally the market, go look, the stock market's been on a roar the last week and a half. I hope you guys are investing. If you're not investing, please do that. Because the stock market's been on a roar. They're making money. I'm making money by going to sleep. I go to sleep and I wake up and I have another few $1,000s in my account. Like it's that easy to make money when you're just consistently investing. And why is that? Well, because you got to be positioned to benefit from the upturn. You have to be ready to benefit. So people that were consistently buying when the markets were going down, those are the people that own those assets when the prices start going up. That's how people make money from gentrification. They didn't go buy property in the hood when the value went up. They didn't buy after the gentrification took place. That's for the suckers. That's for the people that want to live in the fancy condos and pay $1 million each for a condo in a neighborhood where 20 years ago you could buy a $10,000 house. Hey, literally, think about this. You have people buying $1 million condos now in neighborhoods where just 2 decades ago those houses were going for $5,000 or $10,000 and nobody wanted them. The people that build the wealth in this country are the people who buy when it's cheap. The people that show up late after everything gets expensive, those are the people that end up losing money. So what stocks are there to buy now? Well, my favorite stock of the week was actually Amazon. In the stock market class, those of you that are in the stock market class, I put a list of stocks in there for you guys every single week. So if you want to try the stock market program, you can do a free trial for a free month. Just go to boycewatkins.com and the link should be on my website. Let's see. Wayne says, Dr. Watkins, is there anyone or any organizations out there who are dealing with or leasing land in the South for farming? That I do not know, Wayne. I'm sorry. If anybody is in the chat and feel free to share some information, but I don't know anybody that's doing that. Jan says, Dr. Boyce, in the Understanding Stock Market Terms lecture, you discussed the future value of an annuity calculator. Let's see here. Then to do an equation, you were teaching to change your mind. Oh, yeah. So the future value annuity calculation, you can find one at calculatorsoup.com. Yep. So future value of an annuity basically shows you how much your money is going to be worth if you invest it consistently at a certain interest rate. Kelvin says, what is King Randall's donation information? If you look up the X for Boys, I think it's called the X for Boys. Let me see. If I type in the X for Boys in Google, yeah, there we go. The x4boys.org, THE, the X for Boys, and that's the letter X, the x4boys.org. There's a donate button right at the top of the page. So you can feel free to leave a donation for King Randall at thexforboys.com. Somebody please type that in the chat for anybody that missed it the first 3 times I said it. All right. Let's see. If the majority of people live in paycheck to paycheck outside of investments, do you have any other ideas to strive in the economy? Yeah, I would say that in the beginning, you might have to crawl before you walk. So crawling before you walk means that, everybody has a little bit of extra money. Almost everybody. I'm not saying that everybody's rich. I'm not saying that everybody's got it easy. We know a lot of us have it hard. A lot of us started off having it hard. And so, when I had it hard, when I didn't have any money, I tried to gain the resources that didn't cost me any money. Knowledge really doesn't cost you a whole lot of money. If even if you start at the beginning, you don't have any money to even pay someone to teach you things. There's still places you can go to get knowledge for free until you get a little bit of money where you can actually pay to learn. And I paid a lot of money for education and all that stuff. I was in debt like everybody else, all that stuff. And so I would start there by getting the things that are free, which is the knowledge. The average millionaire spends 20 hours a month studying how to get wealthy. So the question is, how much are you behaving like a millionaire? So if you're spending 30, 45 minutes a day just looking for different ways to make money, understanding things, even without making any moves yet, then you're going to be ahead of a lot of people, because a lot of people don't make money because they just don't know where to go get it. They don't know how it works. They don't know, again, it's like if I was trying to be a great basketball player, but I refused to go into the If I refuse to go onto the basketball court, then I'm never going to be a good basketball player. Okay. So by the way, if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section inside the Zoom, and I'll see your question. Anybody who's outside the Zoom that wants to come in, just go to blackkeystogreatness.com. You can join the book club for free, and I can see your question. All right. So Diane Parker says, Dr. Watkins, do you have a team of young men and women working with Dr. Anderson on this curriculum project for the Black Business School, the one he mentioned as a starter to your new Black Business School program? No, I do not. We have a team, but it's not a massive team. And the thing about a team is that it takes time to sort of build teams. It's really, really hard. I don't talk about it that much because I don't dwell in the negativity or anything, but it's really, really hard sometimes to bring in people that are not part of the team because it just you have to vet people. The people I've worked with for years, because some of you, if you follow the internet, you've seen times where we've worked with people and it didn't work out, and the person then gets mad because they wanted some money from us or something, and they'll say, "Oh, Dr. Boyce is a terrible person," when really it's because we had a business negotiation and they wanted us to give them something we could not give them. We're like, look, I know you want more money, but we can't give it to you because we don't have those resources, and then next thing you know, they get mad and whatever, and it just becomes like a complete shit show because there's a lot of, unfortunately, as great as our community can be, there's also some toxicity and a lot of pain that can come out of that, where people get triggered and get mad, and and I just don't respond to it. Just so you know, I don't acknowledge it. I'm not going to pay attention to it, especially if I know that we did right by you or we had to part ways with you, So there was like one person that was screaming for years, Dr. Boyce is bad. He's a terrible person. And we built that whole person's career. We put $100,000 in that person's pocket, and that person was behaving in such a toxic way that we just parted ways. I just said, "You're fired. You're out of here. Just go. I don't care what you tell the world." And so then when they go and they tell any story, and people will believe any crazy thing you say about a Black man, so they'll go and scream and holler about it. And all I can do is just ignore. You can't fight every crazy person on the planet or every idiot. You just have to keep going forward with your mission. So long story short, that's part of the reason why you don't see me able. I build some teams, but I have to build them very carefully and very slowly, because what we're doing here, in my view, is very sacred. It's very important in terms of what the impact that it's having. I would guarantee you, I don't think there's anywhere else on the internet where people are doing what we're doing. I haven't seen anything out there that's doing what we're doing on the level that we're doing it, right? And so to me, that means you have to protect it. And sometimes protecting it means not just protecting it from the racists that are out there. It might mean protecting it from some of the Black people that are into maybe jealous competition or just have the wrong energy. So long story short, I keep it real tight. You're not going to really see me just sort of out here, mixing it up with just anybody, because not everybody understands what we're trying to do. But I believe in it deeply. I know that it works. It's based on scientific research. When I talk to you guys about what it takes to become wealthy or a millionaire and all this other, this is easy to do. It's very simple stuff. What the hard part is confronting toxic culture. The hard part is it's like losing weight. It's easy to lose weight, actually, if you do exactly what you're supposed to do. There's almost no overweight person who doesn't have a serious medical condition where if they simply got up every day and spent 30 minutes doing what a trainer told them to do and ate what a trainer told them to eat, there's almost no person that wouldn't start losing weight. There's nobody. If a trainer says, okay, 30 minutes a day, I want you to run until you sweat, and then I want you to eat these vegetables, eat this specific food, then the person's going to lose weight. It's not complicated. What's complicated is dealing with all of the bad habits the person may have, and all of the brainwashing and the conscious and subconscious reasons that the person chooses to overeat, or why the person doesn't follow through on the promises that they make to themselves, dealing with the lack of discipline that may be embedded in their culture, dealing with the habit that they have of picking up a bag of Doritos every time they sit down and watch TV. I know this as a person who went through that journey of losing weight. I always knew what I needed to do to lose weight. I didn't have to take a class to learn that, but it was doing it that was the hard part, right? So what we're trying to do really as a community is we're trying to shift culture. So if you ever wonder why I might repeat myself, sometimes I repeat myself a lot. I say things, if y'all who've been listening to me a lot, sometimes I'll repeat stuff just because I need you to hear it over and over. I need you to hear it 18 times, 20 times a month, because I want it to sink in, and once it sinks in, you're off to the moon.
Okay, so I want you to win. I want to help you succeed. So there's my 2 cents on that. Jasmine says, it seemed like I did the calculations wrong, or maybe the calculator wasn't the right one. No, I think the calculator soup one is good. If you look up future value of an annuity calculator, they're all over the place. There should be one if you log in at the blackstockmarketprogram.com. There should be one inside that program. Will Dr. Wesley Muhammad or anybody be from the NOI be at the ABNC? Asked Ryan. Yeah, I believe the team secured Riza Islam. I want to say Nuri Muhammad or Akila Nihanda. I can't remember everybody exactly, but I love the Nation of Islam, and I think the Nation of Islam, as far as how they deal with blackness, the structures of the way they view family and working together and building things. I think that's a great template to pay attention to in terms of what the community could do if we do our best. Reginald says, okay, so Reginald, I see you have a question about the Black Business School. If anybody has a question about the Black Business School or your membership, just write this email down. It's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Don't forget that THE. Support@theblackbusinessschool.com. We have a whole support team that's waiting right there to answer your emails. They can answer any message, any question you have about your membership or anything like that. We want to take good care of you, make sure you're happy. Kevin, how do we get rid of the continuous meritorious manumission and Willie Lynch teachings applied to our people right now? I think some accountability is called for, and I do a little bit of that. Sometimes I'll call something out that I don't like, but at the same time, I don't think you're going to get rid of all of it. I think sometimes instead of stopping someone from doing something you don't like, I think that the best response is to do more of what you do like. So sometimes I don't really know if you can stop every person in the community that isn't trying to do the right thing. What you can do though is you can do more of the right thing. If I just have, then that's honestly that's a little secret. That's one of the ways I deal with, even when I see when I see maybe a critic or someone who doesn't like what I'm doing or doesn't like me or something like that. Well, I just do more. I just do more me. I do more me because I believe in what I'm doing. I believe in what we're doing. I believe in this mission. And so to me, it's like, if you talk about that negative thing one time, I'm going to talk about the positive thing 475 times. Right. And so the positive will drown out the negative. It's just like if you have a McDonald's and you're trying to get people to eat more McDonald's hamburgers, you could do a commercial and say, don't eat at Wendy's. Wendy's is bad. Don't eat at Burger King. Burger King's bad. But McDonald's doesn't do that. McDonald's just runs more McDonald's commercials, right? Because they know that it's a battle. Like, okay, we need to take up brain space that Burger King might be taking. So there's a competition, but it's more parallel as opposed to conflicting. You don't have to conflict with every idea you disagree with. You don't have to fight with every trifling Negro. You ain't got to fight with those relatives who don't get it. Don't fight with them. Just go and kick ass and take names and succeed. And then they're going to be watching you. They're going to notice you because your energy will be so strong. It's like I compare it to the sun. The sun doesn't compete with the planets. The sun's not competing with other suns. The sun's not competing with anything else in the solar system. All the sun does is it shines brighter and has more luminous power than any other object inside the solar system. As a result of the sun's massive power, all the other objects revolve around the sun. Not because they made an agreement or the sun talked them into it or the sun beat them up and forced them into submission per se. The sun just shined. And because the power, the energy of the sun, because of the sun's power on various levels, everybody's just responding to what the sun's doing. So what I would say is, in your family, just go be the sun. Just go shine. Just go be great. Succeed. Win. Do your best. Give 100%. Show up with a lot of energy. And eventually what you'll see is that people will just naturally gravitate towards you. They will naturally follow you. They will naturally respond to you. Sometimes they may talk bad about you, right? But they're good. But even when they're talking bad about you, they're still honoring you. You got to understand that. See, the worst thing people can do is not talk about you at all. But when they're talking about you, they're honoring you. They're honoring your power. They're not honoring you by saying, I like you. They're honoring you by saying, damn, you're there and I can't act like you're not. I must acknowledge you. I must respect what's happening here, right? So if the Chicago Bulls are playing the LA Lakers, they don't like each other. They're not going to clap for each other when they score a basket. They're going to play hard defense. They're going to prepare, right? And that's still a type of respect. They're acknowledging each other by saying, man, if we don't prepare, the Lakers are going to kick our butt. So ultimately,
That's what it is. I don't look for anybody to just sit around and just say how much they like me. And I appreciate those of you who do. It's nice. I appreciate that. But even my enemies honor me as much as my friends do, because we are here. We are doing this, and you must show up at the table with all your energy and all your ducks in a row, ready to kick butt and take names, so that even people that hate your guts say, "Damn, here they come again. Here he comes." You got it? I hope that makes sense. Okay. Let's see. All right, next question. Let's see. When Ice Cube presented his platinum platform to Trump when he was president, was it Trump or our politicians that turned it down? Ice Cube did not present the platinum platform. As you know, I worked with Ice Cube very closely during his political thing. I remember him going on CNN. We talked right before he went on CNN. We talked about, we kind of strategized on some points he can make on the show. And then after the show, he called me and we were talking a little bit more. And we talked a lot. And one of the things I can tell you with, from the bottom of my heart is that Ice Cube was really trying to do the right thing. And I wouldn't have sat around and talked to him if I didn't feel that way. I remember I had conversations with other people and I wasn't as convinced. I talked to Kanye West. I like him. I think he's trying in his own way, but I feel like Kanye's still a little bit, it's like something about being like in this celebrity space. And, all these white people are giving you money and whatever, and they'll pay you money to act like an idiot. I'm not saying Kanye's an idiot, but sometimes he acts like an idiot. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Sometimes he's a genius, sometimes he's a weirdo, and I don't really care about any of that because I can strip away from all that. I see where that's coming from. I see what that is, and I see why that gives you confidence, because men naturally gain confidence when they're making money, no matter what they're making money for. So some comedian who calls himself the N-word or acts like a buffoon and makes $10 million doing it will feel like he's a successful black person, because people who don't understand how this so-called success is manufactured by corporate America, they think it's a big deal. It ain't a big deal. All it means is that your adversary will always pay you to act like an ass. I'm not saying Kanye's an ass. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that in general, a black person making money doesn't impress me at all. I'm going to ask, how did you make your money? Remember, it's like your daughter. If your daughter comes home and says that the boys in football team, they're all giving her $20 a week, the first question you need to ask is, well, how did you get that money? What did you do to get that money from the whole entire boys football team? Because if she's sleeping with everybody on the football team, that's not a sign of success and respect. So, when we talk about money, a lot of people make that mistake of thinking that being focused on financial success means being obsessed with money and believing that money is the be all end all. Money over everything. If I have money, then I'm successful. Money, 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 money. No, you got to ask, how am I getting my money? Because your enemy will always pay you money to do things that are to your detriment or to the detriment of the people that you care about. And so, I don't blame people for getting their money. I think money's important. Money does matter. And when I talked to Kanye, first thing he told me, literally, we talked 2 minutes, and he told me he was worth $4 billion. I didn't care. I don't care. So what? Big deal. How does that benefit black people? What does that mean for black people? But then one thing he did do that I really liked was he tweeted a picture of Dr. Claude Anderson's book right there on the phone, and I appreciated that, and that's why I appreciate him. That's why the good outweighs the bad. But in terms of having the ability to even focus long enough to really get something done, I don't think that was there yet. I think that sometimes that celebrity space distracts you so much that it's like you think you can snap your fingers and everything's going to change. And unless you're snapping your fingers and delegating to the right people, nothing is going to change. And also I really encourage everybody to stop getting all pumped up about these celebrities who talk about themselves like they're walking gods. Like, I'm the greatest of everything. I'm the most important, whatever. No, you're not. Stop that. Your community is more important than you. And you must bow to that. You must honor the community before you start honoring yourself. And so I didn't honestly get a lot from talking to Kanye. It was kind of like wow, my kids thought that was cool that he called, but it wasn't a big deal. When I talked to Ice Cube, I felt like I was talking to a true ally who truly understands what we're trying to do. I felt like I was talking to a person who understood how to play your position. I felt like he understood that as a celebrity, I have a big platform. My job is to be fearless with my platform, to walk away from all the temptations that come with being a celebrity, where they pay you money to dumb yourself down or walk away from your community. And I also felt that he understood that there's a point where you pass the ball to people in the community that don't have the spotlight you have. So when Ice Cube made his contract with Black America, which I encourage everybody to take a look at, the first thing that impressed the hell out of me was that he went and he recruited scholars and thinkers to give him the best ideas to put on this contract, so that he could then do his job, which is to promote it. I thought that was brilliant. And every celebrity can do that. All of them can do it. But unfortunately, when you just get out here in this weird world, they just completely forget about Black people, at least in an authentic way. It becomes very superficial, very silly. Just understand, with all the money and the power and the access and resources that they have, if they sat down with a team of smart people and just gave them access to the platform and their connections, you could raise 10, 20, 30 billion dollars in a couple of weeks for the Black community, and build a whole chain of Black owned schools. If you wanted to, you could build thousands of Black owned businesses, but nobody's encouraged to think that way because our smartest people are oppressed by culture. You have anti-intellectual culture. So you have a lot of people that get promoted heavily who are just not that smart, who are not trying to be smart, who are trying to be as ignorant as possible. Well, why would you do that? Well, because that's how you get the bag sometimes. I don't think the white man will ever pay you for being your absolute best. He will never pay you for competing against him. He will never pay you to win, in the competition of minds. He'll only pay you to entertain. And that's what your job is. So let me keep going. Alicia says, my son, Cal-El, is 11 years old, is asking this question. Did anyone actually go to the moon? If it's true, how much money would it cost? Great question. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not a conspiracy theorist about going to the moon, but I like that question because it gets me off that train of thought I was on before. Because y'all know me, I could go on that forever. But I don't know. What confuses me about the moon is I don't understand how there was something that you did in 1968 that you can't do in 2022. And that's weird. That makes no sense to me. I get it. People are like, yeah, we don't invest in NASA and they but it was 1968. You have more computer technology in your phone that they had in the entire rocket ships that they were sending to the moon. I don't get it. I admit I don't understand it. So when people say that they faked the moon landing, I don't think it's impossible. The government's faked all kinds of stuff. So stop acting like they wouldn't do it. I'm not saying they did. I'm saying that it doesn't make sense. If you ask somebody in 1968, well, what will you be doing by the year 2022? They say, oh, we'll be living on Mars. We'll have colonies on Mars by 2022. We can't even get back to the moon. We can't even do in 2022 what they did in 1968. They're like, oh, we'll be in the moon by the year 2030 or the year 2025. It's going to take that long, really? So I don't know. That was a great question. And I don't know. Anything's possible. Okay, so Nasia says the platinum vendor ticket comes with only one VIP ticket, but I would like to bring my business partner. Can she have a ticket? Nasia, yeah. Well, how about this? I can get you a discounted ticket. So why don't you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and tell them that I said to give you a ticket. And what I might try to do is actually see if I can pull up a discount code that you can use for anybody that wants to go ahead and get your convention tickets now. Since you're in the book club, I can give you guys a discount. So let me see if I can I'm a terrible multitasker. So if I start talking about weird stuff, just know it's because I'm trying to multitask and I'm doing it wrong. All right. Yeah, I can't quite get inside right now. So so I'm gonna have to push this to the side. But what I'll do is I just want you guys to know that probably in the next week or so, we're gonna run another special on the tickets to the convention. So you don't have to buy your passes now. We'll give you a discount code within the next week or so. I can't open it up in the system right now for some reason. My computer's acting a little bit weird. So sorry for that. If it changes, I'll let you know. Let's see. Diana Parker says, I only ask because we are not promised Dr. Anderson and we don't want to miss gathering his extremely valuable knowledge. Yeah. Well, Dr. Anderson, I agree with you. And that's one of the reasons why I interviewed him so much. I interviewed Dr. Anderson a lot because Dr. Anderson is a national treasure. And I believe that, nobody's going to live forever. Him, you, me, none of us. So I believe in recording things. That's why I talk a lot online, because who knows, maybe in the future, maybe some of my ideas will be beneficial to young people. So I try to visualize in my head when I'm talking to you. I visualize some kid in the year 2070 watching like one of my videos or something, and getting inspired, from something that I said, back in the year 2022. And so I think that you have to have that kind of thinking to really prepare your community for the future. So whatever you're doing, I want you to think about legacy. I want you to think about preparation for the future. I want you to think about doing what you need to do in order to leave something for future generations. And it does make a difference. My wife bought her first house because her great grandfather bought like one of those old U.S. savings bonds back in 1945, right after World War II. And because he bought this bond in 1945, his great granddaughter was able to buy a house in the year 2008. And the other thing was, and also in her family, there was an apartment building they bought. Her great grandfather bought in the South Side of Chicago in the 1930s and 1940s, back when the South Side of Chicago was a really super nice area to live. It's still very nice in some parts, but some parts are better than others. And literally, they bought this building, and to this day, his great 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 granddaughter or something like that is living in the building rent free and making an income from owning the building. She does not have to work because of what her great great grandfather did back in 1945 or 1940, 1938, whatever the year was. So what I really want you to think about is realize that you are the ancestors. You are the ones that are leaving a legacy, whether you leave one or not. And what you leave or don't leave is going to impact your children, grandchildren, great grandchildren in a significant way. You got to make that plan now. You have to plant those seeds now. Let's see. Sharon says, I'm a 60-year-old woman and basically just started saving for retirement. Do you have any suggestions besides 401k? Yeah, Sharon, I think 60 is tough because you're trying to do in 5 years what, really is a 40-year process, 40-year process. So, what I would say is that you might have to do a retirement kind of in pieces. I can give an example. My parents, when they retired, they got Social Security. They had a pension. They had some investments, but they also had their kids, and their kids stepped in. They also had each other. And so when people talk about things like marriage and children, or how you raise your kids, or investing in keeping your marriage together, that is a survival strategy. I know a lot of people make fun of people in other communities, other countries. They'll say, "Oh, they're old fashioned. That's why she stayed with her husband, even though he was a dirty dog, or that's he was a simp. That's why he stayed with his wife for all those years when he could have been a player." But you don't understand that in countries where they're not as rich as the United States, staying married is the difference between survival and complete desperation, or prosperity and economic failure. I have a friend in Botswana whose family is worth millions of dollars. And she said, family is the most important part of our wealth building process. She said, I don't understand how African Americans even think they can begin to build wealth when they can't even keep family together, because every generation you're starting with nothing. And everybody thinks that dating and relationships are all about how good the sex is and who you have the most fun with and all that. She said, no, we get married and we stay married because your family is your protection. That's your institution. So when you have no family and you have nobody, then it's very difficult to do things. So I would almost say that retirement, it's starting that late at 60 has to be very creative. It means you definitely have to work beyond retirement. So maybe finding a part-time job, or a job that you can handle as you get older is a requirement, because you don't have to quit working just because you hit a certain age. In fact, they recommend that you actually remain active after retirement. When you stop working and you just sit there, you're gonna die soon. That's what all the studies say. Just look it up. So if you are retired, don't just sit around. Find things to do. You don't have to work as hard as you used to, but do something to keep yourself active. Give yourself a sense of purpose. Also, people that don't have any purpose. The time where I had my midlife crisis, where I was the most depressed, was actually when I was the most successful. I was about 40 something years old. I had achieved all my goals. I looked at my life from the time I was 22 and thought about all the goals I had for myself back then. I literally had them written down. I still have those papers where I wrote down what I wanted to do over the next 25 years. I accomplished every single goal that I had for myself. I didn't make the amount of money I wanted to make. I made 100 times more than that, 50 times more, some ridiculous. I didn't, I got the education I wanted to get. I married the woman that I wanted, the kind of woman I wanted to marry. My wife in my mind was the woman of my dreams. Like there was nobody that was better in my mind. And so I was sitting there and I was thinking, this is a weird place to be because I don't have to get up anymore. I don't have to, before I would get up and I had a reason. I had a goal. Like I get up because I was hustling. I was trying to become somebody, or I was trying to finish my degree. Or I was trying to go make some money. Or I was trying to succeed. And I realized I didn't have any of that stuff I needed to do anymore. I was like, God, I'm, kind of being, the so-called good side of being whatever I am is you ain't got to prove nothing to nobody. I proved a lot, right? So I realized that I was very depressed at that point because I had no sense of purpose. There was no reason to get out of bed. So I'm like, what am I going to do? Is lay in the bed all day to eat Cheetos? Like, that's not going to make me a better person. So I had to find new goals and objectives that were going to keep me mobile, keep me productive, keep me moving. So I encourage everybody, when you retire, don't just sit around. Just move to the next phase of your life. Don't work yourself into the ground either, though, but find something that's going to give you a goal, a sense of purpose. People that have a sense of purpose and a reason for doing things, they just function better. That's also, I think that's part of the reason why when we get a certain age, we get a job and then we get married and we start having kids, because the kids always give you something to do. Everybody that has kids knows what I'm talking about. There's always, you ask a parent, like, what have you been up to? Oh, run around with these kids and going to work every day, right? That's because you need that sense of purpose. If somebody took away the kids and took away the job and gave you $10 million, that's when people start getting into silly stuff. They start getting into drugs and whatever, because there's nothing to do except sit around and pleasure seek all day. You're using drugs, having sex, eating banana splits, going on vacation all the time, but eventually all that wears off, right? It's no longer like this sort of relief from your stressful life. It becomes like your way of life. And I can tell you, if you're doing all that stuff and leisure all the time, it eventually just wears away on your soul. So find something productive to do. I would maybe say that you definitely have to save and invest at a higher rate if you're saving for retirement later. I think that if you do have kids, hopefully your kids will step up. I step up for my mom all the time. My mother's on my payroll. I wanted my family to benefit from whatever I was doing. And so that's why when you're raising your kids are also part of your retirement plan. So for those guys or anybody that's neglecting your kids, just know you're neglecting yourself, because when you get 70, 80 years old and you need somebody, the kids are the ones who step up and come through for you. And so just keep that in mind as you're making your life investments. Let's see here. Next question is, Nasia says, my son is 15. He lost his dad at 10. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've had him listening to you for years. He even sent in a sports video a few years ago for Fine New Being Queen. Do you mentor teens? Well, I would say that if he's listening here, Nasia, to keep bringing him, keep having him listen. He's 15. He's almost a man now. And so there's a lot of young people that listen. I love it when young people listen. I love it when they say, you're like a stepdad or an Uncle Boyce or an adopted father. Like, I embrace all of that, because I think that in our community, what you got to understand is that you're kind of you're living in the ashes of what your community was supposed to be. You're dealing with the aftermath of things like mass incarceration and the war on drugs and all these other political activities that were done deliberately to dismantle and destroy the Black family, and to send Black men to prison and to ruin Black men. Give me a yes in the chat if you've heard me ever sort of break this down and explain. They took $1 trillion in Black wealth from you when they destroyed your families, like at least $1 trillion, probably $2, $3, $4, $5 trillion. Because think about this: when you're struggling constantly, when you're barely getting by, you don't have time to sit around and talk about investing and building wealth. You can't think about owning real estate when you're barely trying to pay the rent. You can't go out and start businesses and network with other people if you are so traumatized from your upbringing that your whole life is just filled with all kinds of chaotic dysfunction. Your sister's on crack, your brother's in jail, your other brother's trying to kill you, your other sibling don't talk to you. Like, that's kind of what happens in so many of our families. Like, that's crazy. And a lot of that, when you dig to the root of that, I bet you that 9 times out of 10, the word drugs pops up somewhere. The word drugs pops up somewhere. It might not be you. It might be somebody you love, somebody you needed to come through for you, couldn't come through for you because they were off getting high, or somebody
that you needed to come through for you couldn't come through for you because they were traumatized and messed up in the head because their parent was getting high, right? Like this is just chaotic. It's crazy. And so we have to be very intentional about, sort of rising the phoenix from the ashes, cleaning up the tornado, and really structuring our families and our existence in a way that's going to allow us to get back to becoming a fraction of what we were supposed to be. America owes you a big check for that. They owe you a big apology. They're not going to give you a check. They're not going to give you an apology, not for a long time. And so we have to at least focus on the rebuilding. But we can't forget that. We can't forget that because they're trying to sprinkle those drugs right back in your community. They got your rappers who are your most influential people in the community. They could be rapping about anything. They could be rapping and making kids read. They could be rapping and making kids build wealth. They could be rapping and making kids eat healthy. But instead, they are literally rapping and getting your kids to want to get high and drunk and on drugs at 18 and smoke so much corporate made weed, which has been heavily, heavily tampered with, to the point where they are addicted to dope at an early age and can't be functional for nobody. I do understand in my own life how many relatives I've had to cut off because they were messing with all that dope. Like, I don't even know what to do with you now. Like, every time I talk to you, you get triggered and go crazy because now your chemical imbalance and your brain is off. You can't even have a structured conversation anymore because all you can think about is getting high and drunk. Anytime you're picking up the weed in one hand and the henny in the other. And I'm up here trying to fight a war and trying to build. You can't build nothing because all you're thinking about is the dope. You are a slave. You are a damn slave. You are a slave to those drugs, and or you're a slave to the fried chicken, or you're a slave to something silly. And so you can't ever fight for freedom because you're not even free yourself. So I've had to cut in my own family. I've had to cut off relatives. My own father, my own biological father, could not be a father to me because he was getting locked up and in and out of jail over drugs. Other people in my family, I'm not gonna say their name because they might be listening. I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. But some of the I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with a drug addict other than to send you to rehab. It's like we're playing in a basketball game and you're injured. You're showing up to the NBA finals with a broken leg. All I can do is wheel your broken ass over to the sideline so that the real players can get in the game and try to win this damn thing without you on the court. So I'm not making fun of people that are in that category. What I'm saying is that I advocate strongly for a zero tolerance policy when it comes to drugs. I believe that any rapper who is promoting drug addiction or drug abuse in the Black community should be dealt with on it in an extreme way, whatever that means. I don't know what that means. I'm not saying go beat them up or kill them or nothing like that, but I am saying that killing their career would totally be okay with me. Now, by the way, it looks like I froze. Let me know if you guys can hear me okay. I know you probably can't see me right now because I was frozen for a second. Can you hear me and see me okay? All right. Okay, good. All right. So give me a yes in the chat so I know I'm coming through all right. All right. So let's keep going. Okay. And then, by the way, I'm still trying to open up the system for the convention thing. And I can try to get you some sort of discount code. If I can't get you one, just make sure you get on the email list. If you go pick up an e-copy of that book, the $5 a day investing plan, you'll actually get on the email list, and I will send out the discount for the convention that way. And actually, wait a minute, I think I might actually be able to open this up. Okay, so in case you don't know, the convention is going to be in Charlotte, North Carolina, October 28th through the 30th, and you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com in order to join us. Okay. All right. So let me see. Next question here. Next question is, Tara says, I'm not sure if you saw my question, but did you see the young lady pose nude at FAMU? Yeah, I did see that. And you know what? I have to be careful when I answer questions like that because I'm getting older. And when you say stuff that is like that's not like trendy, that's not where you're not going along with stuff that's trendy, people just start saying, oh, you're old. That's why you don't understand. I personally think that older people should be listened to at any age because they understand things that you don't know. And so with that being said, I was sad by the picture. I thought it looked trashy as hell. I hate the idea that we think that is some sort of liberation for women. I've never seen a woman get more respect because she was imitating the behavior of strippers. I just haven't. I don't see that. I'm not saying that you don't have a right to be a stripper or to do whatever you want to do. I don't tell nobody what to do. But to behave in a degrading way, to degrade yourself, and then say I need you to respect me.
at the very least, I'm the guy who says, well, that's not logical. That makes no sense. That's like me getting on my knees and then saying, I need you to look up to me. Well, how you gonna look up to me when I just got down on my knees? You're supposed to be looking down on me. That means because I made myself small. I've shortened myself, and I think that what is interesting, where I'm probably not on the political bus with a lot of people, is that as a father of daughters, I think that we are hurting our daughters by not explaining to them that there are many, many ways for you to be a truly empowered human being in this society that go beyond just showing your vagina to any man that walks on the street, or or also being hyper masculine. Like now they're promoting these images in movies and stuff of the women becoming men, and I think that because they're trying to defy gender and all this other stuff, and so now with the Black Panther and stuff, I was a little bit concerned because I said, well, there's no black males hardly in your trailer, and everything is like about women fighting in swords and spears and guns and all that. And I know women can fight, like we know women can do things, but that is thank you, Ryan. Ryan says, he says that's inappropriate behavior. They will always pay black people to act like buffoons. They will always pay black people to go along with whatever narrative they have about you and how they view you. And so what I would argue, my theory on this is that because you've had this strong black woman image kind of building out of the absence of the black male, which was the result of mass incarceration, the war on drugs, Joe Biden policies, where he sent all the black men to prison, everything else. So a lot of black boys, the majority of black boys and black women don't have a father in the house. So unfortunately, a lot of the women grow up disliking men because the first man you ever loved disappointed you. So you look down on the men. You realize you can't trust the men, right? And then you have men who don't want to be men, because they hear their mother talk about how terrible men are and how men broke her heart and how men are bad and everything else. So next thing you know, you have this manless society. And if you look throughout history over thousands of years, when one group conquered another group, that's the first thing they did, is they want your masculine men out the door, because that masculine male is competition. I knew a lady who had a boyfriend that was not really as successful as her. He was trying, but she was the go-getter. She was getting all the opportunities, and he really wasn't. He was an actor, and so she got this job offer to move across the country. Some rich Jewish guy said, "Hey, if you come and work for me, I'll give you control of the whole studio. I'll pay you $200,000 a year." It was an opportunity of a lifetime for her, because I think at the time she was struggling to pay the rent. So she goes to the guy, and the guy says, "Hey, let's have a meeting." So she goes to meet with this guy, and she, without telling him, she brings her boyfriend, right? Because she's like, I want him to meet my boyfriend so that I can convince him that we can go run this studio together, because having him by my side, I can do an even better job, or whatever. He had no interest. You're probably not surprised by this. That man had zero interest in meeting her boyfriend. He literally immediately rescinded the job offer. He's like, "No, this offer was for you. It ain't for him. I need you. I want you, but I need you to leave him back wherever he came from." Because and really what's going on there, in my view, is that he's competition. He's not going to pay the competition to come and work for him, and he was paying her because he wanted to be close to her, not because not that she wasn't skilled. She was, but there was another dynamic happening there that she became more aware of once she kind of saw how this man reacted when she said, "I want to get my boyfriend involved also." So ultimately, I believe this is what happens in corporate America. I believe this is part of the reason why a black male, a straight black male, is never going to get the same opportunities in corporate America as a black woman will get, or as a gay black man will get. It's nothing against any of those groups, but it means that for straight black men, you have to have one important thing inside of your bones in your body that will help you survive. As a straight black man, you cannot afford to go into this world and not be absolutely ready to be competitive with other men. You cannot come in be imitating the behaviors of women and children, because they're not going to respect you. They're going to laugh at you. They're going to think that you're weak. And so as me, as a straight black man, if I'm running around constantly talking about why I can't get nothing done because the white man is doing this to me and doing that to me, I can't take care of my woman because the white man won't let me, I can't take care of my kids because he ain't giving me enough money to do it, then I'm not seen as a man anymore by anyone. I'm not seen as a man by my competition. I'm not seen as a man by my woman. I'm not seen as a man by my children. Because at the end of the day, a man has to have the ability to earn some sort of respect from somebody. Like my daddy did not, the daddy that raised me, not my biological father that was in prison for drugs. My daddy, he was the excuse maker, unfortunately. My daddy that raised me was a man where even when he didn't have a lot of money, he carried himself like a man. He carried himself like a boss. He carried himself like the head of a family. He carried himself as a leader. And I looked up to that. I saw him as a God because even when he was weak and tired and all that, I just never saw it. I'm not saying that maybe that's toxic or something. I don't know. I'm sure some therapists would say that that's not appropriate behavior, but it worked. I liked it. I liked knowing that my daddy was the man. I don't know if anybody else had a daddy like that. If you had a daddy like that, God bless you, you were lucky, because that really to me says that if the stuff really goes down and somebody's really trying to take what we got or hurt me or my sister or mess with our family, oh, daddy gonna go get him. Daddy got the strap upstairs. He's gonna pull out that gun. He's gonna fight to the end, and he might not win, but he's gonna die trying. I love that about my father. So I remember one time my mother and I and my sister were in the car, and we were driving, and we were in Louisville, Kentucky, where I grew up, and we were driving down the freeway. We were about to get off the freeway to go to our house. So we were about 5 miles from our house, though, and our car just broke down. So the car broke down on the freeway, but it was close enough to the exit that we could actually walk. But it wasn't. It was close. Like if you're in a car, it would take you maybe 2 minutes to get there. But on foot, you're talking about like a 20-minute walk, walking down the freeway, right? So the car breaks down because my parents ain't got no money. We pull over. We start walking down the freeway. So imagine this: you got a black family, a mother, father, an 8-year-old boy, that's Boyce, that's me, and a 3-year-old girl holding hands walking down the side of the freeway. And I remember that, white people, and I don't think all white people are bad. I'm not, so if you're white, don't think I hate you. I don't have time to hate you. I love myself. That's a totally different thing. So, there were people that drove by and they felt bad for us. They were like, dang, this poor family is walking on the side of the road. So, what they did? They did what was natural. They pulled over to say, hey, buddy, you need a ride? And I remember my father saying, no, we got it. And it's weird because when he said, no, we got it, I got it. Like I got it instantly. I understood at 8 years old. I understood why my father didn't want to ride from that man. 2 reasons. One, because you don't know who the person is. They could be a serial killer. But then number two, it was his pride. Like he was, as a man, he's like, I'm going to solve this. I'm going to fix this. This is my family. I got it. Right. And again, I'm not saying this is the best way to handle everything. Maybe the best route might have been to get in the car and get the ride. I mean, and I'm not knocking that. But there was something about that really, to me, exemplified who he was to us and how important that was to our family. He was in many ways like a spiritual, like a tent pole. Like if you think about a tent, the tallest tent pole is what holds the tent up. And if you take that tent pole away, the whole tent falls down and drops on everybody's head, or it's not tall enough for people to walk around inside the tent. And so to me, when you took away the father, you took away one of the tallest tent poles. And so the tent's falling on everybody's head. So you can't really enjoy your camping experience because the tent, you're scrambling around trying to get the tent off your head, right? So the family without the dad, to me, is not the same family that you have with the dad. And I don't understand why people think that it's sexist for me to say that. It's actually more sexist for you to disagree with what I'm saying without hearing me out. Because there's no way on this earth I could ever convince any of you that you can have a family or a sturdy, solid family or a complete family without the mother. We know how important mama is. We know how important big mama is. We know the mother is the center of so many important things that happen in the household. So I don't understand where we forgot how important the father is in terms of being the center of many things that happen in the household. So you've basically gotten comfortable running a marathon with one leg. You think that because you can hop 24 miles that you don't need to have 2 legs. You can run a marathon with 1 leg, and then you wonder why you keep getting last place. Well, you keep getting last place because you're running against people that have 2 legs, and 2 legs are better than 1. So 2 parents typically are better than 1 parent, even if one of those parents isn't quite perfect, right? So that's my belief. That's my 2 cents. So I'm sticking to it. All right, so let me actually I told you guys I was going to grab you a discount code. Actually, if you go to allblacknationalconvention.com and you use the code book club, you can get 30% off your tickets to the All Black National Convention. You can do that right now. So just go to allblacknationalconvention.com, or if you even go to boycewatkins.com, it's right there at the top of the screen, and just use that code book club at checkout, all one word, book club. You can get 30% off your tickets, and we will sell out. We sold hundreds of tickets in the first month that they were available right after the last convention because everybody has so much fun. I guarantee you're going to have an awesome time. You're going to love it. I'm really excited about doing the interview with the former CEO of the Air Jordan brand, Larry Miller. Larry's a good friend of mine, and I love this guy. And I like him because Larry didn't forget where he came from, and he was the guy that understood. He understands how to scale a business. You know, he took the Air Jordan brand. Think about this. I bought Air Jordans when I was I got my first pair when I was 14. I saw them for the first time when I was about 12. And I'm not 12 years old anymore. I'm nowhere near 12 years old. But the idea that Michael Jordan's brand is still as relevant now as it was in 1983 and 84 is astonishing to me. And Larry Miller is the reason for that, in my opinion. He took that company from 300 million or so per year to 3 billion. He's coming to the convention. I'm going to do a fireside chat with him. Also, there's a billionaire, Mike Roberts, that's going to come down as well. But then we have a lot of other great people, activists and intelligent people like Reza Islam, people that understand crypto and business, people like Lene Javette, Julian Gordon, others, just so many great people there. So if you'd like to come, just go to boycewatkins.com or allblacknationalconvention.com. Use that code book club and you'll get 30% discount. All right, so let's see. Somebody asked, how did you perform in your race? Don't ask, because I don't do very well in my race. My rule with running is just don't stop running. Just keep running. Just keep running. Kareem says, will the event be live streamed for those who cannot make it? We're working to set up a live stream. That's not determined yet, though, because we have to have a certain type of film crew on the ground, and we haven't picked our film crew yet. So we're thinking about it. We're trying to decide if we're going to do that. Let's see. Rodney Ward, for every different brokerage account, do you need a different bank account? No, you do not. You can have one bank account that feeds all your different brokerage accounts. That's pretty easy to do. Shamika says, have you or anyone heard about the Christmas box baby? I don't know what the Christmas box baby is. Anybody heard about the Christmas box baby? I don't know what the Christmas box baby is. Sheila says, my son is now 12 and lost his father 2 years ago of an accident, and it does take a community of men to take care of the children, especially the young men. I am so sorry for you and your son. That just hurts my heart, and I'm so sorry for your husband. I mean, I slowed down talking because I feel it in my stomach and my chest right now. I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry. It's weird. My stomach just started turning when I just imagine what that poor little boy had to go through. I too have had him go through all of your courses, and he continues to follow you in the teaching of Claude Anderson. Thank you, and the community of strong men. Absolutely, Sheila. And give my best to your son and to your family. And I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. I'm so sorry. And I'm always going to be here for you as long as I can talk, and as long as as long as I'm alive, I'm gonna be here. The Christmas box baby was a baby kidnapped from the Cook County Hospital. Really? When was that? Was that recently? I haven't heard anything about that. Community control of numbers, says Timothy Jones. Okay. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Community control of numbers versus reparations. I don't know what community control of numbers is. I'm so sorry. That doesn't resonate with me. I apologize for not understanding that. So anyway, I think we've had enough time to kind of do some Q&As. I went through all your questions. I'll be back now tomorrow. Actually, if you're in the stock options class, I'm going to have to move that time. So you're going to get an email from me tonight, moving the date. I'm not going to cancel. I'm just going to postpone because George Fraser needs me to step in. Tavis Smiley was going to host and moderate a panel, the town hall on Thursday night. And George asked me to fill in for Tavis because I guess Tavis isn't feeling well. And so I agreed to do that for him. So I can't do tomorrow night's class. However, I will schedule another date in the next 3 or 4 days. And then also, in fact, I'll do some extra things. And if you log in, you can actually find some stuff that I put in there for you guys. So I hope you all have a good night. And it was fun talking to you. And by the way, I don't know if you guys know, we the financial flashcards for kids, if you were thinking about getting some for your children or kids in the neighborhood, giving them away as Christmas gifts, we have a great discount. Let's see. Nasia says the code book club did not work. Let me see. I'm looking here. Try capitalizing the B and the C. Maybe that'll work. Because I'm looking at it right now, and it seems to work okay. And what I'll try to do, in fact, is I'll even give you the direct link, so that way we can cut to the chase on that. So let me just copy the direct link into the chat, so you guys can just use it directly like that. Let me see here. All right, clicking on chat. Okay, everyone. All right, there you go. So try capitalizing the B and the C too. Let's see if that works. But there's the code. Let me know. Give me a yes if you see that in there. And so if you're thinking about coming to the convention, that code will always work. So go ahead and feel free to use that code. You can get 30% off anything that you want. Even if you want to be a vendor, it even works for vendor tickets. So so feel free to use that code Book Club. Capitalize the B and capitalize the C. But yeah, what else was I going to say? Oh yeah, so the financial flashcards. So we're having like a sort of a 24-hour flash sale where they're about 31% off or something like that till midnight tonight. So if you'd like to take a look at the flashcards, just go to financialflashcards.com. That's financialflashcards.com. So those are a great tool that we developed to help you teach your kids about wealth and economics, and they work extremely well. And I really want to encourage you. It's very, very easy for you to put your family at a very high level. Remember, let's go back to that basic question I asked you in the beginning. I asked this on the panel today at the Power Networking Conference. I said, is it possible for a black man or black woman who works hard and is disciplined and educates themselves to become successful or wealthy, no matter how poor that they are in the beginning? Most of you answered yes. And I agree. The answer is yes. The answer is absolutely yes. It happens all the time. Thousands and thousands of black people. Some of you in here, many of you in here, started off poor, and now you're doing extremely well. Now, so what I really want you to do is kind of start with that premise and understand that if you want your children ahead of everyone else's children, all you got to do is start them off early. If you start them off early, then they win. If you start them off late, then they're probably going to lose. So what I would encourage you to do is understand that things like the financial flashcards and stuff like that, or whatever tool you want to use, are just conversations about what money looks like, how you make your money, and shaping their values early is really what matters. I figured this out. This is something. See, I'm figuring things out every year. I know more about this now than I did 5 years ago. And I knew a lot 5 years ago, because even 5 years ago, I'd had my PhD for 15 years. So I knew a lot of stuff, but every day I'm figuring out stuff. And here's what I figured out about this wealth thing in the black community. It ain't about the knowledge. It ain't about access to the knowledge. 40 years ago, maybe access to knowledge was a big deal because you had to spend money and go to college and all that stuff. Now you got a whole university in your cell phone. The greatest university in the history of the world is in your cell phone. So the knowledge is right there. It's available. So if the knowledge is readily available for anybody who wants it, why do some people have the knowledge and some people don't? Well, that is because of the culture. The culture shapes your value system. So if I am in a culture that does not value knowledge, then I'm not going to seek knowledge. It's like if I live in a culture that doesn't value health food and just thinks health food is nasty, you can put all the health food in the world in front of me. I'm going to walk right past the health food and look for the fried chicken and the cheeseburgers and the Doritos, because that's what I want, right? So ultimately, this is not a battle of access to knowledge and information. This is a battle, and it's not even, and even the battle of actually consuming the information is only part of it. It's really a battle of culture, which shapes values, because the culture you come from determines what type of information or what types of resources you're going to pursue. So if I raise a kid and I teach a kid that you want to eat kale and broccoli and health food and salad every day, and you want to be vegan no matter what, then that kid is going to do everything in his power to pass up everything he can pass up till he gets to the vegan food, because he's going to feel like, I can't eat unless it's vegan. I can't eat unless it's salad. I can't eat unless it's a vegetable, right? So the same thing is true with economics. If you raise a kid and you just say to your child, pay attention now, this is important. This makes your job easy. Your job is easy. It's not a hard job. If you just say to your child, son, any black man who wants to be free and successful needs to have his own business. Or you say to your daughter, baby, every black woman should know how to make her own money, should know how to invest. Or you say to your kids, you gotta own real estate. Owning real estate's really important. And you say it over and 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 over again, to the point where at your funeral they say, well, what did mama always say? Well, mama always said you gotta have real estate and you gotta start a business. Mama used to always say that. If you do that, you don't even have to show them how to buy real estate. They're going to go and find out how to do it. They're going to get on their cell phone, how to invest in real estate. They're going to search for it on Google. They're going to watch 10 million videos. They're going to take a class, or they're going to go to college. They're going to say, well, what do you want to major in? Well, my mother always said that owning real estate was really important. So I think I want to study real estate investing. Right? They're going to go and get the knowledge because you lit the fire. You did the important part of it. So the culture shapes the values. Your job is to light the fire. It's just to send them in a general direction in terms of what their value systems are, because that's going to shape the kind of knowledge that they pursue. They're not going to spend all their time learning how to twerk. They're going to spend, because that's what kids do. They give them the phone. They're like, how to twerk, how to drop it like Cardi B, right? They're learning all this crap from rappers because their value systems are gone. Their value systems are like, if I look like a rapper and I'm lit like a rapper, then I'm going to have a lot more friends or whatever. So that's why they're looking for that knowledge and that information. You can't hide knowledge and information of a certain variety from somebody who has been trained to want it no matter what. So if I'm a teenager and I really, really want to have the nicest iPhone, then you can increase the price. You can put it in in a difficult to find neighborhood. You can, hide it in the store. That kid's going to go hunt it down because they need to have it. So you have to stoke the fire. You have to create the desire. You have to create the demand, and then your kids will do the rest. Your job will be easy. Just create the right culture. Don't even talk to your kids about jobs, in my opinion. I think I don't even talk to my kids about jobs. They'll figure that out. Some slave will come along and tell them how to go work for other people. That's fine. I'm kidding. If people that work for other people, I'm not making fun of that. But seriously, like, I don't need to tell them about all that. You know what I talked to them about? I talked to them about things like being financially free. Or I'll say to them, preparation is the key to success. That's my slogan in the household. Every time they fail, every time they mess up, I say, well, preparation is the key to success. Well, you know what I'm teaching them? I'm teaching them about investing. Because all investing is preparation. Investors don't make all their money now. Investors made all their money in the past. Every ounce of money that they're making right now came from a move they made in the past. So they dominate the present because they prepared for the present when they were living in the past. When the present used to be the future, they were preparing for the future because they said one day the future is going to be the present. So the question I must ask you right now today is 2028 is coming. It's going to be here. 6 years. Nobody's thinking about 2028. Ain't nobody checking for 2028. Everything's vacant. Opportunities are abundant in the year 2028 if you prepare for it in 2022. What are you doing right now in 2022 that will prepare you to be in a great position in the year 2028? 2022 is to 2028 what 2016 used to be for 2022. Were you preparing for 2022 back in 2016, or were you only thinking about 2016? A lot of us were just thinking about 2016. So what I'm saying to you is, if you want to get ahead of the curve, ahead of the game, all you do is you get to the spot first. You think you take your brain into the future and you think about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years down the line, and you start preparing now. And if you prepare now, then you will win. You start buying those shares of stock. That company, by 2028, the value has tripled, and suddenly you're the rich guy on the block, and everybody thinks you got lucky. So preparation is the key to success. Also, ownership is the key to power in America. You can never have power in America if you don't own something. So what I tell my kids also about financial assets is I say, you got to own property. When I took them down to the rental property we bought in Atlanta, I said, we bought this property because you must own assets if you want to be successful in this country. You must own real estate. You must own stocks. We talk about ownership. That's what you do. So figure out what your core values are going to be. Maybe pick 2 or 3 things that you really want to drill into them, and drill it repeatedly. Repetition is the key to leadership, right? And once you've repeated it to them 10,000 times, then guess what? When you get older, man, that's going to be your legacy. That when they're winning lifetime achievement awards at the age of 45, they're going to give speeches. Your old ass going to be sitting in the audience, barely hanging on, maybe. Who knows? You'll be old and wrinkled, looking back on the good old days, and they're gonna give you a tremendous amount of credit for being the person that introduced them to a way of thinking that opened the door for all the possibilities that exist in their life. So don't feel like you have to give your children the world. Just give them something more valuable than the material things. Give them that spiritual wherewithal. Give them the culture. Give them the value system that will allow them to value the right things as they go conquer the world. All right. So that's it. That's my 2 cents for today. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys go. It was fun talking to you. It was great answering your questions. I hope that I answered them thoroughly for you. And I will be back soon. And next week, we're going to get started and jump right back into Powernomics. Those of you that are not in the book club,
You can actually join by visiting blackkeystogreatness.com or just boycewatkins.com. There should be a link on my website also. And I will see you guys later. So please have a good night, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care now. Bye-bye. Having a wonderful day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I want to say welcome to the Black Financial Channel. And today we're going to talk about the 4 habits of rich people. We're going to talk about the 4 things that were revealed in a certain article that rich people do that other people do not do. So get comfortable, buckle up, seatbelt. We're going to get started on the Black Financial Channel right now. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Black Financial Channel. That's theblackfinancialchannel.com. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm your friendly neighborhood finance professor. On the Black Financial Channel and also in the Black Business School, we believe in Black wealth. We believe in Black family. We also believe in helping our people to level up in every single way. We also adopt the B1 philosophy. B1 means Black first. Black first means we put our community at the top of our priority list. Black first means that economics is the key to freedom for our people. Black first means also that we educate our kids on economics so that we can break generational curses. We do not continue them. If you agree with this philosophy, put a hashtag B in the number 1 in the chat, hashtag B1. Let us know that you're Black first and that it's okay to love yourself, because ain't nobody going to love you if you don't love yourself. So I want to say hello to everybody on Instagram. You can follow the Black Financial Channel on Instagram. Also, Alvin Pleasant, Daryl F., Rochelle Harper. Shout out your city, Alicia Smith, Ahmed Hussein, Maurice out of Sarasota, Florida. Good to see you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, so let me hop in here and start off by talking about the topic for today. The topic for today has to do with 4 habits that rich people have that the rest of the public does not. Now, this is not scientific. This is actually based on an article I read today on CNBC by a guy by the name of Tom Corley. So Tom Corley spent 5 years interviewing 225 millionaires, and he came up with some interesting conclusions on what millionaires do. And also at the end of this conversation, I'm going to give you my stock pick of the week and let you, so hang on to the end of the video, and I will give you a stock that I really like that I'm buying right now. As we get started, I want to quickly acknowledge our financial Juneteenth shout out. Rebecca McLean, she runs a channel called the Women of Color Money and Legacy Channel. Rebecca McLean is an MBA, a PCC financial strategist. She talks money matters. She shares knowledge that empowers women of color to achieve financial literacy. So everybody go follow her channel. Her channel is called Women of Color and Legacy, and her name is Rebecca McLean. And I just want to give her today's shout out. And if you'd like to get a shout out on this channel, feel free to advertise. Just go to boycewatkins.com. If you're advertising your business or your brand or your platform, or you want to grow your situation, we have about 1 million subscribers on different platforms, and I can shout them out, shout your brand out to all these people. All right, so let me dig into this. All right, so how many of you want to be a millionaire? Give me a yes in the chat if you'd like to be a millionaire or you already are one. Give me a yes in the chat. How many future millionaires do we have? How many of you have kids that are going to be millionaires? Give me a yes in the chat if you have a vision for your family. If you have a dream, just like Dr. King, that your kids and grandkids are going to be doing well financially. Let's be intentional today. Everybody say yes in the chat if you want that for your family. And I have to say this because sometimes I think that we don't want the best for ourselves. I think sometimes we don't want the best for our kids. I've even seen strange situations where you have parents. I don't know if you've ever seen this, parents that are jealous of their kids. And I think that's so weird. Like, how are you jealous of your own offspring? And I think that there are people who really believe that being Black means you're supposed to suffer. They believe that being Black means you're supposed to be broke, always struggling, barely hanging on. You ever see that? You ever see people trying to compete with horror stories about growing up Black? Like they compete. Like, well, I grew up in the hood and I got shot twice before I was 18. Well, I didn't never have no food, and it was me and my single mama. She's working 18 jobs, and that we love to brag about our struggle. We love to it's almost like a badge of honor for some people. Well, you hear rappers talk about, it was hard coming up in the hood. It wasn't nothing to eat, and all we had was peanut butter sandwiches with no peanut butter. We like to talk about this. We like this idea of struggle, as if somehow that makes us better and purer souls, or makes you more Black, or you ain't really Black if you ain't struggled. Like if you grew up without being severely traumatized, then you ain't really Black. You don't know what it's like to be Black. Why can't our kids grow up in nice, safe neighborhoods with healthy families and good opportunities and safety and security and all the things that kids are supposed to grow up with? So really, I'm going to just say this. I want you to want your kids to be wealthy. And I also want you to understand that it's not hard to do. If you go to boycewatkins.com, I have a free ebook. I'm giving it away for free. Over 1 million of you have downloaded it. I want 10 million of you to get it. And it's called the $5 a day investing plan. You can buy a copy on Amazon if you want a hard copy, but you don't have to pay. If you want a digital copy, I can send you that for nothing. So go to boycewatkins.com. It's the $5 a day investing plan. It shows you how you can invest $5 a day for your child and put them in a position where they are economically secure for the rest of their lives. Very easy to do. You just got to get started early. You can't wait until they're 20 years old. And when you're bailing them out of jail, trying to save them, you got to save them while they're young. You save them before the problem occurs. The best way to solve a problem is to avoid a problem. So do we understand? Give me a yes in the chat if you follow what I'm saying. So let me hop in here. This article, I'm going to read some of it to you. Tom Corley says, in 2004, I set out to conduct a 5-year rich habits study to explore how the world's wealthiest people think about their money. Of the 225 millionaires I interviewed, they fell into 4 categories. He said the 4 categories are, and this is, I think this is where he's talking about the four types of rich people. Okay. So he mentions 4 types of rich people. Then he talks about 3 things that they do. So actually maybe the title is a little misleading in that regard. So there's 4 categories. He said there's the super savers. These are people that make saving and investing part of their daily routine. They are constantly thinking about smart ways to grow their wealth. 2, there are the company climbers. The company climbers work for a large company and devote all their time and energy to climbing the corporate ladder until they land a senior executive position with an extremely high salary. There are the virtuosos. They are among the best at what they do, and they're paid a premium for their knowledge and expertise. Formal education, such as advanced degrees in law or medicine, is usually a requirement. And then there are the dreamers. Individuals in this group are all in pursuit of a dream, such as starting their own business, becoming a successful actor, musician, or best-selling author. Dreamers love what they do for a living, and their passion shows up in their bank accounts. That, man, you know what? How many of you identify with one of those, at least one of those 4 categories? Give me a yes in the chat if you are either a a saver investor, a company climber, a virtuoso, or a dreamer. One of those 4 areas. Give me a yes in the chat, or type the one that you identify with. All right, so here's what I'm seeing, right? I identify with at least 3 of those categories. The company climber, I'm not a company climber because I don't want to work for anybody. But I used to want to be when I was 20 years old. I got this great internship with GE Aircraft Engines in Boston. And that was my first experience with corporate racism, with that glass ceiling that exists for Black people. This is why I'm a big advocate for the idea that Black men especially have to be real careful about going to the corporate plantation because I don't think the opportunities are there for you like they are for other people. I think that they view Black women differently from the way they view Black men. I think Black men, especially straight Black men, are more of a threat. So you're going to experience a lot more racism than other people. So corporate climber, I never wanted to be, but a saver investor. Saving, I do okay with. Investing, I love to invest. I'm really an investaholic. I used to be a spendaholic, but then I realized, wait a minute, I feel just as good when I invest my money as I do when I spend it. So I became an investaholic. So when I have money, I'm always broke. A lot of investors are always broke. And you look at my bank account, you'll say, boys, you lying. You ain't making no money. Your checking account ain't got hardly no money in it. Well, the reason that I don't keep a lot of money is because my money's always out there working for me. I've got money invested here and 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 here. Hundreds of shares, hundreds of different companies that I own as far as shares of stock and all that. I love investing. Investing is fun. And that's a habit that served me well. I think it's good to have healthy addictions, if you want to call it that. And investing is something that I just love to do. Virtuosos, they're among the best at what they do, and they're paid a high premium for their knowledge and expertise. I don't know if I'm a virtuoso in finance, but I can tell you what, I got my PhD in finance almost exactly 20 years ago. And so I knew a lot. I knew more than 99.9% of the population 20 years ago. And now I've got 20 years more knowledge on top of that. Literally what I know now, it dominates quadruples what I knew when I finished my doctorate. And when I finished my doctorate, I was pretty smart. I've been teaching college students for a long time. So maybe I'm in that virtuoso category. I don't know. I don't want to brag about that, but I'm pretty good at what I do and I love it. And then there are the dreamers. These are people that want to pursue a dream, owning their own business, become a successful actor, musician, or best-selling author. I think everybody should be a dreamer, man. I don't know. Anybody else a dreamer? I dream. all the time. I have so many dreams. I've always had dreams. I have dreams of when our community, when our community becomes the dominant wealth builders throughout the world. I don't believe every single Black person is going to do it, to be honest with you. But I believe that those who really have it, who are on point, you're going to become like the Venus and the Serenas of wealth. Like, think about it. When we put our mind to something, we are so special. Like that melanin just gets to popping and you get to dominating and killing it and destroying everything in your path. And I just believe your kids and grandkids are going to do that. I believe that in the 50, 100 years, our kids are going to be like multi-billionaires. They're going to own major corporations. They're going to own tons of real estate. They're just going to lock it down. I really am convinced of this. I'm seeing it already. We have thousands of kids in our kids programs in the Black Business School, and these kids know more about wealth than most adults do, even at an early age. So make no mistake about it. We are on top of the game. Do me a favor. Hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And I want to give the next shout out. So I gave a shout out earlier to the sister Rebecca McLean, who runs the Women of Color Money and Legacy channel, which I hope everybody will go subscribe and look up Women of Color Money and Legacy. It's a great YouTube channel where they're talking about all kinds of things that women of color can learn when it comes to wealth, or Black women, whichever term you'd like to use. And then the second shout out is Sherman Ragland. Sherman Ragland is his website is realinvestors.com, and you can go to realinvestors.com/challenge-2s. That's an interesting URL. Sherman, you might want to get a better URL with that. That way people can really find you. But he says, are you looking to get started in real estate investing? Check out Sherman Ragland, a Wharton MBA. He's a Wharton MBA. That's pretty cool. He's mentored over 1,250 people on real estate, quick cash, cash flow, legacy, wealth. He has a special 21-day program starting now. Okay, so Sherman Ragland, that sounds pretty awesome. A Wharton MBA. It's hard to get an MBA from Wharton, by the way, so it's really tough. And by the way, if you want to get a shout out for your business, you feel free to advertise on our platform by going to boycewatkins.com. The link is right there. All right, so so let me just finish up here. We were talking about the 4 types of people that become wealthy. They mentioned the saver investors, company climbers, virtuosos, and dreamers. Here are 3 things that they said that they do that's different from everybody else. Number 1, they automated and saved 20% of their net pay. So basically, this is consistent with what I told you guys about the $5 a day investing plan. People don't become rich quickly. They become rich slowly, typically. And I don't want you to fall for that false narrative that you see where somebody signs an NBA contract. Next thing you know, their whole life has changed overnight, or they win the Powerball and everything's better instantly. No, people that become wealthy tend to be people that have a consistent mission and objective. Almost like people who lose weight. You don't lose weight with one workout. You lose weight by making working out a habit for you. Right. So the question is, are you engaged in some sort of financial habit that's going to make you wealthy? If so, you're going to be okay. Number 2, they regularly invest a portion of their savings. So saving consistently is very important, but it is almost impossible in America to become wealthy without investing. If your money is not working for you, if your money's not growing while you sleep, if your money's not in a place where it's going to become, where it's going to bring back its friends, then you're probably not going to get wealthy in this country. That's just kind of how America works. So make sure you are investing consistently in addition to savings. They said because savers investors consistently invest their savings, their money compounded over time. When they started, this compound interest was not very significant. But after 10 years, they began to accumulate significant wealth. Toward the final years of their working lives, the savers investors' wealth grew to an average of 3.3 million. The millionaires who pursued a dream and started a business did not have the ability to invest their savings, particularly in the early stages of pursuing their dreams. Whatever savings they did have were used as working capital in order to fund their dream. Interesting, however, once most of these dreamer entrepreneurs achieved success in the form of available cash flow, they immediately pivoted and began to invest their savings. So what they're saying is that in the beginning, the entrepreneur, it sucks up all your money. Any other entrepreneurs know what I'm talking about, where you literally feel like all your cash is just being eaten up by this company. A small company that you start up is like a little hungry baby. A hungry baby eats up all the food. All they do is eat, sleep, and you know what. So they just pretty much suck up all the food. They don't really add a lot of value to your life, and you're kind of like, gosh, this baby's hard to take care of. But then the baby grows up. they hit a different stage in their maturity, and maybe that baby becomes someone that you can, if you have a farm, the baby can help you on the farm, or if you have other kids, the baby can help you babysit. I used to babysit for my mother, and my brother that I used to babysit now is actually one of the most important executives in my company, and he's helped me make millions of dollars over time. So ultimately, that investment in something small becomes a payback in something big, right? So companies have life cycles and stages just like people do. And so a company starts off sucking up all your money. If you do it right, though, eventually you get into that stage, what they call the free cash flow stage, where you become a cash cow sort of company. You're not spending all your money on growth anymore. You're actually being able to pull cash out in the form of a dividend or whatever you want to do. And that allows you to take that money and pivot and start investing in other spaces. Okay. So that's what they're talking about. Number 3, they said they were extremely frugal. They said that one of the common denominators for saver investors, big company climbers, and virtuosos is that they were frugal. For these millionaires, frugality began the moment they received their first paycheck. For dreamer entrepreneurs, it started the moment their dream created enough cash flow to enable them to save and invest. Being frugal requires 3 things. 1, awareness, being aware of how you spend your money. 2, focusing on quality, spend your money on quality products and services. 3, bargain shopping, spending the least amount of money possible by shopping around for the lowest price. Now, let me just be clear. First and foremost, I got a confession to make. I'm not good in the frugality piece. I'm not going to lie. I am. If I were a basketball team, I'd be like that team that doesn't play the best defense, but their offense is so good that they outscore the other team. Right. So I might give away, my basketball. If I were a basketball team, I might give away 110 points a game, but I'm going to score 130 points a game. So I still win every game by 20. Right. So I'm like if you remember basketball, one of the best teams ever was the Las Vegas UNLV team back in the early 90s. Anybody remember that? Where they used to do that? They used to let the other team score 100 points, but then they scored like 130. I've always been kind of like that. So I've always spent a lot, but I've always made more than I spent, right? Because I learned a long time ago that when you want to get in alignment with your budget, you don't always have to cut costs. You can actually increase your revenue. You can go find other ways to make money, find side hustles, make investments, do all these other things. However, that frugality piece is really interesting because one of the things you have to be cautious about is the impact that culture has on your economic situation. Let me ask you this. Give me a yes or no. Do rappers who have a huge first of all, let's ask 2 questions. I'm connected. I want everybody to answer. 1, do you think rappers have some impact on the way Black people think? Are rappers influential in the Black community? Give me a yes or no. Are rappers influential in the Black community? Somebody type yes in the chat or no if you think rappers have no influence and young people don't listen to rappers and they don't pay attention to anything. Rappers, they are really any entertainers. Okay. Yes. Okay. I see yeses. Derek and Beth and Denise. Okay. We're on the same page. Good. All right. Thank you, Mona. Okay. So I'm going to ask the second question. Do rappers tend to promote a culture of frugality that leads to wealth? Yes or no? When rappers are influencing people, remember, rappers were the first social media influencers even before there was social media. Do rappers promote frugality? Do they promote cautious and careful spending? Do they promote retaining your wealth? Do they promote protecting your resources when they're influencing our people on what to do with their money? No, the answer is no. They're doing this. The whole video, making it rain. Gucci this, Prada that, Louis this, went to the club, bought the bar, put $100,000 in a stripper thong, which that just sounds nasty. But really, that's what it is. That's that culture that's out there, right? And I really need you to understand how the culture affects the fact that so many people stay broke. I watched this BET. Remember BET? Y'all know me. I got to always tell the truth about this stuff. We all know BET is not owned by Black people, which makes it very dangerous that they shape so much Black culture. They had a segment of a show called Blew the Bag. And what they did was they would tell stories about people, Black people mostly, they were all Black, I think, who got a bunch of money and blew the bag. And so I watched this episode that it was very serious, but I think people just laughed about it. They didn't understand what this really, really meant. So there was a guy on there who had like 2-3 kids with some babies' mamas and everything. And he won the lotto or something. He won like, a few $100,000. And he said that he blew the bag because he took all the money. He had a big party in Vegas. He bought up every room on the floor, on that floor, and had strippers and liquor, and literally spent like $500,000 in a couple of weeks. And he was sitting there laughing about the fact that that God gave him this opportunity to rise out of his situation, and he chose to go right back into poverty. Now, what that made me think about was that saying that 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 poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So here, this brother, pay attention now. He had an opportunity to get out of poverty, but he didn't want to get out of poverty. He wanted to stay broke. He wanted to go right back to where he started from. And this really was a great example of something my grandmother used to talk about, is that your actions and behaviors tell the universe where you really want to be. You know, if you take a guy that really is used to being in jail all the time, and you let him out and give him opportunities, some of those guys will go right back to jail because that's where they're comfortable. Or you could take somebody out of the hood, you give them some opportunity, you give them some money, put some money in their pocket, clean them up, put them in a good situation. Some people will go right back to the hood. But why? Well, why is that? Well, because of maybe the way they respond to the world, the culture that they've sort of embraced, the culture they've internalized. Now, I'm not saying hood culture is bad. I'm not saying that being poor makes you a terrible person, because that would make me terrible, because I was born poor. But I will say that I know one difference in our household growing up was that my parents were real big on mentality and choices and accountability and a lot of things that were very different from my friends. I can't think of one single friend I used to play with when I was a little boy who ended up in a good situation growing up. It's about 6 guys, cousins on different sides of the family, cousins and play cousins. And I literally could not think of, there was a lot of drugs, a lot of just tough, bad situations. I was sort of reverse engineered that. And I said, what was the difference in our household? I said, oh, I get it. It was accountability. You know, it wasn't like we were making straight A's and we were lily white, wonderful kids or anything. I mean, we were, we messed up like everybody else, but there was something about the accountability piece that is different from what you see in terms of our community sometimes, where there are people who will make an excuse for anything. You know, the mother who has the son who has 8 babies mamas never holds him accountable for all the babies mamas. You know, never says like, you need to be a man and take care of all them damn kids instead of populating the earth and not handling your responsibility. So ultimately, we got to understand the importance of culture on these things, and just sort of realize that millionaires don't go blow the bag. Millionaires are not people that consistently throw away opportunities. Millionaires are not people that look for ways to give their money away at every available chance. It doesn't mean they don't have nice stuff. It doesn't mean they can't buy luxury cars. I will confess, I have a nice car. My wife has a nice car too. But the difference is just priorities. You know, we don't buy the nice car before we make the nice investment. We don't take the nice vacation before we're putting in a nice amount of extra work to build toward whatever we're trying to accomplish. We don't go spend money on nonsense before we spend money on the things that really matter in our lives. So that is really what they're saying, is it's about prioritizing. It doesn't mean taking all those things out of your life. It just means making sure your priorities are right. All right. So anyway, with that said, I told you guys I would give you my stock pick of the week. And I'm going to do that in 1 second. Just hold on. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And I want to give reiterate my shout out earlier. Sherman Ragland. If you go to realinvestors.com/challenge-2S, that's I'm gonna put the link in the bio. That way we can see it there. He's basically saying that if you want to get into real estate investing, you can check out Sherman, who's a Wharton MBA, who's mentored over 1,250 people on real estate, quick cash, cash flow, legacy wealth, etc. He has a 21-day program, and I encourage you guys to go check that out. And this brother, I don't know much about his business directly. I just know that he did request a shout out. And if you'd like a shout out on your business, that is, you can advertise on the platform by going to boycewatkins.com. And the other shout out is Rebecca McLean. Rebecca runs the Women of Color Money and Legacy channel, and she's also an MBA, and she talks money matters and things like that. This is a smart sister, and the key thing that's really interesting about this is that we have so many smart people in our community. I personally believe that one area where we can actually build $1 trillion or more in Black wealth is by doing what I call the Great Redirect. The Great Redirect means redirecting our resources to where, if I want my kid to really learn about economics, I'm not going to send them necessarily to Iowa State University or some university that's run by people outside of my community where I give them $250,000 of my Black wealth. There are smart Black people right here in your community. A lot of them are teaching things online. There are so many brilliant people. We work with Julian Gordon, who's the dean of our real estate school in the Black Business School. And Julian can get you into a multifamily house faster than a lot of the real estate professors on college campuses. So these are the kinds of people that I'm encouraging my kids to learn from, not just from the university, but also remember that there are Black people who understand the Black experience. They can help you get there faster. And I really want to see these people get more attention than the ignorance, right? Where they tend to highlight the ignorance in our community. I don't want to see that. I want them to highlight the intelligence. So my stock pick of the week is actually Amazon. Based on my research, I have reason to believe that Amazon has hit pretty close to, if not totally hit a bottom in their stock price. And once the economy starts to improve and the market starts to improve and the Fed starts to slow down quantitative tightening, I have the expectation that Amazon is going to be a banger as far as stocks, and it's going to really do an amazing job in terms of making money. And by the way, if you want to join us in stock market investing class, you can go to BoyceWatkins.com and do a free trial in my class. We do stocks on Tuesday, Powernomics on Wednesday, and stock options on Thursday. Those are different spaces you can join us in the Black Business School. Plus, we have a lot of other stuff going on, crypto and everything else. So everybody, please have a wonderful day. God bless you. It was real. It was great hanging out with you. And I will see you all soon. So take care. Bye-bye.
To do a big deal with someone that you don't know. And they decide, well, okay, let's see. What does his business credit look like? I'm about to do this $10 million deal with him. Who is he? What does his credit look like? In the business world, they can see your business credit. They don't have to have your authorization. Anyone can see it. That's another reason why we must do this. Okay, Billy. Any business, startup, nonprofit, doesn't matter, can qualify for business credit if you make yourself fundable. If you jump through the hoops, do the things that I would tell you to do to make sure that your business profile is set up properly. You could even get business credit without any cash flow. Not from every lender and not from every situation, but there are ways that a business that is a startup, therefore does not have cash flow, can get approved for business credit. And you can do it without collateral also. We typically are weak in the collateral area, aren't we? We typically lack adequate collateral. There's a solution for that. And like I said before, you can borrow, your business can borrow without you showing your social security number, as long as your business profile is set up properly. In order to get the highest approvals, you need to have business credit going for you. It's less risk. If you have to file for bankruptcy protection for your business, that's your business EIN number. That's not your social security number. And you can have as many businesses and EIN numbers as you want. You can only have one social security number for life. So there's obviously more risk when you're trying to do business with your social security number. You file for bankruptcy, now that's riding with you. Your business filed for bankruptcy protection, that's that particular business. That's my ABC business. It has nothing to do with my DEF business. It has its own EIN number. I keep going. All right, Billy. Well, obviously you have to have access to money to grow your business. That's just obvious. And the 2008
This is very important
Dodd-Frank
information.
required banks to become
This
more
is why people
assertive.
stay broke, because
So
they don't know
now
stuff like this.
you need other ways to get money. You need other ways to do it. And those ways are available. Keep going. So let me just say this to you. Obviously, I don't have enough time
Y'all better
to
listen.
tell you all of the things that you would
This
need
is
to know
Gary Shelton.
for your particular
Warren
unique
Buffett consults with him.
business
Michael Jordan,
circumstance.
Oprah Winfrey. This man knows what he's
But
talking about.
however,
I don't know if y'all can hear me,
I haven't met an entrepreneur I could
but I
help.
respect this man a lot.
I just need to meet you. I need your
He's done over
information,
$1 billion
and
worth
then I
of
can give you
business
the
deals.
blueprint for how you
Y'all need to stop listening
can
to
stop
retarded
using
fucking rappers
personal
and start listening to the
for
OGs
business
who know how to
purposes,
make money.
and how you can use business for business purposes. So everyone should give themselves an opportunity to meet with me, and I'll meet with you for free.
Getting rich is
And my
boring.
normal fee
You
is
gotta do the boring
$300
shit to get rich.
Anyone here,
It's not like going to the club.
meet with
It's
me
like going to class.
for free. So that I
His
can
name is
help
Gary
you to have this
Shelton.
blueprint for how you can have the right business entity, how you, from right where you are, just getting started, no
That's his
money,
partner,
poor
Strather.
credit,
He's also done over $1 billion.
started
worth
10
of
years
deals.
ago, it don't matter to me. Whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you want to do, you need to meet with me.
Our community
So I
needs to
that I
start
can help
listening
you
to
do
the
it.
people that
I
know
have
what the
a
fuck they're
table out
talking
there
about.
with the Powernomics books on them. I have flyers. Give yourself access to me so I can help you.
Thank you, Gary.
Yes. I think they're gonna call me to the stage next.
I'm going to hold my presentation a little bit later because I want my main man, Boyce Watkins, to come.
All right, all right.
Now, obviously,
Excellent information. I was telling my friends on Instagram, I said, y'all need to listen to this guy instead of those retarded.
because of him. This is wonderful. But the president, the chairman, the CEO of the Black Business School, everybody.
How's everybody doing today? All right, all right. Well, you know what? I was listening to Gary talk, and I have so much respect for Gary and Herb. And first, before I move on, I get ahead of myself. Can we clap for these guys, please? You know, I was on Instagram, and I was showing a video of Gary. And every now and then when you get on the Instagram, there's always some hater that comes in. You know, those Negro naysayers. You know, the people that they find a problem for every solution. So you always look for them. They like roaches. You know, they just pop up everywhere. I grew up with roaches, so I know how to stomp them out. So this little silly Negro comes in. He says, "That guy, he's boring me, right?" And I said, "Look, getting rich ain't like going to the club." I said, that's why you're broke. Because everything's got to be like exciting and jumpy. I said, you need to listen. I said, this man is one of the most brilliant OGs out here. He has made real money on a massive scale. I said, and a lot of y'all stay broke because y'all listening to these dumbass rappers. Well, seriously. I mean, really, I'm not dogging all the rappers. Some of them are trying to get it right and all that, but seriously, like, a lot of these entertainers giving financial advice is like me trying to go in the studio and make an album. How stupid would I sound trying to make an album and trying to sound like Drake or Dr. Dre or somebody else or Kendrick Lamar? I can't do that. So what I'm saying is that in our community, we have these gems. We have these people who've done it, who know it. And unfortunately, here's the thing. that man who controls this society, that oppressor, that magical oppressor who seems to be able to keep us from doing anything that we want to do sometimes in our own heads, they don't want you to see people like Gary Shelton. They want you to hear from that rapper with 18 babies mamas who shot his own cousin, who's about to go to prison again, who stays high and drunk all the time, who gives all his money away to Europeans and don't even take care of his own damn family. That's the issue. So when you're talking about wealth, we got to understand that this battle is not a battle of knowledge, because the knowledge is there. Maybe if you went back 50 years, it was harder to get knowledge. You had to be able to afford to go to college and afford all these other things. Now the knowledge is right there in your pocket. If you got a cell phone, you have access to more knowledge than any university in the history of the planet. So the knowledge is available. So if the knowledge is so readily available, why doesn't everybody have the knowledge? Well, that's because you've got bad culture that creates these value systems that are anti-intellectual, that don't encourage you to go get the right knowledge. Or if you go pick up knowledge, you're going to get knowledge on things that are not going to benefit you in your life. For example, if I grow up thinking that being the great basketball player is the most important thing in the world, then I'm going to seek knowledge on how to play basketball. If I want to go figure out how to pick up girls, I'm going to seek knowledge on how to pick up girls. So I'm not going to subscribe to a YouTube channel with Herb Strather and Gary Shelton. I'm going to go subscribe to a channel that's going to say, here are the 3 best ways to get a girl to go to bed with you tonight. Really. And that's the world you live in. You live in a world where the cultural battle is the battle that we got to win. And I believe that as a matter of black national security, we cannot allow anybody to shape our culture. Nobody can say, BET does ads and they say, well, this is for the culture. This is for the culture. I say, what the hell you know about my culture? You're not a black-owned company. You know, we know who runs your company. It's the Redstone family, and nothing against them, but we understand the game. Those of us who see how this all works. You know, what if I created the Jewish entertainment television? I call it JET. And I said, this is for the culture. We're going to shape Jewish culture. We're going to show you what it means to be a Jew. Are they going to allow me to get away with that? No. They would shut me down, and it would make absolute perfect sense for them to do that. So what I'm saying to you is, if you're talking about things like equality and all this other stuff, well, equality means that if you would shut me down for trying to shape your culture, then I should be shutting you down for trying to shape my culture. So I need to lay the bed out here so we can get the context of this conversation and understand why we're even talking about this, because we're going to talk about children and talk about our youth. And I have to give you the context so you can really understand the why before we get to the what. Because we can get to the what and the how, but we must understand the why. We must also understand the why nots. We must understand the barriers and obstacles that exist so that we can kind of know what we're up against. Because there are people who have always, for hundreds of years, had a direct economic interest in controlling what goes on in the minds of your kids. Because black people make the best slaves ever. If you read Black Labor, White Wealth by Dr. Claude Anderson, he explains specifically why they chose black people to be the slaves, and they didn't go after Native Americans because they might kill you in your sleep. They didn't go after Asian people because they can't handle the work the way we could. They didn't go after white folks because they can't stay out in the sun like we could. They picked us because we were easy to catch. You could identify a black man in the crowd and go catch your slaves. We were away from home, so we didn't know our way around. And also, for whatever reason, if you seasoned us in a certain way, we would get in line and do what we were told, and that still continues to this day. So let's start that conversation there by understanding why we're even having this discussion and what we must do in order to ensure that our children are not captured by the same slavery psychologically that captured many of us.
Preach.
All right, so let's start here. Here's the deal. It is very, very easy for me to explain, and I think I have about. I want to help us get back on track. So if y'all need me to take 20 minutes, I can do it in 20 minutes. If it's 30 minutes, I can do it in 30. 30 minutes, okay. I can explain in 30 minutes. It's 12:08, so by 12:38, I can easily explain to you how you can turn your child or any child into a millionaire by about the age of 25 or 30 years old. If not a millionaire, they will be financially strong, financially secure, in a better economic position than 90% of most Americans. It's very easy to do. And the reason it might seem easy for me is because that's my background. I've been teaching college students for a long time, and that's my thing. But also it's easy because building wealth is not hard when you are in possession of the most valuable resource that our children own. The most valuable resource when it comes to building wealth, according to most equations that you use. Remember, I'm a mathematician, so we would do equations and calculate how long it would take to get so much. The most valuable variable in those equations was actually time. Time. A lot of people don't know this, but the equations that are used to define how wealth grows are actually taken from biology. Finance is a little bit of a quack science. We kind of stole our stuff from other areas, like the formula used to calculate stock option prices was actually taken out of physics. It was a standard heat equation that's used to actually value stock options. You guys might know this if you're in my stock options class. Also, the equations that define how wealth grows were taken from biology. They had equations that determine, okay, if you plant a seed for a tree, and you give it a certain amount of time and the seed has a certain number of characteristics, then the tree will grow at this rate. And if you give it so much time, it's going to grow into a sycamore or whatever tree you're growing. So wealth is the same way. So what we must understand is that our children are in possession of one of the most valuable resources that they could possibly have, which is time. A newborn baby has about 25 years before they have to go into this fierce world of competitive economics. And it is a tough world. It is a world where if you are not economically prepared, you will be somebody's slave. It's like living in South Central where you got the Crips on one block and the Bloods on the other, and you try not to be gang affiliated. Then at that point, everybody's chasing you home from school. It's a terrible, terrible existence. So ultimately, the world, when it comes to economics, is gang affiliated. There are economic gangs everywhere. Apple is an economic gang. They operate on the same code of conduct. They wear the same clothes. They follow the same rules, same values. They all work together to achieve the same goal. They created this $3 trillion gang. The Asian Pacific Union is an economic gang. NAFTA is an economic gang. We are an economic gang because we're working together to achieve a common goal. So the world is gang affiliated. And so when your children go into the world of competitive group economics, our children, in many cases, they struggle because they don't have a gang. They're trying to do it all by themselves. They don't even have a family. That should be your first gang. A lot of them don't even have families. Didn't grow up with a family, don't want a family. Just, I don't need no black woman. I'm going to go out, I'm going to be a player, right? Whatever, right? So you have no teammates. Can't work with other people because maybe you're so traumatized because you can't build relationships or whatever the case is. A lot of us go through this. A lot of us do. But let me just tell you this. It is very hard to build wealth by yourself, and it's very hard to build wealth when you don't give yourself time to build it. That is in direct contradiction to what we see in media that makes so many of our young people think that wealth just comes instantaneously because somebody gave you a record deal or you signed an NBA contract or you won the lottery or whatever the case may be. Your kids are not going to be in that position. And when I say your kids, I'm not talking about the children you have now. Some of y'all don't have kids. I'm talking about the children that you don't have yet. I'm talking about the children that do not belong to you. You do not have to have a child in order to be a parent. Do we agree on that? There you go. Everybody. I have one biological child and about 80 God kids. Seriously, I'm the ultimate baby daddy when it comes to scooping up any young person that wants to call me for advice. And if you want to listen, I will talk to you until your ears fall off because I want you to be ready for this fight. Whatever your daddy didn't tell you, I will tell you, and I love doing that. That is an honor to do that for this community, and all of us, in my view, should consider doing that for our children. So here's the deal. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to break down a very simple process to help you understand why it's very easy to turn your children or child into wealthy people / millionaires by the time they're 25 and 30 years old. The model is what I call the KID model, KID. And the KID model is what we teach in the Black Business School in our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program. We educate the children on wealth. Our kids have a financial literacy level that exceeds the average college-educated adult. Why? Well, because it's very easy. Most Americans, unfortunately, are not very financially literate. That is a tremendous opportunity for us. If we pursue our Black excellence, we will lead the world when it comes to building wealth and understanding economics, starting businesses and owning property and all these other things. Just give us time. Mark my words. their grandkids are going to be jealous of our grandkids because you are making preparations right now to own the future, and that is what is going to occur. So the KID model, it stands for knowledge, investment, and discipline. Knowledge, investment, and discipline. And so what I'm going to do is start with the knowledge piece. Knowledge is just simply understanding the thing that you're trying to accomplish. Did you know that the average millionaire spends about 18 to 20 hours a month studying how to make money? Did y'all know that? And the average person spends less than 2 hours a month. I mean, it makes sense. If you're a millionaire, chances are you are wealthy because you think about money. Gary and Herb, do y'all spend a lot of time thinking about how to make money? Or would you spend all your time, on other stuff? Maybe going to the crack house or just hanging out on the block. Like what? You probably had a few meetings thinking about, okay, how are we going to get some wealth? How are we going to make this happen? So studying the thing that you want to be good at, it's a simple idea, but it's not a common idea. So people will come up to me and they'll say, I don't know how to make money. I don't have any money. And I'll say, well, how much time do you actually spend learning how to make money? And they'll say, none. And I'll be like, well, how would you expect to be good at something that you never studied how to do? If I said I want to be in the NBA and I say, yeah, I go to the basketball court once a year, would that make any sense? No. The guys who go to the NBA are the guys who are on the court every single day, all night long. When Isaiah Thomas talks about getting to the NBA, he talks about how him and Magic or his friends, whoever, would go out to the courts and no matter rain, sleet, snow, or hail, be out there till midnight trying to shoot hoops when it's 10 degrees below zero, or whatever it was, because they wanted to be good that bad. It was that important to them. They were obsessed with it. So knowledge and spending the time to learn how to do the thing that you need to know how to do is very important. So, as a general rule, I would argue that every black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. The basics of starting a business. LLCs, EINs, some of the stuff that Gary was talking about, some of the stuff Herb was talking about. Every black child as a rite of passage should know how to start a business by the age of 12. This is especially important for black boys because they do not want you in their corporations 9 times out of 10. They are not going to treat you fairly. It doesn't mean that there's no place for you. It doesn't mean that you can't make it work. It doesn't mean there aren't some people who are able to navigate that system. But I know more brothers who couldn't navigate the system than I know who could. I met a guy one time who told me that the stress on his job, the racism that he dealt with on his job, stressed him out so much that the doctor literally said that it had zapped the testosterone out of his body. I didn't even know that was possible. The testosterone left it. He said, Dr. Boyce, I was like he said, I couldn't get up for my wife. I was gaining weight. I was getting depressed. I was sleeping all day. And he said, my wife wasn't attracted to me. I said, yeah, because she was dating a woman. I don't think, unless she likes me, that's okay. But see that, so we were I was listening to him, and he said, so here's a good thing. So the good news was, eventually he got fired, and he said, that was the best day of my life. And he said, but I'm okay now, Dr. Boyce. I said, really? Okay, really? What'd you do? So he went upstairs and he came down with a big basket of pills, like 8 pills he had to take to regulate his body function because of the trauma he experienced from the racism and the stress on his job. And at that moment, that was when I literally decided I ain't working for these people ever in my life. I don't hate them. I don't hate nobody. I love my own people, but I'm never going to put myself in a situation that's going to cause that much stress. I'm going to avoid it whenever possible, and I'm not going to put my children in that situation. In fact, Dr. Claude Anderson goes further. He says that it is child abuse to send your children out to beg for a job from people who hate their guts. Right. It is child abuse. So knowledge is critical. So every black child by the age of 12 should know how to start a business. Every black child on their birthday should own shares of stock. You should start buying stock for them when they're first born or even before they're born, and buy it consistently and don't sell it no matter what. Right? Every black child should understand the importance of owning real estate. In our house, we don't talk about careers and jobs and all that stuff. I get bored with those conversations. I talk about owning assets. I say, if you own things, you can be whatever you want to be. You can decide on Tuesday you want to be a dancer, and on Thursday you want to be a teacher, and on Friday you want to be you want to be something else. Right? You can do whatever you want to do if you have enough money to pay your bills. The difference between freedom and slavery in this country, most of the time for most people, is usually the ability to earn about $4,000 to $5,000 a month, maybe $6,000 if you want to be a little more comfortable, and do that and be able to stay home all day. If you can figure out a way to do that, then you're free. That means you have 100,000 hours that would have been spent on the corporate plantation that you don't have to spend on the plantation. You get to spend by yourself or with your family or doing the things that you actually care about. It doesn't make sense to live in a world where you spend more time with your boss than you spend with your own children. That's not natural. That was created. That was a manufactured ideology. They did that so they could have more workers, because that's how capitalism works. Capitalism is designed to screw the people at the bottom. It's going to always be that way, unfortunately. I just want you to be prepared. So knowledge. Having your children understand economic knowledge at an early age is very important. All the different ways to make money, very important. The importance of ownership, very important. When I talk to my children, we talk about ownership and power and what that really means. The difference between a renter and a landlord. The difference between the boss and the employee. The difference between the producer and the consumer. We talk about all these things. We don't really talk about jobs that much. I'm not going to tell them not to do it. It's just not really something that I really want to talk about. They can figure that out on their own. Next, investment. The investment component, KID, knowledge, investment, discipline. Investment kind of means that once you get all this knowledge and all this ability to figure out how to do things, you need something to work with. You know, if I know how to play football, I need somebody to buy me a football and get me some equipment and put me in the game so I can really show what I can do. So ultimately what happens a lot of times is you will have some of the most brilliant young people. They'll go to college and make straight A's and all these other things. Like I did that. When I was in college, I got this award from the Wall Street Journal for being the top graduating senior in finance. And so I had all this knowledge and everything that I knew, but I had no money. Nobody left me an inheritance. There was nothing invested for me. I was working at Arby's and living paycheck to paycheck. So what am I going to do with all this? I mean, it's crazy. It was so weird to me. I said, this is almost like a fantasy world. I can tell you all about investing and stocks and all this other stuff. I was teaching college students at that age, but I didn't have anything to work with. So investment is where you make investments for your children early so they have something to work with, so that when they get all this knowledge and all these great ideas and they know how to start a business and they know how to invest, they can go into their account, grab assets and resources and put them to work. I saw the rapper, and I feel kind of bad that I was saying that all the rappers give bad financial advice, because literally this morning I saw something where the rapper 50 Cent said something that I thought was really compelling. He said, you really don't have any money until you are getting money without working. He said, if you have to work for your money, then you really don't have a lot of money. And so ultimately, that really speaks to the basic idea that wealthy people, the difference between wealthy people and poor people is that wealthy people have a capital base. They have resources. They have real estate. They have assets in the bank. They have stocks and bonds. They have things they have businesses. They have things that can work for them when they're not working. So ultimately, with your child, here's what you do. Number one, if you go to my website, boycewatkins.com, there is a free ebook called the $5 a Day Investment Plan. If you get that book, it explains a very simple idea. Something that really, I had to come up with this because there were so many people who fought me tooth and nail. I'm talking about people that they never took a finance class, but will fight me tooth and nail when I said, it is possible for black people to build wealth. And I think that because of whatever the world has told them about how helpless we're supposed to be and how pathetic we're supposed to be, they really swore that it wasn't possible. And I said, no, actually, it's quite easy. So what I did was I used math. I guess that's maybe one of my superpowers. And I showed them. I said, okay, do black people have any money at all? Are we able to do anything? And they're like, yeah, we got money. I said, yeah, actually, precisely, we have about 1.6 trillion in spending power. You put a Popeye's chicken restaurant in the poorest neighborhood. You put it in the poorest ghetto in America. You will have a line out the door, down the block, across the street, and 90% of the people in the line shouldn't even be there. But I'm not making fun of people who eat chicken, but that's up to you. But really, so at the end of the day, there's money available when it comes to spending money on things that give us that instant gratification. And it's not just a matter of shaming anybody. We all do it. We all do it. We all fall for the temptation of instant gratification, and that's actually okay. It's a matter of having the right balance. So what I did was I said, okay, let me show you something. I said, let's assume you have $5 a day. $5 a day, you can't buy a McDonald's value meal. You can't buy a Popeye's chicken meal. The Popeye's chicken meal is about $8, $7.50, something like that. So you can't even buy the Popeye's chicken meal. And we know we can afford Popeye's chicken. So let's assume that every time you went to McDonald's or Popeye's chicken or you spent $5, you put that $5, you put the same amount in a stock portfolio. It's super easy. Super easy. I'm not saying don't eat the chicken. I'm just saying every time, just do like, you know how companies have a matching program where with the amount you put in, they'll match it. So give yourself a matching program. Imagine every time you spend $5 at a fast food restaurant, you put $5 in your stock portfolio. And so they would say, well, what stock should we pick? I said, you know what? This is the crazy part. It doesn't even really matter, actually. I know that sounds crazy, but just bear with it. It sounds so sick. It's unbelievable. But I said, literally, if you randomly picked a stock, just randomly pick anything and just put $5 in that stock. And here's the thing, though. You cannot sell the stock. You must let it grow. Just like you plant the seed, you got to let the seed grow. You can't dig it up every couple of weeks. You got to let it grow. So you're putting $5 a day in this stock portfolio, and you do that consistently. After 10 years, by randomly picking stocks, you would have roughly $29,000 in liquid assets in your account. If you have $29,000 in liquid assets in your bank account, would you be considered poor? Yes or no? Is there any poor person in America that has $29,000 available liquid in an investment account? Yes or no? No. So now you've pulled yourself out of poverty, and it took a decade. The decade ain't long. That's nothing, right? So did you also know that if you keep going and you go and you don't sell your assets, you go up to 20 years, you'll have approximately $102,000. Not just $102,000 net worth, but $102,000 liquid. Like I can pull it out the bank right now if I need to. And then after 30 years, it becomes $245,000. After 40 years, it becomes approximately $750,000. That is the power of compound interest. Albert Einstein used to say that the greatest mystery in the universe to him was not gravity and theoretical physics, it was compound interest. He said it is fascinating how consistent action on a regular basis invested in the stock market or anywhere else can grow into such an enormous amount of money. But the key is you can't waste time. So we can talk about us wasting money. We can talk about that all day, but really what we're wasting also is time. You got that little boy just sitting there, or that little girl sitting there. Little boys learn how to play basketball. Maybe the little girls learn how to twerk and memorizing Cardi B songs. What are you doing with that time? How is it that that child gets to be 18, 20 years old and they have no resources at all? It's because we wasted time. So what I'm saying is that if you do that basic thing, that $5 a day plan for every child you have, and really it should be $10, $15 a day, because even $10 a day is $300 a month. The average car note, I think, now is about $700 a month. So I hope that your child is worth more than a car note. I'm not trying to shame you, but my Lord, I mean, come on now. I think our kids are worth more than a car note. So if you did $10 a day, then all the numbers double. It's not $29,000, $102,000, $245. It becomes $58,000, $204,000, and almost $500,000. And this is what your child can have when they're 25, 30, 35 years old, when they're very, very young, and they're entering into the game of competitive economics. This means, think about how different your life would be if somebody had made a plan for you and invested for you. In fact, let me ask y'all a question. How many of y'all got no inheritance at all from anybody ever in your life? Right. So imagine if you had somebody just say, here's $250,000 for your 25th birthday. Good luck. That means the student loan problem goes away. That means you can get married, have a nice wedding, and not be stressed out and in debt for the rest of your life. It means you could go ahead and buy that first home, put that money down. You could tell your boss to kiss your black ass and walk out the door. That's a pretty good feeling. So, Martin Luther King had his dream. People talk about those dreams of holding hands with white girls and all that. I don't like white girls. But my dream is that every black child can grow up in a world where they experience what true freedom looks like. Freedom is when you have the ability to do what you want to do. And a lot of us don't feel free because we get up in the morning and we can't even do what we want because we got to go to work that day. In fact, unfortunately, some of us get in situations where we're 40 years old and got to ask permission to go to the bathroom. How you ever going to be a man? Seriously, just speaking to black men, how you going to ever feel like a man when you got to ask another man if you can go to the bathroom? That's just terrible. I'm not shaming anybody, but that's the reality we live in, and that's the reality that we can fight if we make a plan. So knowledge, investment, the D part is really important. That's discipline. So your kid. So now here's the deal. Here's why your child is going to be an economic superhero and like an economic god in terms of being able to manifest. That's what gods can do, right? They can manifest. They just say, "I want this to happen." They can snap their fingers, and that's what happens when you're the boss. You know, I'm the boss of my company. When I snap my fingers and I say I want that to happen, I can make it happen, right? So your child's growing into that economic god. They know what's going on. They're financially woke. They have complete awareness. They've got some resources backing them up, like a financial army. They're ready to go to war. But they need that last piece, which is discipline. There are plenty of people who have all the resources in the world, all the knowledge in the world, but no discipline. If they do not have discipline, then they eventually lose everything. Wealth building and economic competition requires tremendous amounts of discipline and focus so that you know how to protect that which you have been given. If you do not have discipline, you will lose it all. Let me give you an example. There was a Yale professor who did a study where she said, which cultures tend to have the most success? And she studied all these different cultures and communities around the world. And she concluded, again, it was a kind of a non-scientific analysis, but it was really compelling. She concluded that the Nigerian culture is the one that's most built for success. Now, we know the culture ain't perfect. Some of y'all got people on your Instagram scamming you right now from Nigeria, right? So y'all know we Nigerians, I say we because I'm 1/3 Nigerian actually. I found that out of my DNA profile. Shout out to all my Nigerian brothers and sisters. So, but really, we know the culture's not perfect. But here's what they said that was really interesting. She said that the strongest cultures tend to have 2 or 3 different characteristics. One of them was a commitment to education. Now, how many of y'all know what I'm talking about? Give me a yes or no. Most Nigerian families that I know are really committed to education. Education is a tip-top priority. Number 2, they have a sense of pride in who they are. They're very proud to be part of their family. Family is very important in Nigeria. They're very proud of who they are and what they represent. And the third thing she mentioned that was really interesting that relates to the D and the kid model is that they have a commitment to delayed gratification. That means all delayed gratification means is it's like investing. It's nothing but investing. It means sacrificing something today so you can have more tomorrow. And unfortunately, when I grew up, the people I was around didn't really understand the concept of delayed gratification. When I was in college and I said, I want to go to the library tonight, and it was a Saturday night, people would say, well, why would you go to the library at 10:30 on a Saturday night when you could be out at the club partying? I said, because I don't want to be a broke slave when I turn 40. That's what I told my friend. And I didn't understand the why people didn't get it. I didn't understand why I was an oddball, why I didn't have a lot of friends in college, because I didn't. They thought I was weird and nerdy. I said, no, when I go to the library, I see the Asian kids in the library all night long. When I was working on my doctorate, I met a Russian student in my class who, it was like this guy had memorized the whole textbook. He would study like 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, and thought that was just normal. When you see that level of commitment, it seems kind of foreign, but actually we have that same level of commitment. When we go to that job and they ask us to work a double shift, nobody works harder than we do. We're the hardest working people ever. The history documents that. When you talk about trying to become great and mean on the basketball court, we'll be on the court all day long, every day. So the question becomes, what do you value, and are you willing to be disciplined enough to delay gratification and invest at a high level so that you can win later on down the line? If you do not plant a seed, you cannot have a harvest. A lot of us get illogical. We wonder why we have no harvest, but then don't even think about the fact that we didn't plant any seeds. Well, if you plant no seeds, how the hell do you expect to have a harvest? So discipline is extremely important. Last thing I'll mention on the discipline piece is they did the Stanford marshmallow experiment. Some of you may have heard of it. They took a bunch of 5-year-olds and they put them in a room And there was nothing in the room except a table, a chair, a plate, and a marshmallow. And they told the kids, they said, look, you can eat this marshmallow now. I'm going to go to my office and get something real quick. But if you can wait and not eat the marshmallow, then I'll give you 3 marshmallows. So they walked out. It was all a setup, right? They was all set. They're setting the kids up. They're trapping them. And so they walked out and they had the camera on the kids to watch what the kids did while the experimenter walked out of the room. Now, some of the kids were just like YOLO, and they ate the marshmallow. Like, they didn't care. And then some of the kids, though, were thinking, like, I want to eat the marshmallow, but I really want the big payout later on down the line. So they would occupy themselves. They would do what little kids do, like they would start singing to themselves. They would turn around, hold clothes, la 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 la, do whatever they could to focus so they could get the big payout later on down the line. So what they did then was they separated the kids into the marshmallow eaters versus the ones who waited. And they watched how these kids progressed all throughout their lives. And they found that the kids who were able to wait were more successful in almost every area of life that you can imagine. Their marriages lasted longer, they were healthier, they made more money, they were more successful. Well, what's going on there? What all they're basically saying is that the kids in the wait category had a stronger disposition toward investing. They were investors. That's all investing is. It's planting a seed and getting the harvest. It's giving up something now so you can have more later on. The more you want to have later, the more you should give up today. It's a real simple idea. So planting this in a young person early gives them the key to success. So I'm going to finish up right now. I don't have much else to say about this. But here's what I believe. I believe that by the year 2060, 2070, it's going to take time, but I believe that by the year 2070, that our kids will be world leaders when it comes to wealth building and economics. I know that there's a lot of crazy stuff going on with young people, a lot of stuff that us old fogies don't understand, a lot of stuff that just, I'm sorry, my wife makes fun of me. She says, Boyce, you're always shaking your fist at the air like a frustrated old man. I was like, that's because I'm pissed off. I hate seeing these kids, some of them waste their lives, and I hate media that encourages them to ruin their lives, and then their lives are ruined, and they wonder how it happened. I know, I see that, right? Sometimes you see too much. But here's the thing. I'm also seeing good things. I am seeing a shift in our community that is going to permeate for the next several hundred years. I believe that this generation will be remembered as a golden age in the Black economic revolution. I believe that the children whose parents are not listening to the things that we're talking about, that's okay, because your children are going to create jobs for the children of the parents who didn't listen. And they're going to get it in the next generation. So I just want to encourage you, be patient and believe and continue to move forward, because we will eventually win this fight. But like everything else, it all takes time. Now, that's all I got to say today. And I want to remind everybody, just in case you want to follow up and stay connected, if you go to BoyceWatkins.com, there's a lot of resources there. I do a stock options class every Thursday. We talk about how to generate income by selling stock options. Everybody in this room can get 70% off. Just go there and click the link at the top. It'll be there all weekend. So feel free to go take a look at that at BoyceWatkins.com. Thank you all very much. God bless you. I'll talk to you soon.
That was great. Wow. Wasn't that great? That was absolutely fabulous. By the way, is Jade here to give us some instructions on lunch? Now, I know some of you are thinking, boy, he said $5 a day, you can add it up, and it comes to $150. You know, in other words, and maybe you don't even save $150.
Guys, what's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I saw something at Harvard where Harvard University just hired its first Black dean of students. Man, I applaud that. I think that's really great for him. And but you know, something really bothered me about it, and I'm going to explain to you why this kind of got to me a little bit, and why, even though I applaud this brother for getting this job at Harvard, we really probably need to stop being happy when we get acknowledged by white folks. And I'm going to break that down for you, and I'm not going to be hateful, and I hope you'll listen and hear me out. Just hear me out. So get comfortable, buckle up, seatbelt. We're going to get started on drboycetv.com right now.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I wanted to come in and say hi to everybody. I see Bob's Job and SGT, and I'm Tez, and all of you that are coming in here, OL, shout out the city that you're from. Let me know what city you're coming from. I want to say what's up to everybody on Instagram. My Instagram is The Real Boyce Watkins. And in case you didn't know, this podcast is also on Spotify and Apple and anywhere you get your podcast. So if you'd rather listen as opposed to watch, that's always an option. I just want you guys to know that you can go to Spotify. Just look up the Dr. Boyce Breakdown and you will find me there. All right. So Stefan from St. Louis. Let's see. I see Columbia, South Carolina, ATL. I've been in ATL a lot. My wife is actually doing her speed dating event at the Black House tonight on July 22nd, if you're listening live. And she's trying to bring people together. She likes to matchmake. She believes that good people should find other good people. So you don't have to run around here dating assholes all the time, because some of y'all dating some horrible people, just dating whatever the trash drags in, going down to waste management, looking for a man. Well, how about you go to a place where you can find some quality Black men, quality Black women, and not just judge women by the size of their booties. So that's what she does. And if you want to learn more about her speed dating event tonight, just go to boycewatkins.com. The information is all there. All right. So with that being said, let me jump in here and tell you guys what is on my mind today. So I'm in Philadelphia, right? And I'm looking out at this beautiful water, and I'm sitting here picturing, when I get a boat and just coming down this beautiful lake, and such a beautiful city. And I love this city, brotherly love and all that stuff. And I had a great time today. And I was actually driving with some NASCAR drivers, which is the scariest shit ever. We were driving go-karts. It wasn't real race cars, but it was for the Urban Youth Racing School, which does a wonderful job promoting STEM. Your kids really should know kind of what's going on in that whole industry and science and race cars and all that. It's really cool. And so I'm driving with these NASCAR drivers, just scared to death because they're so fast. They go around the turns 100 miles an hour. I'm spinning out, hitting walls and all this other stuff. And I read this article. About a guy who was just hired at Harvard. And his name was Stephen Ball, I believe, Stephen L. Ball. And Stephen was hired as the first Black dean of students at Harvard University. And let me just say this. I'm going to start this from the beginning. First of all, before I move on, give me a yes in the chat if you can hear me okay. Let me know, especially on Instagram also. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me on YouTube and all that, because I'm in a hotel room and sometimes the Wi-Fi is a little funny. So just give me a yes in the chat so I know I'm coming through okay. So Stephen gets hired as the first Black dean of students at Harvard. And according to this article on blacknews.com, Stephen is the first Black dean of students selected by Harvard in the school's 205-year history. So in 205 years, that's 2 centuries. That's a very long time. That's your great grandmother's great, I don't know, but long time ago, 205 years ago. Let's see, what is this, 2022? 205 years ago is what, 1822. So you're talking about slavery, right? So since slavery, when they started this school, this is the first Black dean of students they've ever hired. So here's the first thing I want to say. I want to say this, and I'm probably going to repeat this just to make sure y'all don't think I'm hating on what this brother did. I'm very proud of him. I want to make it real clear. I'm super happy for Stephen. I'm very proud of Stephen. I think Stephen is deserving of this opportunity. I don't know him. I read his bio. He sounded like he's done a lot, like he's worked hard, and God bless him. God bless Stephen. So I want everybody to just say, God bless Stephen. Way to go, brother. Congratulations. Let's give him a digital round of applause. I want to make sure we know that we start off this conversation by clapping for this brother, because I don't want this to in any way come off as me saying that I'm not happy for him, or that I don't applaud him, or that I don't respect him. That is not what this conversation is all about. However, scat! It's like we're doing the NASCAR drive. Like I was on I'm in a NASCAR driving mood now, because I was mad because I was riding with this guy named Kyle Larson, who's literally the points leader in NASCAR, and he passed me up twice. So I'm really kind of mad at short white guys right now, because this guy was so fast and so good. So I was like, scat, let's hit the brakes right quick. And let's start really having a real conversation about this. And I'm explaining to you why this bothers me, because I owe you the truth and I owe you honesty. Here's what I'm thinking about, right? Okay. Now, you guys know I was on the faculty of Syracuse University. When I was on the faculty of Syracuse University, I don't think that they had ever promoted a Black person in my department. In finance, I don't know if eventually they gave tenure to a black man, but I wasn't the first one. I wouldn't want me around if I was them. I'm a little bit too black sometimes, and I tell too much of the truth, and the truth will get you in trouble. But the truth also sets you free. So if you're prepared to be free, then the truth is a wonderful thing. But if you can't handle freedom, then you probably need to stay in slavery, which means you need to keep lying and telling white people what they want to hear, or they will whoop you in your black ass. So, given that I wasn't scared, I kind of said things I wanted to say, and it didn't go so well, and we had a big fight, and then I eventually moved on and, did other things like, I don't know, make millions of dollars and live my best life and marry the girl of my dreams. But who's counting? So here's the deal. I'm really getting sick and tired of us as black people feeling this need to really, really celebrate when white people decide to acknowledge us. I just am. I want to ask y'all questions. So again, with full respect to this brother for what he did, first black dean of students at Harvard. I think that's really great. But I want to ask y'all a question. Give me a yes or no in the chat. I want everybody to answer. Everybody type yes or no. Please do this. Do you think that Stephen is the only brother in history in the last 200 years that's been qualified to be the dean of students at Harvard University? Give me a yes or no in the chat. Do you believe that he is the first black man ever to be good enough for this job? Like, do you think that maybe there were other black men? Yes or no? Do you think he's the first one? Like, what do y'all think? Yes or no? Okay. Well, I mean, because I think that's important that we give respect to our hardworking ancestors. See, y'all, some of y'all Negroes, y'all act like new Negroes. Y'all think y'all the first one. I'm the first black person to ever be qualified to get a job as a head manager at Walmart. They ain't never hired no black idiot. You ain't the first one. Somebody paved the way for your dumb ass. Stop bragging. Stop acting like your grandparents didn't have dreams too. Stop acting like your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather wasn't just as smart as you, that wasn't just as capable as you, but he lived in a society that wasn't the same society that you get to live in. So stop it. Stop acting like you the first, because that's what they do. They kind of mess with you, your head a little bit. Like, anybody ever seen this where you'll have a company like at a some I don't know, some corporation, and it'll be like 100 people in a certain department, and like one of them will be black, like one of them will be black, out of like 99 are white, and then you'll go and maybe if you ever want to get fired, you're like the black person who comes in and says, "Hey, why don't you hire more black people?" And then they'll say something stupid. Has anyone ever heard this where they'll say, "Well, we've searched high and low. We searched the whole world. We went from coast to coast and all the way to the Amazon, and we can't find one qualified black person anywhere. Qualified black people are hard to find." Anybody ever heard that? Because I used to hear that. I used to hear that when I got my PhD in finance. I can brag about this, right? I was the only black person that year to get a PhD in finance in the country. I did not find another African American, male or female, anywhere on earth that got a PhD in finance in the year I got it, in the year 2002. So this is the 20th year anniversary since I got my doctorate. It was hard as hell, and that's what happened. And I would hear people say that. I would hear literally with a straight face some white guys say, "Well, we've been searching for qualified black people. We just can't find them anywhere." and I used to believe that nonsense. I used to believe that. I used to, think like a new Negro. I used to think I was the first one to be good enough. And, and I think that one thing you got to understand is that that's a sneak diss. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? That's not a compliment to you. That's a diss on you and your people. Because think about this. They've had this job, just look, using my experience when I was at Syracuse, they have this damn job that has been done by hundreds, maybe thousands of white men. Thousands of white men have done this. But they literally swear in the last 100 years that they've searched high and low everywhere. They turned over every rock, looked at every corner on the earth, and can't find one black man anywhere or black woman anywhere smart enough to do this job. That's like, they're like talking about you like you a damn monkey. Like we searched the whole world to find a monkey that could write and read, but we couldn't find none. Like that's an insult to you. That's not a compliment to you. That's not a compliment to you. And so really, to some extent, white institutions have always kind of done a Jackie Robinson on the whole black community. When I was at this urban youth racing school event in Philadelphia, and I'm driving around this track with these NASCAR drivers who were going 100 miles an hour, there was a brother who said, "Man, I didn't know that I wish more black people had opportunities to go into NASCAR. That would be really great." And I said, "Yeah, that's great. But did you know that black people actually used to own a racing league where the drivers were every bit as good as the drivers in NASCAR. Did y'all know that? How many of y'all knew that? Give me a yes or no. Anthony Martin, I want to give him credit for this. Anthony Martin, he and his wife, Michelle Martin, run the Urban Youth Racing School. And Anthony told me all about this whole black NASCAR. They basically black NASCAR, or the Negro Leagues of Racing they used to have. They didn't call it that. They called it something else. But literally, they would tour the country. They had fans all over the country. They would fill up entire stadiums, tons of black-owned businesses. They had groupies, that they had drivers that were famous and all kinds of stuff. Everything you get with owning a sports league was all right there. And you gave it all away because you want to, for some reason, you think that man's ice is so cold that you got to be next to him. And you think that being next to him is a step up. When at best, it's a step sideways, and at worst, it's a step down. You really think that giving up everything you own and letting go of the overwhelming commitment that we once had to develop in our own institutions, you think that is inferior to that developing your own is inferior to simply getting on board and getting that one opportunity to Jackie Robinson yourself into something else that somebody else owns. If you want to understand why you don't have any wealth, well, that's a big part of the reason why, because you don't have no institutions. When Harvard University's endowment, let me Google this real quick. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up if you haven't done it yet. And also, don't forget, if you go to BoyceWatkins.com, you can find out more information. We're doing a Black Wealth Summit in Detroit with Herb Strather and Gary Shelton. These guys have done over $1 billion in real estate deals. These are awesome guys. And they're hosting that event. I'm co-hosting it with them. So if you want to come to Detroit, come hang out. Just go to BoyceWatkins.com. The information's there. So let me look this up. The Harvard University endowment is, let me see, how much is it? The Harvard University endowment is $53.2 billion. $53.2 billion. Now let's look at HBCU endowments. Now remember, right? If somebody write that number down, write down 53 billion, right? 53 billion in the chat so we can compare. So I want you to compare this to the endowments of black universities. Now these numbers better be in thousands. They better not be. This better not be the actual number. No, that's not. It's got to be in thousands. Okay, calm down, boys. So don't get overexcited. Howard University has the largest endowment of any HBCU in the country. Their endowment is $795 million. So their endowment is about 1/60th or so, maybe 1/70th. I don't know, something like that, of Harvard's endowment. Spelman College's endowment is $500 million. Remember, compare that to $53 billion for Harvard University. Hampton University's endowment is $379,992 or $379 million. I believe these numbers are in thousands. They got to be in thousands. Please let them be in thousands, because if these are the actual numbers, then it's going to really bother me, because it's showing. Okay, there we go. It's in thousands. Okay, thank God. All right. Florida A&M is rounds out the top 8, I guess, with $118 million. So my question to you is this, and many of you hear these stories about how HBCUs are underfunded, HBCUs can't pay the bills, HBCUs are struggling. HBCUs are basically like on the academic equivalent of welfare. Like, they're basically welfare queens of academia. That's what they are. So as a result, they're constantly taking orders from other people. As a result, there is no black power because you don't have any power. As a result, you can't have true black empowerment because you don't actually own institutions that you're involved with. You're either knocking on a door to try to get into somebody else's institution, or somebody's labeling something as a black institution when really the people calling the shots are not actually black people. So let's just be clear. Black power will never exist until black people have real power. Let me say that again. Black power will never exist until black people have real power. Do you think that, let me ask you this, give me a yes or no. Do you think that Harvard University's $53 billion endowment, do you think that money that they received to build an endowment that massive comes from people that have graduated who are working for other people? Do you think that money is coming from the fact that they have produced so many employees that they lead the nation in the creation of corporate slaves? Like, do you really think that Harvard University's $53 billion endowment comes from people that don't run businesses, people that don't run hedge funds and investment groups and everything else? Like, where do you think that money comes from? Do you think that they're employees, that person who's sitting under $100,000 in student loan debt, who's working a job, working for Amazon or something? I don't know. Do you think that those people are writing those big ass checks, those $1 million, $50 million, $100 million checks? Because here's the deal. Look, The average black college graduate defaults on their student loans in the first 10 years. Did y'all know that the average black college graduate, half of all black college graduates default on their student loans. So they in a position to fund nothing. They can't even fund themselves, right? So I'm not making fun of you in this category. I'm not dogging you. But part of it is because you are not trained to have the right skill necessary to build true black power. See, those big $100 million checks that Harvard University is cashing on an annual basis are coming from the people that left that university and created institutions of their own. It is coming from the bosses. It's coming from the business owners. It's coming from the wealth builders. It's coming from the people sitting on billions. It's not coming from the people who went out and just got a fancy job. That people with jobs can't build a $53 billion endowment. So here's the deal. When you have institutions that supposedly represent you, and all they're doing is teaching you that the white man's ice is colder and that your job is to get up and get cozy next to him and get up under him and snuggle up underneath him and go and run his company for him, they're not giving you actual power. There is no black power if there's no black ownership. Do you understand what I'm saying? Give me a yes in the chat if you understand that until you own assets, until you own institutions, until you have resources, you will never have power. The reason I know you'll never have power is because ain't nobody ever got no power when they had to beg their pimp to give them power. Ain't no hooker gonna beg her pimp and have the pimp give her enough power for her to truly be independent. In order for the hooker to not be dependent on the pimp, she gonna have to get another profession. She gonna have to walk away. If she's still gonna be a hoe, at least she gonna have to be her own pimp. I don't know what the answer is, but literally being a hoe to that pimp is not gonna ever give her the empowerment that she truly deserves. So you will never have freedom if you ain't got no resources. And you will never have freedom if you don't have institutions. So going back to this situation with this guy, Stephen Ball, again, I want to reiterate. I have to say this over and over again because sometimes people get mad. They think, Doc, you over hating, you over attacking people. I'm not attacking nobody, man. I'm happy for this guy. I think he's great. I applaud him. I read his bio. He went to Harvard Law School. I mean, that's impressive. Good for him. Let's clap for him. We should clap for that. But I think that this idea, and I read the article in blacknews.com, and they were celebrating the fact that he was the first black dean of students at Harvard. And I said, okay, so how many years did they take before they finally acknowledged black talent for that position? 200 years. Give me a yes or no. Do you think that makes them a little racist? Do you think that makes Harvard University a little racist? Answer that question. I'm gonna tell you a little story. I remember years ago, I got a call from, I think it was back when Roland Martin and I actually were talking. Roland's been mad at me for a decade. He's just real sensitive. I ain't mad at him. He kind of cries like a girl when you don't agree with him. But anyway, but I give Roland credit because Roland had brought to my attention a scenario where President Obama, your black president, was nominating a lady named Elena Kagan for the Supreme Court. Elena was nominated, and she eventually got the nomination went through. She's on the Supreme Court. And at that time, there were a couple of black law professors who wrote a really great article where they basically said, does this woman really represent the black community? Should black people expect better? Now, when I talked to the people from the White House, they gave me the whole song and dance. They said, Dr. Boyce, we know that you influence black people, and we really want to make sure that you understand how great Elena Kagan is for the black community. I said, oh, she is. Is she black? Well, no, she's not black, but okay. So sounds like, but wait a minute. I looked on her sheet. I saw she's Jewish. That's great for the Jewish community. She's a woman. That's great for women. She seems like she might be LGBT. That's good for them. I think that's awesome. And she went to Harvard, and I understand the power game at Harvard. I understand how they like to put these, presidential and Supreme Court positions on lock. That's why a large percentage of your Supreme Court justices throughout history have gone to either Harvard or Yale. That's not a coincidence. It's not like they don't produce smart black people or smart people, period, at the University of Texas and UCLA and all that. It's because there's a power game being played. You don't live in a democracy. You live in some sort of oligarchy or something, but it's not a democracy. But anyway, so they were telling me about this lady, and these black law professors, God bless them, wrote a really great article where they said, if this is the best black people can get, then we are in trouble. And they looked at her hiring record. And this lady, who was the dean at Harvard Law School, over 6 years had hired 32 people. And of those 32 people, if I'm not mistaken, 30 of them were white males. One was a white female, and one was an Asian man. During all that time, she had not hired one black person, not even one Latino person. and not one Native American person. And I said to myself, I said, wait a minute. I said, so you trying to tell me this lady is like I really am supposed to celebrate somebody who is as racist as a Klansman when it comes to excluding black people? Literally, David Duke and the KKK couldn't have a hiring record worse than that because you can't go lower than 0. And I said, what's really fascinating to me, and I said this to the guy from the White House. They didn't want to talk to me after that. I guess, I don't know, maybe they realized I couldn't be bought, or I wasn't going, like, I don't care that Obama's kids are cute and all that. I think they're great, but I mean, you're not going to get my support because of that. You got to bring some substance, man. And I remember I said, why am I the radical man? Why am I considered the radical crazy one when I literally see nothing about this lady that black people should celebrate? This lady's hiring record shows she is a racist. Harvard University is a racist institution. And let me tell you what happened behind the scenes. This was real fascinating. This goes back to that whole conversation. It's not just singling out Harvard. I mean, a lot of these institutions are racist. That's why you have to have your own institutions, because they're not going to really change that much. So they'll wiggle a little bit, but they're never going to really allow in the black masses. And you're certainly not going to be able to shape the cultural narrative in these institutions, because that ain't your damn house. I'm not even mad at them for wanting their culture to be represented in their institution. I'm not mad at that. The reason I'm not mad at that is because in my house, you can't come in my house and move around the furniture. You can't come in my house and teach my kids more than I'm teaching them. You can't come in my house and sleep in the same bed with my wife. You can't come in my house and take the big piece of chicken or sleep in the master bedroom. No, if you come in my house, I might let you stay in the basement for a couple of days until you get your own place, assuming that you pay the rent or you help us pay some bill. I'm not going to bring you into my space and let you tell me how things are going to happen in my house. So I get it. I sound like I'm mad at white people. White people get really nervous. They think I don't like them. And I said, no, I love black people. Me loving black people does not mean I have to hate you. I'm not going to waste my time hating you, because it's not your responsibility to empower black people. It's black people's responsibility to empower black people. So let's go back to Elena Kagan. Let me finish that story so we can make sure we get it all the way to the finish line here, because y'all know how I get. My ADHD kicks in and I start talking all over the place. So during that week, and I wrote an article about it, and we talked about her hiring record, and I said to the White House, I said, I'm not going to support this. This is stupid. And so during that week, I swear to God, that week, Harvard University tenured its first black law professor in like 30 or 40 years. I think they had tenured Lonnie Guinier and another guy named Derek Bell, if I'm not mistaken. And then there was a black lady that got tenured that week, literally that week. And I said, oh, isn't it fascinating that right when Elena Kagan's trying to get black people to support this nomination, you just miraculously happen to give tenure to this lady. And do you know, I got an email from this lady. I don't remember her name. And she sent me an email. And I swear to God, this Negro literally had the audacity to say that the controversy had nothing to do with her getting the tenured position, that it had nothing to do. I said, are you serious right now? I said, are you that damn delusional? That literally I'm not stupid. I'm from academia too. And I know that they've been negotiating with you to come to Harvard for a long time. And I bet you that part of the reason you hadn't taken the offer was because they didn't give you everything you wanted. So this week, they happened to sweeten the deal enough to bring you in, and maybe tenure was the sticking point in the negotiation. I don't know. But I said, literally, are you crazy enough to really think that it's a coincidence, or that it's just your amazing qualification? You're the first qualified amazing black person to get into this institute. You don't understand. It's about the institution and their racism. And really, I would even go as far to say is that they don't really want your black ass there. You got in because of opportunity, and I'm happy for you. I wish you well. I think you're very smart. I'm sure you're great at what you do, but let's not get it twisted. I am not in the business of celebrating the activities of institutions that have proven themselves to dislike black people. I'm just not. I am not so in awe of your massive power and wealth and everything else that I'm literally going to be excited that somebody who has historically hated me and disrespected my ancestors is suddenly trying to be my friend. Because that makes you stupid. That makes you a dummy. That makes you insecure. That's like being in the 8th grade. You know, you're in the 8th grade and you don't know who you are, and you're just trying to fit in, and you're a little bit nervous and a little scared. And so this bully who's been beating you up and taking your lunch money every week, suddenly he just wants to be your friend. And you're like, okay, I'm friends with Steve now. I'm friends with Steve. No, I'm a grown ass man. I will punch Steve in his testicles. Like you've been taking my money. You better not try to be my friend. You better not get caught slipping, because I'm gonna get all the revenge on your ass. So at the end of the day, what I'm saying to you, black people, is you got to grow up. You got to stop being the insecure little kid who is proud of being friends with the bully because the bully is popular, or because you don't think highly of yourself. They have mistreated you, disrespected you, ignored you, blocked you out of these institutions for hundreds of years, yet you celebrate and give them a complete pass when they finally acknowledge one of you. They didn't acknowledge all of you. They acknowledge one of you at a time. They do a Jackie Robinson on your community. They do a brain drain on your people. They go to you, they go to the black community, and they're not interested in your culture. They're not interested in your people, unless the culture can make them money, right? They're not interested in bringing the masses in. They're not interested in really doing any serious infrastructural work in terms of supporting the community. They're not going to loan you a few $1 billion to build your own business. What they're going to do is they're going to cherry pick. Well, this Negro is very smart. He's gifted. We're going to grab him and grab him and grab him and grab him until all the gifted black people in the community have abandoned the community because you're so happy that somebody else has finally accepted you. And the reason you're happy is because you never accepted yourself. The reason you're happy is because you, sir, you, ma'am, are a white supremacist. The reason that you are happy is because you believe his ice is cold. And let me prove it to you. I'm going to prove it to you. Ready for me to prove it to you? Y'all ready? I'm going to prove it to you. Let me ask you this. I got to clear my throat for this. So Harvard University, or black people, are celebrating the fact that Harvard just hired its first black dean of students in over 205 years. And I've seen other, similar celebrations like this, right? So let me ask you this. Have you ever heard of a white person? Have you ever heard of the whole white community celebrating the first white person to get a job at an HBCU? Have white people ever got really excited or put it in their history books? This was one of the greatest white people ever. He was the first white guy to ever get accepted into an HBCU. Like, have you ever seen that in your life? Has that ever happened at all? Have they ever celebrated when you accept them? The answer is no. They don't. They're not going to celebrate that. Well, what is this implicitly saying? This is implicitly telling you that when you get into their space, it's a step up for you. But if they come to your space, that's a step down for them. That's a step down. Like, why would we want to go work around black people? My Lord Jesus, that would be terrible. That means I'm clearly in an inferior institution. See, so you have to be real careful about that, because if your best and your brightest are spending all their time trying to get cozy next to what somebody else has built, then who's going to do the building in the community? Again, because they do a Jackie Robinson on you. When Jackie Robinson got plucked out of the Negro Leagues, and then a few other talented players, they lost all their talented players. They lost their most talented athletes. They lost their superstars. They lost their $1 million brands. And now, what for what? So you can go play with the Yankees? Who said the Yankees were better than the Satchel Paige and the guys in the Negro Leagues? You know what black people can do. I mean, you are the golden child in so many ways. Did anybody watch the World Championships? Anybody been watching the World? Y'all need to watch the World Championships. Did you see those Jamaican women sweep the women's 100-meter dash? Did you see? There's this white girl that went to University of Kentucky named Abby Steiner, and I'm such a fan of Abby because she's such a great athlete. She broke the American record. I've really been following her. But let me tell you what happened. So Jackie, I'm talking to Jackie. Abby wins the NCAA championships. She in a dominant fashion. She breaks the collegiate record. She's extraordinary. So because she's white and she's fast, like that's really, kind of rare, to be honest. She's kind of like the Elvis Presley of track and field right now. She signs this massive deal for like $2 million with Puma, more than like any of the black women are receiving. Is that racist? You can say that, but she's going to sell more products to white people because white people, like ourselves, they like to see themselves do well. I don't hate them for that. I'm not mad about that. So Abby signs a $2 million deal with Puma. And then check this out. So she goes to the World Championships, and it becomes just like that movie, that Damon Wayans movie, The Great White Hype, where everybody's really like thinking Abby's going to go in there and just kick some ass because they really are convinced that she's Superman. Abby gets in the finals of the women's 200-meter dash. They put her up against Shelly Ann Fraser-Price and the sister that ran that I forgot what's Jackson, Sharika Jackson. Sharika Jackson runs the fastest 200-meter dash time since Flojo, and Shelly Ann with her little beautiful colored hair and little bullet train, that's what they call it, the little baby bullet, is flying right behind her. The Jamaican women kicked Abby's ass. Abby had to struggle to not get last place. She kind of probably got last or second to last. And so here's my point. I believe that Black people are we're just magical. Like, we dominate. Did you watch the men's 100 meters and 200-meter dash? I don't think there was a white guy in the final. There wasn't. In the men's 100, there was not a white guy in the final. The American men swept that race. Fred Curley and Marvin Bracey and Trayvon Bromell and Christian Coleman was right there. I mean, so we're special. So my point is to say, why in the world would a people who are that special and that talented want to spend their lives running up behind somebody else? And again, this is not anti-white. This is really me being pro-Black or loving my own. Me loving myself does not mean I'm going to even waste any time trying to hate somebody else. I ain't got to hate you in order for me to love myself. So at the end of the day, what I'm saying to you is I don't really get excited when we celebrate a Black person being acknowledged by an institution that is historically racist. That this guy Stephen Ball that got this job at Harvard, that's really, I congratulate Harvard for that. Congratulations for finally having some damn common sense and hiring the best man for the job instead of picking the best white guy for the job. You know, good for you. We'll let you borrow him. We'll allow you to use that guy. But guess what? We got a whole bunch of geniuses that ain't trying to go get a job at Harvard. That ain't trying to go out here and sit up under somebody else. They're trying to build their own. They are starting businesses in their communities. They are building wealth with their families. They are educating their own children. They are doing things that are going to allow Black people to have extraordinary achievements in the next generation and beyond. Because one of the things that people don't understand is that this wealth journey, I can sit here, I'm a finance guy, right? I can tell you everything you need to know about wealth and stocks and real estate and all these other asset allocation. I can tell you all of that, but none of that means anything if you don't have self-esteem. None of that means anything if you have bad cultural values. That's why I talked to you guys about what's going on with your music. I met a great brother. What was his name? It was something Edwards Jr. He's a violinist, and he's actually the first violinist for the Air Jordan brand, which means that his music is really cool. And I don't have his name in front of me. Gosh, I wish I had his name. But he was a great guy. And we were talking about how music has a frequency, and the frequency affects how you just see the world. And I thought about that because I was riding with my Uber driver. And my Uber driver was playing like Lil Durk and this music that's like I'm going to kill the bitch and I'm going to stab a nigga. I'm going to shoot somebody today. And I'm like, man, if I'm listening to this all day, that's going to really affect my psyche. And I don't think Black people understand that the people who run this music industry are doing everything they can to keep you on such a low vibrational frequency that you never know your greatness. You never find your greatness. And so, and I'm gonna bring this brother on. I wish I had his name in front of me. His last name was Edwards, I think, and he was a violinist. And the guy, the former CEO of the Jordan brand was there also, Larry Miller. So he's with the Jordan brand. He's a super smart guy. And I just really think that as Black people, you have to understand that there's a lot of psychiatric work that is required for you to be able to really see your truest potential. Everybody need therapy, including myself. You also need to really sit back and understand how great you are. And when you know how great you are, when you know that you got the best that the world has to offer right there in your backyard, you're not running around the world looking for love in all the wrong places. You're not. If I know that what I got is great, like my wife, I think my wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. Like I literally married the woman of my dreams. I'm not kidding. Like I wrote in my journal when I first met her, I said, I met the most beautiful woman that I've ever met in my life. I wrote this. I swear to God, I wrote this in my journal. And so because my wife is so gorgeous and so hot, I don't really need to just run the streets trying to find something else because I don't even see nothing better anywhere. I just don't, and so I would say that for you as Black people, you're beautiful. You're amazing. You're the greatest. Everybody copies off you.
They want to be like you. So if everybody wants to be like you, that means you're sitting on the gold mine. The gold is buried in your backyard. The gold is in the hood, in your children, and all these kids out here that have so much potential. Y'all know what we do. Whenever we put our mind to anything, we become the best at it. Yes or no, if you agree with this fact. We become the best. When we put our mind to something, we become the absolute best at it. So there's no reason on earth for me to celebrate when a racist institution, again, like Harvard, but many others are the same way. I don't really celebrate when a racist institution finally acknowledges what we've known about ourselves all along. It comes off like a Christopher Columbus moment where he's like, I went to this country and discovered all this land, but there's people on the fucking land. How the hell are you discovering a country where there's people there already? That's stupid. That's the dumbest nonsense I've ever heard in my life. But yet we fall for that. We still got Columbus Day going on. That don't even make any sense. So they do a Jackie Robinson on you where they're plucking the best and the brightest and destroying your institutions and then and getting you to abandon your own space, right? Because when you're putting energy into building something for him, you're not putting energy into building something for yourself. So they do a Jackie Robinson on you and then they do a Christopher Columbus on you where they say, okay, we're acknowledging you and you weren't important. You weren't smart until we acknowledged you and gave you our blessing. Who the hell said that your seal of approval was worth a damn anyway? Why in the hell does your acknowledgement mean anything when you've done nothing but prove to me that you are incapable of evaluating who the most talented person is? If you've gone 100, 200 years and never hired a black person for this job, that means that you are mentally ill. That means that you're ignorant as hell. That means that you're incapable of evaluating quality, talented people. And it probably means that you're racially discriminatory. Why do I celebrate being associated with you? I don't want to be friends with people who are idiots. So I just really think that as black people, we have to call it for what it is, man. I mean, I'm just telling you, you can't have black power if you don't ever build power. And the only way you build power is by developing your own institutions. If you never do that, then you'll never have the power that you deserve because nobody else is going to give it to you. Now, do me a favor. I got a couple more points I want to make on this. Do me a favor. Hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. I want to remind everybody our financial flashcards for children are back in stock. We designed these just for black kids because I want black kids to be the most financially literate people on the planet. And so if you want to go take a look just to see what we have going on, go to financialflashcards.com. We have two sets of flashcards, one that covers financial topics, the other one that covers entrepreneurship. And flashcards are a great way to learn things. So they even work for adults. They're very popular. So if you're interested, just go to financialflashcards.com. And also just a reminder, this podcast is on Spotify, Apple, and anywhere podcasts are delivered. So if you own Spotify, then feel free to just look up the Dr. Boyce Breakdown on Spotify, and that's what you'll find. So just to give a quick summary, because my food is coming on Uber Eats, so I'm about to go over here and eat because I'm hungry. But so I was talking about Stephen L. Ball, a very smart man who's from Detroit, who was chosen to be the Harvard Law School's Dean of Students. I said Harvard's Dean of Students. I'm sorry. He's Harvard Law School's Dean of Students. I think that's awesome. Maybe he seems like a decent brother. He seems very smart. He's the first law school Dean of Students they've hired in over 200 years. He's let's see here. He earned his bachelor's degree in political science and a master's degree in public policy from the University of Michigan. He was first ever to graduate college in his family. He then attended Harvard Law School, where he earned his Juris Doctorate in 2010. So he seems really bright, and I'm super happy for him. And I want to make it clear that me talking about them is not me picking on him. It is me saying, good job. I celebrate you, but I also want us to really understand that we need to stop just getting super excited because white folks acknowledge us or they give us little opportunities or whatever. In fact, there's a little thing that always happens. Anybody ever notice this? That when you go on social media and you announce that you got a new job or a fancy new position, what typically happens? What happens when you go on social media and you say, hey, everybody, I got the new job. I'm going to be the manager of nothingness at Walmart now, and I got this promotion. What happens? Oh, you get a ton of comments, congratulations, likes, like shares, like that's amazing. Oh my God, that's the way to go, right? And but then you have people that start their own business, and you don't get that same respect. People just you get crickets. People that are jealous maybe don't want to support anything, don't even want to hit the like button. They see your post, they're like, I'm not going to hit the like button because I don't want them to have more money than me, right? And so and it's not true all the time, right? So unfortunately, some of that's changing. You have some people out there that really have the right mindset, but y'all know what I'm talking about. I have, even in my own family, tried to form investment clubs, and I've had some relatives, broke as hell, but maybe sitting on money in the bank that's not even getting interest. And I've been like, let's invest together. Let's grow some wealth. I got a PhD in this, I know where the money's at. And I've had scenarios where I got crickets from folks that just didn't trust other people in their own family, or just didn't care, just don't, it's so I've seen that, right? So a lot of the frustration that you have in your own family, a lot of us go through that. And a lot of this is built around culture. It's built around this idea that you have been trained to believe that it's better to run somebody else's organization than it is to create your own, that it's better to receive acceptance and validation from someone else's institution than it is to create your own. You have too many Black people that would rather be a babysitter than to actually become a parent, because that's what you are. When you are running somebody else's business and doing it in an extraordinary way, which we know Black people can do, we've been doing that since slavery, you are an economic babysitter. An economic babysitter is somebody who is running someone else's business and making a ton of money for other people, putting their kids through college and not doing it for their own, not building anything for their own. You work your butt into the ground until you grow old and you die at your desk, and then they move your dead body out of your seat so they can replace you with somebody else who can also be an adequate slave. And I hate saying it like that, but I really think that we have to stop that. I'm not saying everybody needs to start a business, but I am saying that everybody in the Black community should know how to do it. I'm also saying that you really have to sort of let go of whatever it is that you think you're learning in school, whatever you're learning in college. We must also learn economics and learn group economics and understand ownership and power as a key to power in this country. If you do not understand that, then you will never have power. You will always be begging. You're always going to be frustrated. You're always going to be mad. The best conversation in the world, if you ever want to have a 5-hour conversation, get a bunch of Black people together who all work for white people and say something like, let me tell you about what these white people are doing to me on my job. And then you'll have a 5-hour conversation of abuse survivors who are all talking about, who are getting drunk, talking about all the things that are going on at their job. And I'm not making fun of it. Some of you are in that category now, and I totally get it. I'm totally with you. I totally understand. But what I'm really saying to you is that there's nothing that anybody else has accomplished that you cannot accomplish yourself. You also have to get rid of your addiction to the bright, shiny objects and these well-established brands and corporations that are out here. Because remember, they started off raggedy just like you did. I mean, you got your little business. You ain't making no money yet. You're feeling a little bit embarrassed because somebody else got a new job with some big corporation, with Amazon or something, and you're feeling insecure. You're feeling like what you have isn't worth anything. But you know what? It's yours. You own it. You control that. And remember that a lot of these corporations, if you look up the history of these corporations and these institutions, including Harvard, you'll realize they started off on really shaky footing. I mean, I read the whole history of Harvard going all the way back to 1636, I believe. And Harvard, it took 100 years for Harvard to really get some momentum. And John Harvard wasn't the founder. He stepped in and gave them a little bit of money and some library books that made them a little more legitimate. But Harvard was raggedy for about 100 to 150 years. Harvard didn't become Harvard overnight. So what I'm saying to you is that some of you are developing your own Harvard universities right now, and you don't know it because you have not gained that ability to see the vision beyond your own death. Or because you think that because your favorite rapper makes you think that money's supposed to be fast, just like women and cars, that you think it's supposed to happen real quick. You want to shine so bad because your self-esteem is low and you feel like you can only feel good about yourself when you shining and driving a nice car and got the big fancy whatever, that you don't have the patience to actually do the hard, raggedy work necessary to be the first leg on a relay team that's going to last for 300 or 400 years. So I want you to really dig in your heels. I want you to really think about what the Black community can look like in 100 years. I want you to think about 200 years. I want you to think about 300 years, because that's how long it takes to make a Harvard into a Harvard. Harvard's $53 billion endowment didn't happen with 6 months of hard work. They went through 100 years of raggediness before they even began to even look like a university based on what I've read about their history. So overall, what I'm saying to you is that in our community, we have to have some new value systems. We have to get rid of terms that I hear far too often, terms that make me sick. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm probably gonna offend somebody, so I hope I can say this and still be loved. But I swear to God, when I hear terms like diversity and inclusion, I want to vomit. Just in case you want to know, if you ever say those terms to me in public, I'm probably throwing up in my own mouth and pretending like I'm okay. I'm gonna put some gum in my mouth because my breath will stink because I just vomited in my own mouth. I hate terms like diversity and inclusion. It don't mean anything to me. It's like it literally, my brain, I give you a blank stare when you say those things. First of all, corporations are typically lying about diversity. They just all say it because it sounds good. And then inclusion. I'm like, included in what? Like, what does that even look like? And what it sounds to me is, it sounds like you're giving me a handout. It sounds to me like you're saying, hey, if you act good and you behave, we might include you in something that's going to make you better than what you already are. We're going to validate you. We're going to give you a chance. I'm not a little boy. I don't want you to give me a chance. I don't want to be the person who receives an opportunity. I want to be the one who creates one. I don't want to be an economic slave. I don't want to be an economic soldier. I don't want to be an economic beneficiary. I want to be an economic God. An economic God is a person, because we got God inside of us. I believe the black man is part God. I believe that we have some stuff inside of us where, when we are really at our best, when we are really operating on the highest frequency, when we are really focused and really determined, we gain that ability to manifest and create opportunities and possibilities where there are none. And black women have that same ability. One example of it is when you see these single moms that know how to somehow feed a whole family when they got $18 in the bank account. You literally create something out of nothing. That's your water into water into wine moment, where you're able to literally manifest something because you either have the necessity and the urgency to do it, or you have such a hunger and insatiable desire to get it done that nothing is going to stop you. So what I'm saying to you is that at the end of the day, I want your children to be economic gods. What does an economic God look like? Well, let me show you what an economic God looks like. And that's how we're going to end this conversation. An economic God is something that's very familiar to you, because the white man has always been your economic God. Think about this. You go to church and you get your little Bible because you're stressed out financially. Everybody's stressed out financially. Everybody has financial anxiety. My wife is a therapist, and we talk about the anxiety and stuff all the time. And it's just all over the place. We're just traumatized like crazy. And so you go to church and you pray to white Jesus that you're going to get better opportunities, that your financial problems are going to go away, that you're going to find a way to pay the bills, you're going to get the promotion, maybe you're going to get the job, and you're praying, right? You're praying to God that you're going to get these opportunities, and typically they connect to economics. So, well, who is the person that has the ability to manifest all that for you? Who's the one that can give you those opportunities you're dreaming of? When you say, it was my dream to be in the NBA, well, that means that the owner of your team is your economic God. He can say, you've been a good Negro and you're very talented and I can make good money off you. So I'm going to bless you, my son, with an NBA contract. So then you go up there crying with your mama wearing some tacky suit on draft day. And you're sitting there and you're saying, oh my God, I've been dreaming about this since I was a little boy. I've been praying about this. And I get it. I'm not making fun of you. I promise you I'm not. But I'm saying to you that you have the white man to some extent. And this is not anti-white. I promise you it's not, but it's just pro-reality. He's your economic God. He's the one that gets to say, I like that boy. He's got some spunk. I'm going to give him an opportunity. And then suddenly you feel better about yourself because your economic God has blessed you. So what I really want you to understand is that I understand where economic gods come from. I'm kind of an economic God. I've been a boss for a long time. I've made millions of dollars. And I have a PhD in finance. I've trained economic gods. I understand so I'm like the God of gods in that way. I know where all this comes from. And so what I really want you to do, if you trust me, if you believe anything that comes out of my mouth, I want you to understand that there are certain specific skills and tools that you can give your children while they're young, and resources you can give them while they're young that will give them the ability to be economic gods in the future. It might be hard to do for yourself if you're a little older and maybe it's going to take time. But if you really have a vision and you commit to that vision and you give your children just a few things, if you give them some skill, right? Make sure they understand how to build wealth as well as they know how to dribble a basketball and throw a football. They understand that owning real estate is better than renting. They understand that running the business is better than actually just working for other people for the rest of your life. They understand that being a producer is just as important, if not more important, than being a consumer. Basic things like that. Then they have the skill and knowledge to understand how to position themselves as an economic God. If you also invest for your children, I mentioned the $5 a day investment plan for years. You can have it for free. The book is free. It costs money on Amazon, but you don't have to pay for this book. Just go to my website. It's right there. And you do little things like that. You invest for the child so that when they gain this God-like ability to manifest, they got some resources backing up their extraordinary ideas. So they have the knowledge and the ideas and the vision, and then they have the resources to execute that vision. And then lastly, most importantly, you got to give them some courage. I'm going to tell you, a smart black kid that grows up with balls and brains and money can't be stopped. He can't be stopped. If you got balls and brains and resources, you're going to win. And if you love yourself, then that's going to shape what you do with that godlike power. So culture is everything. That's why I take such great offense when BET is telling you that we're representing the culture. No, you're not. Ain't nothing good ever gonna come out of a black culture where you're celebrating the beating and hating on women and killing black men and getting high on drugs and throwing all your money away and being as ignorant as you can possibly be. That is not black culture. That's idiot culture. That's dumbass culture. That's dead man's culture. That's prison culture. That is not black culture. So stop that, BET. Take the word black out of your name. Just call yourself the Prison Television Network. I don't know what you want to call yourself, but you shouldn't even have the word black in your name because you're not even run by black people. So it's at the end of the day, if you give your child those things, you give them some knowledge, you give them some resources, you give them the right culture and the right values so that when they get this power, this godlike power, they know exactly where to point the gun. See, that's the problem. Sometimes you get somebody to get some money and they get some knowledge and then they're aiming the gun right at their mother's face. Or they're over there taking their greatness and they're giving it to somebody else. They're like, hey, mama, I'm the first black man to be hired at Google in the engineering department, when your dumb ass could have become the black Elon Musk. You could have been a multi-billionaire in your own community, creating 100,000 jobs for your people, but you taking pride because somebody acknowledged you who's probably not even as smart as you are. Understand your greatness and grab onto that and manifest that and believe in that. Operate on that frequency. That is how you win. That is how you become an economic god. So at the end of the day, I want to reiterate before I finish up. My food is almost here, so I'm about to go eat. I gotta usually relax and calm myself down after our conversations, but I had to have this conversation. I was in Philly and I said, this is really pissing me off and I really want to share this. I want to reiterate that I'm not upset with the brother who got this job at Harvard. I'm really happy for him. He sounds like he's super talented. And hopefully he'll create great opportunities for other people. And I think that that's a wonderful thing. But to me, you're not living in the penthouse when you get these opportunities. The penthouse is on another floor above the floor that you think is the highest floor. You got to the 8th floor and you think that you're on the roof. No, there are people that live on the roof. Those are the economic gods of this society. And I want you to train your child to land his helicopter on the top of the roof and not feel like he got to start from the bottom and work his way up. Forget that started from the bottom. Now we here. No, your kids need to start from the top and say, now we control all of this. Now we own all of this. Now we're running the top. We started at the top. We got here. And now this whole area is contained and controlled because we are all manifesting our godlike power to create the world that we want to live in. That's how you get real black power. You cannot have black power until black people get real power. Right now, you don't have it. You'll get it maybe in 50 to 100 years. Our kids will get it after we're dead. So that's what we need to invest in. That is our job. Give me a yes in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. Give me a yes if you agree with any of this, and give me a yes if you're going to do something different. I want you to consider doing something different in your life or in the lives of your kids as a result of this conversation. Because if you don't change something, if you don't make that move, then all this conversation was a waste of everybody's time. It was a waste of your eardrums. It was a waste of my voice. And I'm not here to waste time. I'm here to actually see if we can be effective as a people because I know that we have it in us. So thank you for your yeses. I'm glad to see that you're going to do this. So now let's all go get to work. I'm going to get out of here, guys. It's time to go eat. And once again, I want to remind you, if you go to boycewatkins.com, there's a lot of stuff there. The Black Wealth Builders Summit is happening in Detroit, July 29th through the 31st. Herb Strather and Gary Shelton, two great guys, two amazing OGs who've done over $1 billion in deals, are going to be co-hosting that with the Black Business School. Also, with the financial flashcards, you can actually take a look at those on my website as well. And there's some other stuff going on, but I can't remember everything right now. So I'm going to let you guys go. And it was great to see you. And I will be back again soon. So God bless you. Love you. And take it easy. Talk to you later. Peace.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones too late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.